Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hoping you all can hear me because I had to set everything up on my computer and then come outside to the bus stop because, of course, they needed to do court at 8:30 while I'm, here. So.
Watching there's a minivan coming. Jojo, pick a side. Morning. Unless you want to get run over by the minivan.
Why do you wait 3 years until like 14 years old?
Stay there.
You're like 5 more years. You'll be like every 17 and we'll be together. No, you'll be 4th grade and then graduating going to 8th grade. And then
I won't get run over by the minivan. I promise. I promise I will not get. I'm in the comments though too as well. So if you guys aren't hearing me, I hope you are because I set it up that way. But God knows. Oh yeah, I see myself. All right, the little microphone is working. I am. I'm on the phone because had to come out to the bus stop because of course they want to do court when my kid's bus comes. Amazing, right? Like, oh God. Oh God. Jesus. Yep. Listen, we have a lot of single dads in this community in my chat. We got a lot. Bravo, guys. Bravo. I mean, not that it needs a bravo, but single moms too, dude. That shit's hard by yourself, It's not fucking easy. Like, I did it with my oldest by myself, and it was not fun. And even with 2 parents, it's fucking hard. I'll tell you that. So, but it won't get run over by the minivan, I promise. I promise. It's gonna be nice out today. 78 here in Massachusetts, at least in my area. Let's hope they get here to argue this morning because it's 8:31. Your Honor, the same Your Honor that oftentimes tells us we need to hurry up. Oh, I think the kids see the bus, baby. You want your backpack? Here. Want to put it on? Okay, well, you won't be when you get on the bus. 90s in Georgia. Good morning. I do. I have mods. Oh, no, I have mods. Mary's a mod. But I can add you. I totally forgot last night. That's my bad, dude. That's frickin' my bad. You got to send me the URL link. I'm pretty good at keeping them at bay, though. Yeah, she is always about 10 minutes late. I do have to add a couple mods because some of my mods can only pop on here and there. And some are over the pond, so times are hard for them. So I do have to add a couple, though. I definitely do. But I'm pretty good at like keeping it at bay, except when I'm catching up in comments because I stop them on my screen so that I can address most of them. Very rarely do I skip past them. I did a little yesterday because I was getting too far behind. But I like to address everyone in their comments and the things that they're saying because it's important to me and it's important to you guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. Actually, that's my first time ever editing a video ever in my life. The outro was the second time, and I just made it about a week ago. Have a good day, baby. Love you. Yep, so it was the first time. Mary was on the phone with me when I did both. Poor Mary. I'm like, nope, not this goddamn music. Wait, how the fuck do I do this? Wait, what the hell is going on here? So, poor Mary had to listen to me bitch and whine while I was making the intro and outro, and I had to learn the software, so she had to hear me bitch about that too, because that's my first ever time editing any sort of video or putting anything together like that. So I know it's amateur, but it's what I can do right now. I'll get better in time. I mean, to be fair, I've seen a lot less professional looking ones that are amateur on YouTube. So I think I did pretty good. I still want the constructive criticism on it though. Bye guys. Have a good day. And there goes the bustle. Okay, back to the house we go. Back to the house we go. My kid had to bring her blankie out here. She had to, right? I only watch amateur. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I have to. Sometimes I shut the autocorrect off because it's really obnoxious. Sometimes it's obnoxious. But I worked very hard on that intro and the outro. Again, poor fucking Mary. Had to listen to me bitch and whine the whole time. Trying to find them. I went through like many things of music for the first one, for the intro, and many things of music for the outro, until I found something that I thought was just perfect. And I found a couple creepy ones, but like the ones I picked were just absolutely perfect. So, you're spicy. I've been up for a while. I don't have coffee yet, so that's a problem. Oh, yeah. Oh my God, yes. I keep forgetting. I did put it in the chat yesterday. I'll do it again. It's in the description of the video from the other day, but you're right. I got to do that again. I keep forgetting. Also, to be fair, this morning I was making it very quickly, just to get my kid out the door and on the bus and get her ready for school. So I didn't think of extended time. I heard my computer going off, and you were probably trying to remind me because I heard Discord going off, but I just didn't have time to check it. But I will. I'll put it in there, and I'll also put it in the chat when I get in the damn house. Yes, I'm gonna. I did it yesterday. Yes, my laptop's in the house, so I'm gonna do that. I'm on my phone right now, but I'm going into the house now. Oh, weird. People say that. It's not. I'm so serious. Some people actually say that they have like a weird crush on Yannetti. You're not the first person to say that. I know 2 other people who are like infatuated with Yannetti. Damn, this door is locked. I gotta go around. Oh, it was you. Yeah, there was 2 other people a way long time ago. This was last year that had told me they like love Yannetti. Yannetti spaghetti. Throwing shit at the wall to see if it'll stick. Is this door locked too? Because I'm not in the mood for this crap. Oh, it's open. Yay. Good. He has something. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's a good thing or a bad thing? I'm going to guess it's not a good thing. Don't choose violence, kids. Don't choose violence, kids. All right, hold on. You're going to get noise. Okay, back. On the computer, okay. Good morning, Val. My finger's not awake either. My whole body's not awake until I have coffee. I'm waiting for my best friend to bring it to me, so yeah. Okay. Now I wonder why this isn't like, why are we still waiting here? What is happening? Like, we need to refresh this for a second here. Nope, we're still, yep, we're just still
8:38. I have it set for 8:38, you guys. Don't ask me why. No freaking idea. Cool, teased.
This is cellulose acetate, a plant-based material.
Those are commercials. We don't want the commercials. Commercials can screw. Bye-bye. Oh, now we got it. Hold on.
On April 15, 2024, that the defendant provided notice of all their experts. During jury empanelment, the Commonwealth filed a renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, and the defendant was ordered within a week to produce the expert opinion testimony that the Commonwealth is entitled to. We are now entering, I believe, week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth has not received any intended expert opinions, anything that those experts, any written reports, opinions, or anything that those experts have based their opinions on. Essentially, the defendant's strategic decisions not to retain their own expert, but rather rely on the U.S. Attorney's Office investigation does not alleviate them or relieve them from their Rule 14 obligations. As it pertains to Dr. Marie Russell, the Commonwealth did not receive notice that she's an intended expert until about week 6 of the trial on May 21st, and it wasn't until May 30th that the defendant provided a brief synopsis of what her expected testimony would be. Essentially, and looking at the balancing tests set forth by the case law, the Commonwealth was extremely surprised by this disclosure, and further, the Commonwealth would put that the defendant's delayed decisions to produce reciprocal discovery is in bad faith. It is intended to ambush the Commonwealth and conduct a trial by surprise. We are still receiving reciprocal discovery. Over the weekend, we received additional photographs that the defendant intends to use. The Commonwealth is extremely prejudiced by these delayed disclosures. So looking at all the balancing factors, exclusion of Dr. Russell is really the only remedy that's appropriate given that we are in week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth cannot seek a continuance.
She's an ADA.
The Commonwealth is has their hands tied with how to
ADA
effectively prepare for cross-examination of that witness as well as all the other witnesses. We don't have any materials. We don't know what the experts' precise opinions are and what they were testified to. And it's essentially, it is in bad faith and there's no less severe sanction. So the Commonwealth would move to exclude Dr. Russell. And at this point, we are essentially just seeking the reciprocal discovery that the Commonwealth is entitled to be able to effectively prepare cross-examination of these witnesses so late in the game. Thank you very much.
All right, who's arguing this for the defendant?
There's no mic at council table, so I'm going to go to the podium with the court's permission.
Yes.
We need to be heard on this.
That's why we're here, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you. I'd like to start.
What is he
with the
talking
most
about?
outrageous and false assertion that the Commonwealth made in its motion.
Can I just ask you, there's no jury here. Can I just ask you how long this is going to take?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
Okay.
tops.
Because I don't need, the hyperbole.
Your Honor, I need to make my argument in the way that I think is most effective for my client. I will keep this brief and succinct, but I have points to make that I need to put on record.
Okay, and I'm the person you are trying to convince,
Understand.
correct?
I understand that. The Commonwealth, in a public filing, wrote the following on page 3 of its motion. Quote, during a pretrial hearing on February 15th, when asked by the court whether there was any dispute about a canine's involvement or canine DNA, Attorney Yannetti indicated no, and that the defense was not pursuing such a claim. I was astounded to read that for 2 reasons. First of all, it is false. It is a lie. Second, the Commonwealth has knowingly lied about something where it's easily verifiable that they lied. We told the tape from February 15th.
I don't have that.
I'm sorry?
I don't have that in my motion.
It's on page 3, Your Honor.
I have the Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, a motion to exclude defendant's expert, Dr. Marie Russell. I don't see your name at all, Ms. Giannetti. I'm on page 3.
I'm sorry, it's not page 3, it's page 4. My apologies. My name is right there on page 4. It says exactly what I just argued to the court. It's about the 5th line down. It starts during a final pretrial hearing on February 15th, exactly
Okay.
as I said.
Okay.
All right? We pulled the tape from that February 15th hearing. Here is what was actually said. This court asked me the following, quote, while we're talking about DNA, Mr. Yannetti, do we need to be concerned about canine DNA? Where do we stand with that? I replied, no, I think this is the only outstanding DNA issue. The court then replied, okay, so all right, we're not dealing with canine DNA. And I said, no. There is nothing in there contrary to what the Commonwealth has represented to this court in a public filing that I said there was no canine involvement. There is nothing in there contrary to what the canine represented to this court and
Oh,
to the
come
public
on. Here we go with
that the
semantics
defense
again.
was not pursuing such a claim. Can you imagine the nerve of the Commonwealth to spin that into
This is the hyperbole I don't need. Could you please get to the point?
Your Honor,
We've got a
before-
jury coming in 15 minutes.
I understand, but this is my integrity has been attacked. There have been allegations of bad faith that has been attacked, and I need to defend myself and my client. We were only discussing at that time whether canine DNA was still outstanding, and I succinctly replied, no. And they've spun that or tried to spin that into a claim that we're somehow waiving our right to argue that John O'Keefe's arm injuries were consistent with a dog attack. And I ask you, have they no shame? I'm sure it's not lost on this court that this false filing by the Commonwealth comes on the heels of their nefarious attempt to pass off an inverted video, a false video, before this good jury hearing this case. Never once during the direct examination of Sergeant Buchanan did they inquire or mention the fact that the video.
Can we please, all right, I'm going to stop you. Please direct your comments to Rule 14 and the reciprocal discovery obligations that the defense has. That's what this motion is. I know you have a speech you want to make, Mr.
It's
Yannetti.
not a, Your Honor, it's most respectfully, it's not a speech. It's
Okay,
it's
so-
a defense of being alleged to have committed bad faith.
So you've moved on from that. So please just focus on Rule 14 and let's do it in two separate parts. So you've changed, you're not calling Frank Sheridan,
No,
right?
we
You've
are
got,
calling Frank Sheridan.
all right. So you've got a new medical, Dr. Russell. We'll do that part of it separately. Tell me about what you've provided the Commonwealth on Chris Van E.
They've gotten his CV and they've gotten the substance of his opinion from us. And they've had that for a long time. And the court, I believe, has already suggested that voir dire will be done prior to his testimony.
All right, so it's starting to look like we might need a whole day of voir dire, and I'm trying to avoid that. So is the Commonwealth satisfied that when did you provide anything recently since the filing of the Commonwealth's motion, Mr. Yannetti?
Not on Mr. Van Eden, no.
What does the Commonwealth have on Mr. Van E?
On Mr. Vanny, all the Commonwealth has is what's contained, the synopsis on page 2, the first full paragraph. We do not know what his opinions are. It says he'll testify regarding his opinions and conclusions about reconstruction and EDR data obtained in connection with this case. He'll testify to chronological data derived from the EDR, including key cycles and triggering events from the time period in question. I have no understanding or information about what chronological data he's going to testify to, what his ultimate opinions are, anything beyond that relatively vague synopsis that does not comply with Rule 14.
Okay.
Similarly, what's outlined in the rest of the motion, that's all the expert evidence the Commonwealth has received from the defense is contained within the Commonwealth's motion.
Okay. So the defense needs to provide, I'd suggest you listen, the defense needs to provide what chronological data Mr. Van E relied upon and exactly what his opinion is. All right, by the close of business tomorrow.
That's fine.
All right. Now, regarding the 3 experts from ARCCA. So I've read that report. I can't tell who does what or what the basis of their opinion is. So what have you provided?
Your Honor, we've provided everything that we know. We've mentioned to this court at sidebar, these experts did not arise from us.
He's trying to play
I
games.
I understand that.
These experts were hired by the federal government, and they provided a report to us pursuant to the TUI request, and it was specifically outlined that and ruled that they could not prep with us for trial.
So I'm to believe that the defense is
You can't use
calling
them.
3 witnesses that you've never spoken to and putting them on the stand here
We-
when,
That's essentially, it. We've spoken to them only for the purposes of coordination of their testimony and their background. That's it. We have not been able to interview them regarding their findings, which are outlined in detail in the reports that both sides have.
see, I don't see that as being, the report, I don't see
Yeah,
that
no.
as being detailed. It
No.
leaves a lot of questions as the gatekeeper as to what they can testify to.
Well,
And you have not complied with your Rule 14
we
obligations.
can't, Your Honor.
So-
We can't.
So you can't, but you
Then you
haven't.
can't have
So
them.
I am left with, you haven't complied. So we need to get everybody here for voir dire. They can testify in a voir dire, right?
Yes.
We need to do that well in advance of their
Okay,
testimony.
that's fine, Your Honor.
All right?
Yep.
And now tell me about this ER doc. Is she an ER doc? I haven't seen her. She's not a pathologist,
Well,
correct?
she's a pathologist, but she has a lot of experience in an ER, which is why she has the experience of having seen dog scratches and dog
tried to
bites and
pin it.
dog attacks.
All right, so
Yeah,
this is
not
not
working.
somebody that was involved in the federal investigation, correct?
Correct.
All right, so you need to provide immediately. I want a voir dire of her this week. So we can get her here Wednesday, and we want the other folks up here from Pennsylvania this week as well.
Okay, we'll make those calls.
So we need to pick a day. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses? If in fact the defense has not spoken to these witnesses from Pennsylvania about the nature of their opinion, you must want it too, to be able to question them. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses to take? I went and told the jury last week, excuse me,
I'm sorry. I was,
last week that we were going to get them this case by the end of the month based on your representations, which included voir dires. It looks like at least a day of voir dire hearings here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Blame this one on the
Alka-Seltzer
Commonwealth.
Fizzy
I
Melts.
dare you.
Fast, fizzy relief of occasional heartburn.
Wow.
No water needed.
My father believed that I was meant to unite the
Of course, at least with regard to the ARCO witnesses, that's my co-counsel's bailiwick. He anticipates that unless there are, a substantial number of objections during the voir dire, he anticipates being able to accomplish that between 45 minutes to an hour with each of those 3. With regard to Dr. Russell, we anticipate a half hour. Oh, I'm sorry, there's only 2 from ARCO, that's right.
You're only calling 2? Which 2? Are you calling the 2 that are certified as accident reconstructionists?
Doctors Rinchler and Wolf. Yes.
I can't hear Lolly. They've muted their audio. But what is she saying? This is going to be another conspiracy, y'all. Maybe law and crime and then back it up a little bit so we can hear what she said. I don't hear you either if you're talking.
At least with regard to the, of course, at least with regard to the ARCO witnesses, that's my co-counsel's bailiwick. He anticipates that unless there are, a substantial number of objections during the voir dire, he anticipates being able to accomplish that between 45 minutes to an hour with each of those three. With regard to Dr. Russell, we anticipate a half hour. Oh, I'm sorry, there's only two from ARCO, that's right.
You're only calling two? Which two? Are you calling the two that are certified as accident reconstructionists?
Doctors Rentschler and Wolf. Yes.
And they cut it right there. Yep.
They did it
Even
too.
on Lauren's arm. Yeah,
So
what
it's the
fuck?
live feed from the court
It's the
that did it.
feed. Yep, it's the feed. The feed was cut. Obviously, they don't even realize they did it, which is really obnoxious because now we have no idea what the F. Lally said.
And we have no idea what her ultimate ruling is, even though it looks like it's going to be voir dire them
dire.
both
be
well
voir
in
dire.
advance.
She's going to limit the scope. That's what's going to happen because I told you guys there's no way they're going to let them get on this. You're telling me you haven't seen you or talked to your witnesses, your expert witnesses?
Don't believe that for a second.
Well, that's what the judge said. You want me to believe. And if it was me, and I'm going to tell you right now, I would have excluded them because you did not comply with your rule 17. I'm sorry. I'm not comply. You didn't comply.
I think she's just giving them judges in high profile cases have to be careful because the public is watching and because she knows there is this massive conspiracy theory. Even the audio going out is going to be part of this now.
I have to pin it on YouTube. That's the problem. And I'm on StreamYard. I use StreamYard. So I'd have to go to YouTube and pin it there. This is insane, dude. I want to know what the F and F is being said. Like, why? See that little thing at the top? You can see it underneath my logo. They cut the audio. They muted it. See this thing here? I didn't even notice
there's
that.
a mute icon. Yep, because
there's
it's under your icon.
Yep, it's underneath my. Yeah, I didn't even see that till just right now. Well, you mother effers, like effing mother effing effers. What the heck?
I did like the just because you didn't interview your witnesses doesn't mean you don't have to comply with Rule 14. Sorry.
Right. Yeah,
I mean,
I'm gonna. That's just nuts. And there goes the fan. But it's like, what the freaking? All right, hold on. I gotta fast forward this thing all the way to the end here, just so we don't want to miss anything else. Okay. There we go. All right, now let me just get on YouTube real quick here. Over here. and do this. I mean, for me, I'm just like, really though, you guys just had to mute the feed the most. Like, come on, dude.
While you're doing that, I have a question. If
Yes.
someone is asked by a judge, so are we not talking about dog DNA then? And he
And you
says
say
no.
no.
Is that not him saying, no, we're not talking about dog DNA?
Of course it is. He's trying to save himself in that moment, clearly. That was a very Hail Mary, and that's why the judge was like, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear your trying to save yourself thing. Like, argue the motion. We're here for the motion. I don't want to hear anything extra. Like, argue the damn motion. Like, that's, you know what I mean? That's literally what it boils down to. It's just like, no, argue the fucking motion. Like, I'm not playing games with you. Like, and I was like, oh shit, she ain't dealing with Yanetti's spaghetti today. Like, she is not playing that freaking game, which I thank her for, because nobody wants to hear his big long-winded speech about how everybody should be, you know, so upset.
She all but told him, stop performing for the people outside. You're convincing me. And if I had a dime for every time I've told insureds or agents, I'm the one you want more money from. Why are you cussing at me?
Right. Salty, I need you to type because you should have a wrench now. Let's see. Let's see. Do you got a wrench now? Do you got a wrench now? You should. Yeah, there it is. It's a mod wrench. Yeah. See the little wrench? It's a mod wrench. I mean, I see people saying, like, what was Tom like creeping on my live or something? Like, everybody's like, yeah, we're real time again.
No, someone had come in and asked the valid question. So if we don't automatically assume she's innocent, we're trolls. And someone had said, yeah, if you want the guilty lie, go to Plevin or Twisted Tragedy.
Who said that?
Just somebody in the chat. I screenshotted it. It was just a random chatter, but I thought it was funny.
Oh, yeah, it is funny. Except I'm the one who's been right like 75 times. Like, how many times have these idiots? I can't pin it. I have to be on YouTube, apparently, to pin it. I've done the star thing. It should have pinned it. It didn't pin it. I don't freaking know. Like, I'll just keep putting it in the chat for now until I can put it in the description later, because I can't put it in the description right now either, because I'm live right now. Unfortunately. So, oh no, wrong one. God damn it. Damn it. Oh, the hell.
So delete it.
I am. It's taken 10 seconds to do, but whatever.
Yeah, deleting your own comment takes less time or more time than the mods
And someone else's,
deleting.
yes. There it is. Thank you. Yeah. I had it. Fake, dude. This is my brain today. This is don't do things without coffee, kids. This is what happens. This is your brain without coffee in the morning.
I just sent number 2 son off to get my morning monster. So
Yeah,
yep.
see? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not a thing. I'm waiting for my best friend. She's gonna pick it up. Yes, we have a Discord now. We have a Discord. We got a Discord. Yeah. Oh.
I really would have liked to have heard her say,
Yeah, me too.
Okay, you're just getting these 2 and we're voir diring them first.
Right. Like, oh, thank you, Kodo. Here's the information on the ring. Information here. Oh, you guys were in there last night, huh? Yeah, the Reed Whacker channel is all Karen Reed stuff. The sewer turtle is the the depths of his ridiculousness. But we have the Ring stuff that, like, there was a lawsuit on Ring, and that is why they don't hold the stuff anymore.
Is Kodo in here? I don't see her.
No, it's Discord. It's on my Discord.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait a minute. Why don't I see Kodo?
I was reading that she put in the in my Discord, the Ring stuff. So it explains like why Ring doesn't have the deleted footage. They don't hold the deleted footage anymore, which to me is ridiculous. Every other company does. They just didn't do it in a safe way and with their users' permission, I guess. I don't think they need permission to hold the data. It's how they're holding the data is the problem. So they were hacked. They weren't secure, basically. They weren't secure, and you can't have that.
I've been like anything that happens on the camera that's relevant or that we need to keep for the future, I download and save immediately because I know that there's a chance it's not going to be there if I need it.
Right. And it's shitty because then you got cases like this, right? Like that you can't get the deleted information, and you're like, well, someone committed a crime and then deleted the cam footage. So like there should be a deletion log of when they were deleted and why, at the very least. Like
I don't know if it's because of the version I have or how old it is or what, but if the battery dies, I can't get back to old footage until I put a new battery in either.
Really?
Like it just won't let me in at all if my battery is dead. Drives me nuts. But I don't know if that's like an issue with mine in particular or if that's like a thing.
Yeah, I don't
because I don't think
mine are different. Mine are not Ring, but I also bought like outside, weatherproof, whatever for the outside of my apartment. It's like mounted on the bottom of my porch. It is out into the parking lot, which I used to keep an eye on my car when I had one with it, because it does motion detection and sound detection and night vision, so you can see. But I didn't have Ring. I did not. I don't have Ring. I have one camera on the outside of my door, one in my living room, and one on the outside of my porch.
Ring does need to get it together because right now, like anyone in my family that logs into my Amazon account has access to that because they're affiliated with each other.
Yeah. Well,
so that's not very, I mean, it's my family, so I'm not worried. But at the same time, that's 7 people with access to my camera that just live in this house. So
it's just crazy to me. Like, absolutely crazy. Like, there's that. I mean, it doesn't really, like, just not.
Now I've lost everything. Is it just me? Did Elise robot out for everybody? Because I never know if it's her or my Wi-Fi. Oh, I guess she did because she's back. Crime Talk with Bree. Now that's a scary thing.
So what happened was, you guys are gonna love this one. I got yeeted, that's for sure. But it is because my computer so kindly, the plug wasn't all the way in and it just died. So I had to, whoopsie. Again, that's what happens, kids. When you when you don't have coffee in the morning, things like this happen. So give me 1 second, I'll get that stuff back up on the screen. Hold on.
I think it's nonsense, isn't it, Kathy, that like Kiki will knock her cords loose and stuff and knock her off all the time? Like the cat just gets up and starts yanking with his teeth.
Everything. There's a first for everything, and that's the first that I've ever done that before. So hold on a second.
Amazon is self-insured, so that's actually a very real possibility, Chaos, because Amazon is their own insurance company. So it would have been Amazon telling Amazon that, no, we can't keep this. Oh, that's you. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Kiki's butt is the one that makes the appearance all the time, and okay, and it was Sir Duke that yanks the. Okay, Sir Duke yanks the cords. Oh, now it's literally just me. Oh my, no. Hello.
Nope,
Okay.
I'm here.
Stay.
I'm here. I was already here. I was just trying to make it move the thing, so it was like. With
You
us.
were off screen completely.
Yes, I was off screen, but I was.
Oh,
here.
that was scary.
I was here. Sorry. I fixed it, y'all. I fixed it. Okay. I'm having a morning. I'm having a goddamn morning. Like, yeah, insurance that might be it. Ah, yep. Dude,
McGilvery, I'm a physical damage.
Yep.
SM&T, Specialty Marine and Transport. That's what I do.
Mm-hmm. So I'm like, if I ever have issues, I know who I'm calling to tell me what's gonna happen if I get a car ever in life. Like, you did? Well, we just made it. I had one made, but I have no idea where it went. So I just made it. So we just made it. So yeah, I'm ordering the coffee right now, y'all.
I will not join Discord because Discord is a cesspool and bad things happen on Discords.
It's brand new. It's brand spanking. It's not a cesspool yet. No, not yet. Not freaking.
Stay out of the DMs. Except with people that you really trust, because apparently people will screenshot every conversation you've ever had.
Yeah, I'm sure they will, but that's why I have a locked room too for only people that I trust. What is happening? Oh, okay.
For relief in just a moment. If we can play this for just a quick second, and I'll ask you, Mr. Bates, if you can pause it. Go ahead and pause there. Okay, Sergeant, this is the basic video, the point at which it was paused when Mr. Lally asked you to identify the individuals in the video, correct?
I believe it was a different time, but I'm not sure.
Do you remember using your green laser pointer, pointing at the person in the back and identifying that person as Trooper Proctor, and then pointing at the person in the front screen right, mistakenly as you? You remember that?
I remember indicating where the individuals would be, yes.
Okay, and so do you have the green laser pointer with you?
I do.
Could you point at the location where you see Trooper Proctor?
I do not know specifically right now if that is Trooper Proctor behind the vehicle, but when Mr. Lally asked me to indicate where we would be, it was in this location here.
You're indicating toward the rear of the SUV.
Correct.
On Wednesday, and I just want to draw your attention back to your testimony on Wednesday, you used the laser pointer and pointed at two different individuals, person toward the back, and you identified him as Mr. Proctor, as Trooper Proctor, correct? On Wednesday.
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself would be in the shot in the rear of the vehicle. And then I indicated that I'm wearing a olive drab baseball hat and Trooper Proctor's wearing a winter style knit black hat.
Isn't it true that on Wednesday, what the question you were asked from Mr. Lally is, Ms. Gilman, from Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, if you can just pause there for a moment, as the sergeant's almost falling in the video, when the court said, keep your voice up, Mr. Lally. Do you recall that?
I do not recall that, no.
Do you remember Mr. Lally saying, Sergeant Buchanan, with reference to any of the individuals you see in this video, do you recognize any of those individuals? And you responding, I can recognize Trooper Proctor and myself. And you used the green laser pointer in doing so.
Yes, I did.
And that was on this area, may not be to the frame, but this is where the video was paused when you made that identification, correct?
It was approximately at this time.
Okay, so you
he already said it's not the same frame.
Identified, and at that time you did identify Trooper Proctor, and again, mistakenly, yourself, correct?
I directed the laser to the area where we would be.
Okay, and Trooper Proctor is the one toward the back of the truck.
Again, I cannot tell you which individual. There are multiple individuals there. I do not know at this point in time where it's frozen if that's exactly Trooper Proctor. I know we were present at that location, and I know what he was wearing for a headdress and what I was wearing.
All right, so you have to move along from this point.
Then why did you, one more question, Your Honor. Then why on Wednesday did you indicate very clearly the person toward the back of the SUV is Trooper Proctor? If you don't know, why did you say that on Wednesday?
During the frozen frame, I could tell there were two individuals back there, and I was at one point in time in that location with Trooper Proctor.
That appeared to be Trooper Proctor in the back of the car.
From where the video is frozen right now, I cannot tell.
So you're changing your testimony
No.
from Wednesday?
No, it's not the
Objection.
same frame.
Are you changing your testimony?
She's
I
aggravated.
am not changing my testimony, no.
Okay, next question, Mr. Jackson.
You then asked whether the video was true and accurate as in terms of its depiction of what you saw, what you observed in Sallyport that night, correct?
It is.
I indicated the video is true and accurate to the location.
And you were then asked whether or not, in looking at that video, watching it, either you or Trooper Proctor approached, manipulated, touched that right rear taillight at any time, and your answer was never, correct?
That's correct.
And while you testified, this is the video that was displayed for the jurors, correct? But it was this orientation, the front of the truck facing right, the rear of the truck facing left, correct?
That's correct.
And for all appearances, it would appear that the right rear taillight of the SUV is the one facing the jurors, if you will, facing the viewer, right? From appearances. You didn't know anything different.
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. Just from the appearance of the video, as it is now, the appearance of the video looks like the right rear taillight is the taillight that's facing the jurors, facing the viewer, toward the rear of the truck, correct?
As it is frozen, correct.
And on Wednesday, I want to move through this relatively briefly, Sergeant. On Wednesday, you did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
It was not brought out, no.
Not brought up by, I mean, that's a passive way of saying it. I'm asking you directly. Did you
Why would he
mention
need
that
to?
this was an inverted video?
Not on Wednesday, no.
On Thursday, Mr. Lally finished his questioning on Wednesday, then came back on Thursday. You continued on direct examination under questioning by Mr. Lally again to start the day, correct?
That is correct.
And during that testimony on Thursday morning, you also, under direct examination, did not mention that this video was inverted.
Doesn't
did
have
you?
to.
Did not know.
And then it was my turn to ask you questions. You recall that?
Doesn't he get
Do.
mad when people
And then I
explain?
began asking you questions about the accuracy of this video. And at that time, for the first time, you said it appears that it is a mirror image. It's an inverted video, correct?
I advised you that it is a mirrored image at that point, correct?
Which means absolutely nothing. You still can't see back behind there, whether it's mirrored or not.
And it's still
Would
an
you agree
accurate
with me now,
representation of
as
what
you sit
happened.
Here, that this video, as we're looking at it, is not a true and accurate depiction of what you viewed in that sound
Yes, it
report
is.
that night.
I would not agree with you, no.
You believe that what the jurors are seeing right here is a true and accurate, true and accurate surveillance footage of the Sallyport that night.
Yeah.
Yes, it's just mirrored.
Which means what's left is right and what's right is left, correct?
Correct.
You still can't see behind there.
If the jurors were actually standing where the camera is recording, which it's recording all accurate depiction of activity and events taking place, the back of the vehicle would be on the right and the front of the vehicle would be on the left, but all activity is accurately depicted in the video.
Yep.
Yep.
So in point of fact, everything in this video, every bit of it is reversed.
Yeah, exactly.
Correct.
You can't see. No,
It's just a mirror image.
So it's not accurate, is it?
it is.
It's an
It
accurate
is.
depiction of what has taken place.
Sergeant Buknick, if I were to ask you, let me give you a hypothetical.
If you
Let's
look
say
at
you were investigating
mirror.
a circumstance in which a suspect was being identified by 5 witnesses based on a tattoo on that person's left arm. And then you go show that witness or those series of witnesses an inverted version of a photograph of that person with the tattoo appearing on his right arm. And those witnesses all say, no, that's not the guy. I remember the guy. The guy had the tat on the left arm. Would you think that that's an accurate depiction of the person with the tattoo?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does he not think
Do you
people
agree
use
with me
selfies
that
in court cases?
It's not accurate. It's inverted by definition, right?
It's an accurate depiction of the events taking place.
You've reviewed this video in its entirety, you testified, correct?
Yes.
About how long would you say this video is in its runtime from start to finish?
I did not take note of
Yes,
the
trying
length
to-
of the video.
All right. I'm going to ask you, Mr. Bates, if you could, with court's permission, can you just pull the cursor back to the beginning of the time of day for this video? And pause it there. Can you see, and this is not an eye exam, can you see the timestamp on the lower left-hand side?
No, I cannot.
Your Honor,
It is.
with court's permission, I could do this.
To see it sidebar.
She's not happy with this because you're confusing the jurors. You still can't see behind that taillight whether it's inverted and mirrored or not. If you use a hypothetical, sir, if you are in the mirror and you are shaving, is that an accurate depiction what's in the mirror and what's happening? Yes, yes, it is. I'm still shaving, regardless.
And the person who was driving got out of the door closest to the mirror, which makes that the driver's side, no matter which direction it's facing.
Correct. Like, you guys all right? Like, you still can't see behind the taillight, whether it's mirrored or not. Whatever you can see in the video is what you can see. Whatever you can't see, you still cannot see in a mirrored image. Not rocket science.
If mirrored security footage were a bad thing or were, not proof, or do you have any idea how many insurance claims I would have been unable to settle because I only did it because of security footage, which is mirrored?
It's amazing, isn't it? It's amazing. Absolutely fucking amazing. Like what? I mean, and this is what she's getting pissed off about because you're purposely confusing the jury now. Now you're making this big, and let's get real. He's only making a big deal about it because the internet made a big deal about it. So he wants to pander to these people real quick. Like, all right, Mary, like he just wants to pander to these people real quick and go into this big long spiel about how it's mirrored and not an accurate. It is an accurate depiction. It's mirrored. You still can't see behind there, whether it's mirrored or not. So to make the jury think that they could see behind there if it wasn't mirrored is not accurate. It's not accurate. Like, not accurate.
And if we're really worried about it, Lolly needs to bring the two video cameras up side by side and run them simultaneously because there's not a single frame missing between the two.
I don't think he's going to have to do that because I just don't think the judge is going to put up with it because now you're purposely confusing the jury. The mirroring has nothing to do with anything. Nothing to do with it.
It just baffles me that they think that selfies haven't been submitted as verified, vetted evidence. And every single selfie that's ever been admitted in a court of law is mirrored if they're taken with a front-facing camera.
Oh, I fucking love you, Salty. I fucking can't. I can't. I can tell you by the age of the jurors, some of them will know that mirroring means nothing. Some of them will actually know this. That's just
anyone who's ever worked in a gas station and had nothing but a mirror, a fisheye mirror at that to monitor their aisles, those shoplifters suddenly aren't guilty because you saw them in the mirror instead of, face to face.
Whether you need pregnancy care or abortion care, avoid anti-abortion.
I'm making waffles, guys. So
you got a front butt, all right? Your butt now becomes your front, just so you know.
The Grand Queen has started the front butt thing because we're really intensely potty training. So yeah, butt and front butt, they're very much a thing in my house right now. She came up with it on her own. It makes sense to a 4-year-old.
Not all of them are younger, but some of them are. So they have a good mix, I'll tell you that.
Tom was discussing jurors Apparently one of them wore a blue shirt at some point, and he just kept calling him the blue shirt guy.
The blue shirt.
Okay.
Blue shirt guy. The man has never seen a cell phone. Probably not. Probably fucking not.
They still think everything's
time.
T9, flip phones, Nokias.
That might be Father Time himself. You might want to stop time though, because this is all you're getting, bud. Like,
I mean, anybody who's out front and picking their cues up from the defense team, if they had seen the expressions on Jackson's and Yannetti's faces when they got out this morning and actually paid attention to them. Yeah, and Karen walked right in front of Tom. No one else anywhere around her. So they heard that whole, oh, the cops aren't escorting her, me and Dina are thing. And now
Yeah.
they're playing into it.
of course they are.
I could not believe that. I was like, seriously? This is what we're doing.
Like, I mean, come on, time to grow up. Time to fucking grow up, dude. Like, nobody needs you to like protect them. I mean, you can't protect them. You like, what are you gonna do exactly? Please tell me, what are you going to do? Hold on 1 second, guys. Just give me 1 second.
You are unmuted.
Gotta pee.
Oh, okay.
Jurors,
We're back.
sometimes lawyers have what we call stipulations rather than prolonging either testimony or calling an additional witness. Lawyers agree as to certain facts. So what the lawyers have agreed to here is that this video begins at 5:30 and 23 seconds, 5:30 p.m. and 23 seconds, and it ends at 5:48 and 15 seconds. And the total run time of the video is 5 minutes and 51 seconds. All right, your questions, Mr. Jackson?
Perfectly normal with a motion activated camera.
Thank you for that, Your Honor. Sergeant Buchanan, given the fact that the beginning time, the time of day, is 5:30 and 23 seconds in the evening, and the end time of this video stops at 5:48 and 15 seconds, would you agree with me, without doing the math down to the seconds, that's about 17 minutes and 50 seconds or so?
In real time, yes.
In real time. The actual time of this video, the run time of this video, however, is only 5 minutes and 51 seconds, less than 6 minutes. You'd agree with that?
That is what's captured.
So that means that about 2/3 of the video is missing, correct?
It's not missing, just not recorded.
It's not there.
It was never there.
I'm not saying it was ever there. I'm saying I don't know if it was ever there or not. Neither do you. I'm saying it's not there, correct?
Morning, Anastasia.
It was never recorded.
Yeah,
Well,
saying the
you don't know
video's
what
not
has
there is a
been
lie.
and wasn't recorded, do you?
Objection.
Yeah,
I'll let him answer that.
Do you?
I can only speak to what was turned over and what we received, and based on the evidence that was produced, the video that was produced is what we got.
I understand. So based on that answer, you acknowledge you don't know what may or may not have been recorded without your knowledge.
No.
Right. Did you notice that there were obvious portions of the video that in which individuals just seem to appear or apparate out of nowhere?
It's not a smooth recording of the events. When the motion triggers the recording, the video appears as if a person appeared in the video. But that is due to the triggering of the recording.
Well,
Just
you don't
like
know what
every
it's due to
doorbell
because you're
camera
not an
on the
IT
planet.
person who actually captured the video, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, ask that differently.
Sure. You're not the IT person, the technical person who captured this video, correct?
I am not, no.
You don't maintain this video system, do you?
I do not know.
You don't know the inner workings of how the video system was originally installed or how it operates, correct?
Based on my training and experience, I know that certain systems, due to the restriction of the storage of the system, they try to save the storage and trigger the recording only by motion or certain time parameters. So in this video footage, I could tell you that the video is triggered by motion to record.
How much storage did this system have?
I do not know.
What was the level of storage at the time that this video was taken? Was it 60%? Was it 99%? What was it?
I do not know.
So you actually don't know, Sergeant, the inner workings of this system, do you?
I do not know all the inner workings of the system.
But you do know that there appears to be portions of this video missing and portions of this video in which people just seem to apparate out of nowhere.
That's a lie.
It's not missing. It just was not recording.
Let's move to,
Good answer.
I think it's 5:37.
Anybody else want to punch Jackson and Yannetti, but Jackson mostly right now?
Yes. And I've got waffles all over my hands. Come on, bring it.
Hey, look at him closing the door and no snow falling off because
With the
it already all
first
fell
person,
off
you played,
outside.
Less than a minute.
Yes.
Next, he's going to ask that question, pixels. It's still an accurate representation. Like, I don't know what he's hawking about. Like,
I could actually tell them the resolution on this is no more than 720 by
You see
480
where the
because
person
of
that was toward the
dithering.
back of the vehicle went in this video?
It appeared they went behind the vehicle.
Which would be which area of the vehicle, the right or the left, in real life, not on this video?
In real life, it would be the right rear portion of the vehicle.
Toward the taillight area.
That quarter panel, correct?
you still can't see it, whether it was mirrored or not, you idiot.
Oh, snow just went off.
I'm just telling my viewers how I really feel, Kathy.
Did it appear that someone just seemed to appear out of nowhere toward the rear of the vehicle? Just now?
Due to the triggering of the motion.
I asked you why. I asked you if. Did it appear if someone just appeared out of nowhere?
Oh my gosh.
That's what the footage represents, yes.
Now, motion cameras are bad and illegal and fraudulent.
Did you see that the person walking away from the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor appeared to have a notebook, black portfolio in his hand?
Yes, I did.
And can you see from there, I'm going to ask you this, basically knowing the answer, can you see from there the time of day on the lower left side as that person leaves the screen?
No, I cannot.
Would you disagree if I indicated to you that was 5:38 and 7 seconds in the evening?
I would have to see it for myself. I cannot agree with you based on your statement.
You want to maybe approach briefly?
Sure.
I was going to say 480 salty, but I gave them the benefit of the doubt. That's why I said 720 max. I wanted to say 320 by 240, but you know, then it would be nothing but a bunch of squares. This is just ridiculous.
You are unmuted.
All motion cameras are bad?
So, Sergeant, we're going to ask you to go take a look at that, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And please don't speak until you're back in the witness stand. Thank you. All right, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to look at the time of day at the point that the video is paused right now?
Yes, I did.
What is that time of day?
5:38:07.
5:38 and 7 seconds, correct?
That's correct.
And remind me about how far of a drive in time is this location at Canton PD from 34th Fairview?
with no traffic, no adverse weather and road conditions, several minutes, four minutes, maybe 5 minutes, depending which route you take.
Your Honor, I have a flash drive that I'd like to have marked.
Is this a different flash drive than we had on Friday?
It is, and I can explain it sidebar if the court wishes.
All right. Are you just marking it or you intend to show it?
I intend to show it with the court's permission.
All right. So we'll mark it for identification and then I do need to see you. Yes. Thank you. Yes.
What does the distance from 34 Fairview have to do with anything? Didn't they pick the car up in Stoughton?
No, Dighton. It was Dighton.
Dighton. Okay.
Has nothing to do with anything. The CERT team had already started their grid search. So they had already like found pieces of taillight before that car ever hit that Sally port. So how, again, like space and time, did Proctor break it and go through space and time to get it there? Like makes no logical. Nope, certainly didn't. But they brought it to the Canton Sally port. So I think that's what they're like, oh, the distance is like 4 minutes or something like that. I don't know, like, you know.
And because they did, there's the whole, oh, they drove past 2 state police barracks. Yeah, but they took it back to where all the rest of the evidence was going because that's the way you do that.
Correct.
You don't sprinkle your evidence around to every barracks you can find.
What do you mean? You don't put taillight on the top of the snow and then tell people that's a thing? You're not sewer turtle douche? Like that's not a thing? My name's Hayden Kearney. I say mean things on the internet and I write bad blogs about people that are filled with lies. Be afraid of me. I'm Turtle Boy.
You're doing the finger, aren't you?
I'm doing the finger. Yep. I'm doing it. You knew I was doing it. I was doing it.
I am impressed at Michael Proctor's ability to both be planting evidence he hasn't even broken off the car yet at 5:30 at 34 Fairview and being on video at the Sally port. Or are they going to claim that they stopped and let Michael Proctor out?
Poor Trooper Proctor is all I can fucking say because, like, I'm sorry. Like, he didn't magically fly with taillight. He's not the taillight fairy. Sorry, guys. He did not, you know, he's not the Sandman. He didn't sprinkle it everywhere.
I'll need to see some evidence of that, ma'am.
Anastasia, if I had The Shining, I would have used that so badly.
What are you trying to tell us, Karen? What are you trying to tell us, Karen? What is it, Karen? Go ahead, say it. Say it, Karen.
Do something. Put some kind of expression on that face.
Dude, she did. She just like was trying to tell somebody something by like pushing her chin up and down. Like, I don't know. What she was trying
That's it. That's all you're gonna get.
What are we saying here? What's happening?
Someone said that
we need a
last week
leader.
She turned around and told someone said that last week she turned around and told either her father or brother they're going to need a lawyer.
What?
Yeah, that was when that's when Brian Higgins was on the stand because his lawyer was going to have to be called in because they were like being dicks about his phone. That's what you meant.
Sort of not off topic, but kind of off topic. Did you all see those videos of Tom's CPU threatening?
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. Yeah.
How is he not arrested? How is he not been charged?
YouTube won't even take him down. YouTube will not do a damn thing.
Which is ridiculous to me because I'm unmonetized. My monetization is paused right now because of trolls. Like, legit. It's on pause. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Because they actually did coordinated attack you. See, that's what happens.
Yeah. That was
But
like
when
a week
you-
and a half ago, but yeah.
When you threaten someone who just happens to work in the Medicaid fraud department, when you're complaining that you're not going to get benefits that you were eligible for 10 years of your life, that's either going to be disability or Medicaid. You're buying cars, you're running all over Denham, and you have been for the last 12 months. You are taking in super chats and donos like crazy.
Mhm.
Let's just open our minds to the possibility that someone who does my job saw that. And you screwed your own benefits because you proved to them, first of all, if it was disability you were applying for, you proved to them you're not disabled. And second of all, if it's Medicaid you applied for, you proved to them that you have the ability to work a job.
Yeah. No, that's on him. And there's that town's not all that big. And there's a lot of people there that don't like them and would stand in line to report him.
And
I'm
even
sure
if
they
that
would. I mean,
landed on her desk.
I would never go to that length because I think it's shitty karma to do that to people, but like someone clearly did,
Yeah. Either that or they just didn't believe none of his statements.
My little sister was a fragile type 1 diabetic dying of cervical cancer and couldn't get disability.
Yeah. Dude,
They follow you around.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
To make sure you're not lying.
My mother was 63 and had her stroke at work, and they still insisted she could work, but she couldn't even walk or
They
talk.
love that, right? They insist on things, but that's another thing that that's why I don't agree with them just doing it, because just because you can walk, just because you can sit at a desk does not mean that you could work a job. A job is a lot of pressure, and that you can't just get up when you want. You can't just readjust when you want. You can't just go take a break when you want. If you're streaming, you can do all those things when you want and how you need to with it. Because I have fibromyalgia, myocarditis, CPTSD, the list goes on and on and on. So POTS, you know what I mean? So this works for me because I can move around when I need to and when I want to and readjust, lay down if I have to. I just take my face off the screen. You know what I mean? So I don't agree with the whole, oh, you can't be disabled if you're streaming, but I mean, you are making an income that you need to provide to them if that's what you're doing. I'm not on disability, so I don't get an income from them.
And Tom has clearly made evident that he is quite capable of being on his feet and handling multiple things. So therefore he showed that he can actually earn a paycheck.
Yeah, I mean, some days I can be on my feet and other days I cannot because fibro is a bitch like that.
Mm-hmm.
Just from strictly the investigative standpoint, if she was up in rotation and that landed on her desk, she would have had to hand it off, but she would have had to tell them why, which means that his name could legitimately come up in her workplace. And all she could say is, I can't do this one because.
All right,
Yep.
please.
Exactly. I can't do this one because
But if she busted
he's
him
crying
committing
about
fraud,
state aid, which
Well,
here in Florida it's called welfare, Department of Children and Families, which is welfare. He is seeking those benefits, but yet he's buying cars and harassing. Okay.
listen, I wish I could buy a car. That'd be great. That would solve half my, struggle here. That'd be amazing. But, fibro, you know how it is, dude. One day you're okay. And maybe if you get a flare up for weeks, you're not able to really move. It's you got to drag yourself around to do it. And it's fucking painful. And CPTSD, that's, dude, listen, I can't even have my back with people behind me. My back has to be to a wall. I have to know where the exits are. I'm hyper vigilant 24/7. That's my fight or flight all fucked up from CPTSD, dude. Listen, if everybody could get disability because they're uncomfortable, who the fuck gave her that? Who gave your neighbor disability because workplaces make everybody uncomfortable? That's life.
Yeah.
The prison made me uncomfortable, but I also loved my job there. And if I could pay 30 grand in childcare a year, I would have stayed.
Mm-hmm.
and from a purely licensure standpoint, if anyone in that office, whether they knew her, worked with her, talked to her or not, if they uncovered evidence of potential fraud, they have to turn it in and they have to deny him, because if they don't, their license is gone.
Right.
Anastasia, Tom's CPU is one of the idiots outside the courthouse for the free Karen Reed movement and a turtle boy lover. I don't know how else to put it. He likes to threaten and intimidate witnesses.
Oh, I love when people tell me, well, my doctor says it's real, and they did thousands of tests on me to figure out what the fuck it was and why I was having chronic pain everywhere that I had never had before, after I had COVID, before the vaccine ever even existed. So I can't even blame it on the vaccine, which I would love to do, but I can't because it was before it ever even existed. So, Yeah, I'd like somebody to tell me fibro doesn't fucking exist. They can switch bodies with me.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, I mean, there's enough of us that have it that,
Right. I mean, that's true. Also, the flag, that thing is heavy. I've tried to pick up that thing once, and I was like, "Yep, nope, can't do it. Nope, can't do it. Nope, nope."
That's because Twisted
see,
Tea has me covered all the time by our comments, but that's okay.
Sorry,
I'm
sorry.
Kathy T. Anastasia.
Sorry. There's got to
I
be a
can
better
back
way.
down. Then
there
that would promote you, so you'd be above me.
I got you over here.
No.
We're seeing the fan, so like I have it on my screen, so I can see when we go back. But the fan, we're looking at the fan even now.
I have a personal relationship with that fan now. You know that, right?
Right.
Anastasia, I got you. I've got severe arthritis, 2 bad kneecaps, 2 torn rotator cuffs, spinal stenosis, 2 collapsed discs, and fibro. But I still work 8 to 10 hours a day. But it's a desk job.
My hubby he's supposed to be he's disabled. He's not supposed to be working, but you can't live on that. You've got, when you got kids to take care of. And
they put disabled people in a very precarious situation because what disability pays does not even pay half a month's rent in this state. So I don't know how you expect people to not be able to do something. I mean, either pay them enough so that they don't have to because they can't, or you're forcing them to do more damage to their body because they don't have a choice. Like that's my problem with that. Like that's a huge problem here. Like if you're giving $900 or $1,000 a month and rent is $2,000, that's a problem. Like, I have arthritis too. See, that's what I mean. Like varying degrees of acid. Yeah, I got that too. I think we all got some of that. Like
apparently you get really, really bad ass ache if you sit on the benches in the courtroom.
Oh, I bet those things are so uncomfortable.
Tom griped about his ass for 3 days.
Oh Lord.
Dude. Oh, for the love of God. Like
that's
crazy.
There's no cords. You're not biting
a realtor? Like who does that? Like what? Like who the fuck does that? Yeah, Chris, it's definitely real. It's 100% real. My body tells me it's fucking real. And believe you me, I don't want it. So if it would kindly go away, then I would be happy to say I don't have it. Yay. I feel like my life was stolen from me by it. Okay? Because I'm a very active person. So fibro has taken a lot of that from me. Yeah, 900.
You can't get in that bag. You're too big. My cat's trying to climb inside a bag of shoes.
Cats love bags. What do you mean? That's their favorite bag.
No, it's a plastic bag, not a paper bag, and it's full of shoes.
They like
and
them.
he just wants the shoes because there's no cords right now for him to wrap up in, and I won't let him bite me. So he's doing anything he can to get on my nerves.
Yeah,
Sir Duke being naughty again.
Always.
Yeah. 2,800. Like that's what Massachusetts. I don't know where you live, but Massachusetts got them jacked up rents like that too. It's crazy talk. Like
rents are through the roof. I don't know how anybody can afford them. It is insane down here in Florida. It is insane.
We can't.
I mean, when you got to pay $3,000-$4,000 a month to rent a house that's nothing special, there's a problem.
Yeah, there is. There absolutely is. And I'm tired of hearing like, oh, it's market rent. No, no. One person in the neighborhood jacked it up, and then the rest of the people followed suit. That's not market rent. That's greed.
Yeah, I was a landlord. I had rental properties. Your mortgage doesn't go up. Your mortgage payment doesn't go up. Your insurance will fluctuate, will go up, but not where you need to raise the rent $2,000 and $3,000 in 1 year.
Right. No, property taxes would be the only thing, and that would be just a couple hundred, most likely.
Right. Like
unless you built like a $250,000 addition on a $50,000 house, and then hey, guess what? You live in a $300,000 house now.
And because all the rents have quadrupled, they have quadrupled the insurance premiums here. I know. I was with the same company for years and years, never had a claim. Got dropped like 50,000 other of their insured, and the new company almost tripled my insurance. No claims. I've not filed any claims. No hurricane damage ever. But yet here I am paying triple the rate because I guess they figured they should jump on the bandwagon since the landlords have done it. Why can't they?
Yep, that's exactly what happens. There needs to be laws against that shit because that's the problem. None of us can afford anything.
I'm not. My insurance went from under 2,000 to over 3,000, almost 4,000 for nothing in 1 year. For nothing. I've never had a claim. Nothing.
Right. Yeah, we heard that Jen Altman. She nods off. You know,
She apparently drools too, if Tom's impersonation is to be believed.
Oh
Yeah.
Lord! I fell asleep in there too.
Yeah. I've been in a motorcycle wreck. I like to ride. Haven't rode in 2 years, but
That sounds like a life well lived, but maybe a little less violence to your own body.
listen, my husband plays
But
soccer. His body is beat the fuck up.
I was gonna say dirt bike racing is really, really big around here. And my son's, I was very grateful that he stayed out of the dirt biking because, man, we've had 2 riders killed and 3 broken, like with rods in their bodies. So,
ouchies.
Yeah, my sister went through that with. She had to have emergency surgery and rod put in her back after a motorcycle accident.
Give me a second. My bestie's here with the coffee. Gotta turn this down. Hold on.
Does council need to see me or are we all set?
I think we're all set.
Okay. Right ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As a matter of housekeeping, I would ask for the admission of the last item that was marked for identification.
XX. Was it YY? Ah, it was back again.
I did the
Okay.
same thing.
All right. So that will now be what, Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
And with the court's permission, I'd ask to display that video. Yours?
Okay.
Thanks. If you could move that to a runtime of 1 minute and 17 seconds. So thereabouts. And go ahead and pause that. Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in what's just been marked as Exhibit 542?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's an inversion of the video provided from Canton PD Sally Point.
It's actually, and that inversion corrects the perspective. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Okay, so now we're looking at what we've always been looking at, but it's clear that we're looking at the driver's side of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And everything in it's properly oriented, is that right?
It's an accurate depiction of what is taking place.
Meaning right is right and left is left in this video.
The vehicle came from the right into the left. The driver's side is visible and is closest to the camera.
Go ahead. Thank you, Sergeant. If you go ahead and play this for just a few
and it's
seconds.
always been the driver's side.
Pause it. You saw the person that was toward the back of the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor moving toward the right, yes, the passenger side taillight area in this video, correct?
I observed the person walking that way.
Let's go and play it. Awesome. And you see the person toward the taillight area moving out of frame just now, correct?
I did, yes.
And that person had that black portfolio in his hand.
That's correct.
I'd like to ask Mr. Bates if you wouldn't mind moving the cursor back to the beginning before the SUV was actually in the Sally Port. And you can pause that. Do you see what's depicted in the video now at runtime, at the beginning of the video?
I see the still frame. I'm observing the still frame.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Can you see from where you are, sir, can you see the chyron at the bottom of the video in blue, indicating the date stamp and time stamp? You see that from where you are?
I see the blue color. I don't know what exactly it is.
Are your eyes good enough to see that that is completely inverted?
They are not.
They're not inverted?
They are not good enough.
That was a good answer to that bad question on my part. With the court's permission, would it be possible for the sergeant to approach the screen and take a look at that timestamp?
Can you do that, Sergeant, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
So the defense is now proving that when you mirror a video, all that changes is the letters are backwards.
Letters and numbers.
Which anyone looking at it would know is backwards, and therefore your brain would compensate.
Correct.
Were you able to, may I inquire? Yes. Were you able to see that timestamp?
Yes, I was.
Sergeant, did that timestamp appear to be inverted?
The blue writing appears to be backwards.
So in this version of the video, which has been inverted from the version shown by the Commonwealth, the timestamp also was inverted, correct?
Oh, no, not that.
What appears on the screen is inverted.
Thank you.
Because it's time-stamped when it's recorded.
Just with the court's permission, on a portion of the middle of the video.
Okay.
What are we looking at, dude?
Sergeant, I want to direct your attention to an area of the video right above the hand truck. Do you see that area?
I do.
You see that white object just above the snow line?
I see something there. I do not know what it is, if it's an object or it's more snow.
Can you tell if that's a sort of dirty white rag?
I cannot tell what it is.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Fish. We can take that down.
White in a sea of white on a floor covered in snow. Come on.
Version of that Sallyport video from that camera. There's also another camera on the opposite side of the Sallyport, isn't there?
There is.
And that one, for lack of a better phrase, that one came out pretty grainy. Would you agree?
Yes, it's not perfect quality.
The other view would show, given the fact that it's on the opposite side of the wall of this video, that actually would show the right rear portion of the SUV as it was parked in that Sallyport, would it not?
Yes, it would.
Let's take a look with the court's permission. This has already been marked as 446. I believe it was introduced last week.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you. I know it's very hard to see.
Salty, this is a Wendy's.
Tell me, as the video is paused right here at the beginning, timestamp, can you see the outline of the antique police car?
No.
I can make that out, yes.
And it appears that there's no vehicle in the foreground.
You can't see that.
This side of that antique police car, correct?
That's correct.
You also can see that this video is in fact not inverted. It's the correct orientation, right?
That's correct.
And these napkins are brown. Karen's
Not
innocent.
quality, but you can make out the fact that there is an outline of a vehicle there, correct?
Correct.
We could play, may I approach the screen briefly?
Yes.
If we could, with the court's permission, begin playing at this time, this is about 5:07 and 10 seconds. That's time of day. We can play for about a little less than a minute.
Okay.
I see nothing. I don't know what the hell, like.
What in God's name is this?
I have no idea. What the fuck? Like, what? What are they doing, dude?
Well, for one thing, they edited the levels on that thing like crazy.
Yeah, so
Badly.
that would be
Sergeant,
altered
did you
video.
see what was depicted on the video that just ran from 5:07 and a few seconds until it was just paused?
I did watch the video.
And how much time would you estimate elapsed as we just watched that video
Who knows?
in real time?
No idea.
15 seconds, maybe.
Okay. And do you see something? You see something in the foreground that just sort of appeared there next to that antique police car.
It appears that the SUV has now pulled into the Sally Port, and there's an individual standing behind the SUV.
And do you see what the time of day is on that timer?
I do not.
Can you see that it's paused at 5:50 and 46 seconds?
I cannot.
This is the last time I would ask that unfortunately, I cannot zoom on this, Your Honor. With the court's permission, would the sergeant make one more trip to the screen to give us the exact time this is paused?
This is the last time, Sergeant. Would you please?
Thank you, Your Honor.
What was the time? What is the timestamp where the video is paused?
5:50:46.
5:50 and 46 p.m. Correct?
That's correct.
So it appears that this video in about 15 seconds jumps 42 minutes to the 5:50 mark. Correct?
I don't know how much it jumps.
Well, from 5:08 approximately to 5:50 approximately.
Approximately.
How
Why
much
is it
time is that?
approximately?
Approximately 48.
42 minutes, right?
Excuse me, 42. Yes.
That's okay. And this reads vehicle, which shows the right rear taillight portion just appears, correct? At 5:50.
There's a vehicle that appears. There appears to be an individual standing behind the vehicle. It's not just a taillight that appears.
But Sergeant, the exact time that would show what Trooper
Motion
Proctor was
detection.
doing at the right rear taillight,
Takes
that
seconds
is
to
missing.
start. Idiot.
Objection.
Sustained.
The exact time that would show what the person who you identified on Wednesday as being Trooper Proctor, that video is not there, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
False. It is there.
This video,
Laura,
Sergeant, you will agree,
the police car's up to the top.
if that 42-minute period existed, that would have been the only video that would establish the actual condition of the taillight the moment the SUV arrived in police custody in that Sally Port, correct?
Objection.
You can ask that differently.
Is there any other video other than this one that would show the exact condition of that taillight as it pulled in to the driveway, and then to the Sally Port? Or is this the only one?
From that location,
Correct.
that is the video that captures that time frame.
And that's also the video that captures that area of the car, correct? The right rear portion of the car.
Correct.
And that 42 minutes from when the car arrived until 5:50 in the evening, that portion is missing.
Probably stupidly. Because they're
It's not missing. It's just not recorded.
It's not there, Sergeant Pupnik. I'm not splitting words with you.
You are.
Yes,
though.
you are.
It's not there.
You are.
It's gone,
Objection.
correct?
It's not. It's not on the screen now.
It's not on the screen. That's
It's
it.
not anywhere, is it?
No, false.
I do not know.
That's all I have.
Okay.
Yeah, you sound stupid. That was your like boom
Thank you, Your
moment. It fell flat there.
That's how we impeach the Secret Service agent? Good job.
You get a gold star.
We impeach the Secret Service agent by having him reinforce the Commonwealth's evidence from Thursday. Good job.
Right. Good job. Gold star.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
So how this video was played before the jury on Wednesday during your direct testimony, the condition of that video, the view of that video, that's how you received it from the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
So nothing was done to alter it, change it in any way, shape, or form from when you received it to when it was played before the jury. Objection.
Sustained. You can't lead, Mr. Lally.
What, if anything,
Was
what, if
anything
was
done?
To alter or change that video, received it to the time that it was played before the jury? Objection.
Ask it differently one more time.
Was anything done?
As far as the condition when you received it and the condition when it was played for the jury, what was different?
There was no manipulation, alteration of the video between
I'll allow the answer.
when we received it from Canton Police Department, when I played it, and when it was played for you.
Now, as far as the cameras are motion activated, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the skipping that you observed at various points of the video, was that something that occurred once or more than once?
More than once, repeatedly.
And was it one specific portion of the video? And by that, I mean, was it only at the beginning or only in the middle or only at the end, or was it sort of throughout?
It's consistently happening when there's lack of motion. The video does not record because it's not triggered to record.
Correct. Good job, Lally.
Now, from the video, at least as far as you've seen, the one that you were shown on Wednesday and the one that you were shown today, or the portions that you were shown today, what, if any, difference did you note between the content of what's contained in the video?
The content of the video is accurate depiction of what's taken place. The only difference that I noticed today is that the version played was actually inverted from the original version that I received and which was produced.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the entirety of that 5 minutes and 51 seconds of video be played for the jury.
Okay.
Booyah, bitch.
Yes.
In other words, the defense is the one submitting
Altered video.
video.
Altered video. They altered the video. Oh, we know you're kidding. I totally got that. Totally got that. You make a lot of those, and I love them. Just so you know.
I love Anastasia.
I love it.
I told you she was cool when she showed up. Anastasia's awesome.
I love all my viewers. You guys are always awesome.
Pause there, Ms. Gilman. And that area just played before the jury, that is when the vehicle was brought in by the tow truck driver from the flatbed from the driveway video into the Sally Port area, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to guess the defense knows what car was there and was moved out, which is why they're not mentioning the snow ring that the writers seem to be making such a big deal about.
They do.
Sergeant, I'm going to direct your attention to the person that just opened the driver's side door. That's the tow truck driver, is that correct?
That's correct.
Just ask you to take a look at the door, and in particular, the snow on the door when he closes that. Gentlemen, if you could.
Yep, little chunk falls off.
Now, Sergeant, if I could direct your attention back to the ring video. I think it was video 153 from Exhibit 6. And you were shown that video on cross-examination and asked about any movement that you saw on the driver's side rear tire, things of that nature. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall that portion of the video when it's alleged that Ms. Reed's vehicle came close to or made contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in the driveway? At that point, did you observe any snow coming off of Mr. O'Keefe's car when they came close to each other?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'll allow it.
Nope. I'm surprised.
I don't remember exactly if there was snow coming off the vehicle. There was snow falling, and that was captured by the ring video. I don't recall if any snow came off the vehicle.
Because it didn't.
Ring was already there from whatever car was there first. I'm pretty sure. They didn't sweep it
No,
up,
they're asking if any snow fell off John's or her car when they ran into each other.
Oh, no, it didn't. Nothing fell off.
That's why Jackson objected. He doesn't want the jury
Yeah,
realizing that.
Yep, I've watched it a billion fucking times, dude. No snow fell off of John's car. It was hit at 1 mile an hour and the bumper hit it first. It's that simple. Not a single bit of snow came off of it.
And you can see on the back driver's side door, there's already a big chunk of snow missing, and it's the nice fine mist. That's either from the tow truck or from them getting in the car on the back of the flatbed to roll it off.
Yep. I know, right? Must be the tow truck driver in on it. Must be.
Does your
But the
gut
tow truck driver-
feel like this? And get Fluorostar Advanced Gas and Bloat.
The tow truck driver's their guy. He's going to say it wasn't damaged, right?
Oh, apparently, I don't know. Or that he didn't see damage, but just because he didn't see it doesn't, like, if they didn't direct him to it, why would he see it? A tow truck driver either drives it on or pulls it on and then hooks underneath. There's no reason to look at the back of the vehicle. They're looking at the front to make sure the front goes onto the back of the flatbed exactly where it needs to go, and then they chain underneath. How do I know that? Because I used to tow cars. That's how I know that. No reason for me to look at the back of the car. I need to chain it underneath, and I need the front of the car to get to the top of the flatbed.
And in those instances where if you ever towed for the police, did they let you take photos of their evidence?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. There's only very rare instances also that I would ever even look at the license plate, because the license plate on the front would tell me I would look at the front of the license plate, not the back of the license plate. Because you have to call it into the police if you're towing for a police tow or a repo. A repo, they need to know the car is gone so somebody doesn't come out and think that it's stolen.
Someone at Queens the other night was saying the tow company they work for is like a liability thing. They do photograph the undercarriage of every car they pull on, I guess, just to make sure that
they were
they
sued or something for it.
Yeah, I was like, if I had, I wish tow truck drivers would take photos because I'm sick of shops not.
Stupid. So fucking stupid. I've never had to do it. I've never seen anybody else hunt and do it. Ever. Not here in Mass, at least. Maybe other states have different laws or different, but not here.
I'm licensed in all 50 and I mean, it may be certain municipalities and stuff, but I've never has seen that as a like matter of course. We don't even talk to the tow truck drivers most of the time.
Right. Right? They should call the dummy to testify. Sir, what did you see? Sir?
Justice for the dummy. They choked him.
Right. It's a cover up. It's actually a real person standing there. They just want us to think it's a dummy.
Thank you. And Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back up. Now, Sergeant, that video starts at approximately 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Is that before or after the ring video 153 from Exhibit 6 at 5:07 in the morning at Mr. O'Keefe's house when you can see the defendant's smashed taillight?
Objection.
So the objection is sustained. Ask the question.
5:30 p.m. on January 29th, is that before or after 5:07 a.m. When you observed the defendant's vehicle on the ring video at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
That is after.
And is that before or after you observed on the ring video the defendant, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. McCabe driving the defendant's vehicle and parking it in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
It's after.
And is it before or after about, say, 8:22 in the morning, at some point when a Canton Cruiser parks in the driveway behind the defendant's vehicle?
It's after.
And is it before or after about 12:30 p.m. or so when the defendant and her father and her brother from the videos from Exhibit 6, the ring videos on 1 Meadows Ave, are parked in and around the defendant's vehicle and then leave with the defendant's vehicle to go to Dyke?
It's after.
And is it before or after the video that you testified about on Wednesday in regard to the surveillance video from the defendant's father's house in Dayton when that vehicle is being loaded onto the truck and you can see the tail light there?
John.
Okay.
It's after.
Now, again, you had a conversation or an interview with the defendant on the afternoon of January 29th when you were in Dayton, correct?
That's correct.
And during the course of that interview, she made statements about her broken tail light and when that occurred, correct?
Objection.
Do you want the instruction or do you want to come see me at sidebar?
Sidebar.
Sidebar. You said sidebar. I heard the word sidebar. I freaking heard it. I heard it.
Sidebar dance.
Sidebar.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Never gets old, bro.
She do not look happy.
No. Sesame Street, can you confirm to me the number 8 is actually larger than number 5? Brought to you by the letter L. Loser. Sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize. I apologize for that. I apologize. Actually, I don't apologize. It's still hilarious.
I like the way Lolly is doing this. I mean, yeah, people can take exception to his slow, methodical, but what he is doing is very clearly showing that that tail light was broken for at least 12 and a half hours before that car got there.
Yep. He definitely did. I think he maybe he watched us over the weekend and was like, damn, they're right.
You are unmuted.
Now, Sergeant, between the version of the video that's you and the jury witnessed on Wednesday and the version that you just witnessed the entirety of right now, again, what, if any, difference as far as the depiction or people or places between those two versions of the video?
Outside of it being a mirror image of itself, it accurately depicts any activity or action in Sally Port.
And at any point in time that you were in the Sally Port area of the Canton Police Department garage, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go near, touch, manipulate the rear passenger side taillight area or the rear passenger side quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle?
We absolutely did not.
It was. How'd you guess? Kia Soul.
Now, if I could turn you back to some questions you were asked on cross-examination about something that was reported to the Chief Medical Examiner's office. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And some questions about statements that you had made to the OCME at approximately 10:41 a.m. on January 29th. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And you were asked some questions about reporting it as a possible domestic assault, correct?
That is correct.
And can you explain to the jury what led to that statement as far as what you knew at that time and why you would make those statements to the medical examiner?
The Massachusetts General Law directs us, just as it gives the district attorney's power to and authority over all death investigations. That's the following section 4 of that chapter. Excuse me, following section from section 4, section 5 of that chapter directs all state medical and police entities to work in coordination with the medical examiner's office. By law, we're supposed to work together on the medical legal investigations that the medical examiner's office conducts. We conduct the criminal portion of the investigation, they conduct the medical portion of the investigation. Thus, I contacted the medical examiner's office and advised them that what we had learned at the time. Up to that point, we had learned that the defendant stated that she hit him. We had collected, meaning the Canton Police Department had collected a broken glass. So based on the physical evidence and the statements made by the defendant to the first responders at the scene at that point in time, I had communicated those facts to the medical examiner's office. That way they would document it, but also be prepared to investigate the case with the most up-to-date information available.
Now, at that time that you made that statement to the representative from the Chief Medical Examiner's office, had you been to Good Samaritan Hospital and seen Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
I have not.
And had you obviously seen any of the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had sustained prior to making that statement to the medical examiner?
I had not.
Now, as far as the information that you received, you mentioned first responders indicating that the defendant had stated, "I hit him." Who was the first responder that provided that information?
The Canton Police Sergeant Good.
In addition to that, did you or Trooper Proctor speak with any of the Canton fire personnel?
Yes, we did.
And who did he speak with?
I believe it was firefighter Fleming.
So firefighter Flamati, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, after going to Good Samaritan Hospital and viewing Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, as far as what you had earlier reported to the medical examiner, what, if anything, changed based on those observations as far as your opinion as to what had transpired?
Based on what I learned from observing the injuries, I could tell that the glass.
Objection.
Yeah, I'm going to allow it. You can move to strike it, but I'm going to allow it.
I could tell that the glass was most likely not the object, the weapon, which was used to cause the injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
No motion to strike.
May I have a moment?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
They
I have no further
waited for
questions.
him to move to strike that.
Any requests?
Yep.
Very briefly.
Okay.
In your report to the OCME, you said it was a glass to the face, not to the back of the head, correct?
I'm not sure how they wrote it down, but I would need to be refreshed on my memory.
Okay, fair enough. May I approach?
Yes.
Last sentence. Yeah?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
What did you say to the OCME, or what did you report to the OCME?
That there was a possibility that the decedent was struck to the face with a glass.
You also, with regard to the phrase, I hit him, or the Sergeant Good and or Flamati telling you that she said, Ms. Reed said she hit him. When did Sergeant Good tell you that?
It would have been during our conversations at the police department.
And when did EMT Flamati tell you that?
He never told me that.
So the only thing you were going on with regard to the phrase or the statement that you claim my client indicated, where my client indicated she hit him, is coming from Sergeant Good.
That information at that time was provided by the first responders from the scene.
And Sergeant Good then relayed that to you, correct?
At some point, yes.
Is there a single report memorializing that Sergeant Good reported to
Doesn't
you
have to
that morning before 10:41 a.m.?
Doesn't have to be, dude.
Before 10:41 a.m. that my client made the statement that she hit him?
I don't believe so.
I want to shift gears real quick to the video. A couple of quick questions about that. When did you, and I'm talking about the higher quality video, like the one that was inverted. When did you receive that video? What date?
I'm not sure. It was at some point in either late April or early May.
After we had started this trial.
Objection.
Do you know?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay. If after mid-April, correct?
I believe so. I'm strictly speculating.
Who asked you to retrieve that video?
I did not retrieve that video.
I'm sorry, that was a presumptuous question.
Yep, just like you, sir.
At what point were you asked to secure the video, or were you ever asked to secure the video?
That video was never secured by me. I was not asked to secure it. I just was asked to review it.
Okay, so who did secure the video to your knowledge?
I do not know.
You're aware that it was, well, let me ask you a couple of different questions then, based on that. You've already testified that you knew that the Canton Police Department was recused from any investigation concerning this case, correct?
Nope. Nope. That's not what he
Nope.
said.
Nope. Nope.
At one point, we learned that the Canton Police Department, the decision was made way above my level. And I was advised by Detective Lieutenant Tully that Canton Police had recused themselves from the investigation as far as interviews go.
And you knew that that recusal was because of a connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert
We
family.
already did this.
We already did this.
Sustained.
Did you know, or were you informed that the recusal was based on the connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family?
Objection.
So it's sustained for the same reason I sustain the Commonwealth's objection at sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
Last question. Who provided the video?
Again,
I do not know.
he doesn't know. You
Canton
asked him
Police
that.
Department, wasn't it?
You asked who? That's an entity.
Okay, what entity provided the video?
It came from the Canton Police Department.
Thank you, that's all I have.
All right, Sergeant, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you,
Your
Sergeant.
next witness,
for
Mr.
telling
Riley?
the fucking
Yes.
truth.
Yes, Your Honor. Call Officer
Thank
Nicholas
you.
Barros. Understand?
Okay.
Ooh.
Thank you, Trooper, Sergeant. God bless the USA.
Yes, God bless
Your
you.
pecs, your pecs have brought us much joy, and so is your testimony.
Some people over on Twitter were like, can somebody ask Yuri to marry me?
Somebody husband that man right now, if he's not already, but I'm sure he's snagged.
Oh, I'm probably sure he is.
But why would there be a report?
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
There wouldn't.
Why would there be a report detailing what Sergeant Good told him before he told him that?
There wouldn't.
Exactly.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Nicholas Barrows, Barros.
And how are you employed, sir?
With the town of Dayton.
And what, if any, role or what do you do for the town of Dayton?
I'm a police sergeant for the police department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Dayton Police?
In total, started in 2011, 14 years this December.
And how long have you had the rank of sergeant with the Dayton Police?
A year and a half.
Now, if I could direct your attention to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
I do.
And were you working that day?
I was.
And do you recall what kind of shift you were working on that occasion?
I was working the 8 to 4, the day shift.
And was that the only shift that you had worked on that occasion, or how long had you been on shift by the time you came on for the 8 to 4?
That particular day, I was working from 8 a.m. to midnight. It was on a double.
Now, at some point when you first came in, with reference, if you could explain to the jury just briefly or in general terms, when you come on shift for the Dayton Police, what, if any, communication, well, first and foremost, what was your role as far as that particular shift was concerned?
I was the officer in charge that day from 8 a.m. to midnight. When I came in at 8 a.m., the outgoing shift, the midnight to 8 shift, had advised me that a resident had called the police station on a 911 call requesting a ride to Brockton Hospital to meet his daughter due to her daughter's boyfriend
there it is.
passing away, and he needed a ride due to the snowstorm.
And then as your shift continued, what, if any, further contact or who, if anyone, reached out to you in regard to that earlier situation?
Later on, I believe it was around 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a phone call from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the troopers assigned there, and they had stated that they were going to come to Dayton to retrieve a vehicle that was involved in a homicide.
And did they give you a specific address as far as where they were going?
I believe the address was 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton, North Dayton.
And with regard to that address, what, if anything, did you recognize between that and the earlier call that you were just speaking?
That was the address that came up on the 911 call when that gentleman had called earlier on the prior shift.
And at some point, did you come to find out who the residents were at that address on Country Hill Lane?
I did.
Okay.
Who did you find them to be?
It was the Reed residence.
All right, so Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, and Mr. Lally, you too.
Okay.
And the Reed residence, was that a William and Janet Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as you received that call at about 2:30, do you know specifically who you spoke to around 2:30 in the afternoon?
Trooper Michael Proctor.
And as far as that earlier information that you were talking about with the 911 call, what, if anything, from that did you impart to Trooper Proctor?
I advised Trooper Proctor that we did receive a 911 call on the midnight to 8 shift about the resident looking to get a ride to Brockton Hospital.
And during that initial call, how was it sort of left as far as what, if anything, you were going to provide as far as assistance or with regard to the troopers on that first call?
On the first call, the troopers just had asked me if I could meet them at that residence as a courtesy since they were coming into my jurisdiction.
And what, if anything, did they indicate to you as far as where they were or when they felt they would be arriving in that area?
Trooper Proctor advised me that they were heading, I believe, from Canton, and once they were about 10 minutes away, they would recontact me so that I could meet them at the residence.
And subsequently, later in that afternoon, did you receive further contact from Trooper Proctor?
I did.
And do you know about what time that was?
I believe the first phone call was around 3 p.m. that he had called me and said that they would be there in about 10 minutes.
And upon receiving that call, what, if anything, did you do?
I had contacted, Trooper Proctor had asked me to contact our tow company to have them meet us at the residence as well. And I said, once I hung up with him, I would contact the tow company and then respond to that address on Country Hill Drive.
Is there a specific tow company that the Dayton Police uses with regard to towing of vehicles within the town?
During that period, it was Diamond Towing.
And so did you contact someone at Diamond Towing in reference to responding to that address as well?
I did. I contacted the owner and he responded.
Now, as far as that area of Dayton, if you could explain to the jury sort of what you observed as you were coming down towards that residence on that day.
Okay, so when I responded to that address, that street is off of 138. When I turned onto Country Hill Drive, I was traveling west. When I arrived on that street, I observed a black pickup truck parked on the street facing east. I was flagged down by that black pickup truck by the driver and was told that they were the troopers that I had spoke to, Trooper Michael Proctor and the other sergeant.
Sergeant that left the room as you were coming in?
Correct.
And what identification did they provide to you in reference to that?
They showed me their ID and their badges.
And then from there, where did you proceed?
I had parked my marked police vehicle at the end of the driveway since it was a snowstorm and we could not get into the driveway. And then we walked up to the residence.
So when you say it was a snowstorm and we couldn't get into the driveway, can you expound upon that a little as far as explain to the jury why it was that you couldn't get into the driveway?
There was about a foot of snow in the driveway.
And as far as that snow that you observed when you arrived there, was that snow, how did that snow appear as far as, did it appear as if it had been shoveled or snow blown or untouched or how did it?
It was untouched.
Now, as you're going through the snow, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's yourself, Trooper Proctor, and Sergeant from the State Police, and who, if anyone else, is going along with you?
I had an officer that was field training with me that day, and he was with me as well. And we went up to the residence.
And as you're walking up to the residence, what, if anything, did you come upon as you're going towards, say, any door or getting closer to the home?
I remained at the garage. The two troopers went to the front door and made contact with the homeowner.
Now, as far as you were there specifically for a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe a vehicle in the driveway at any time?
Yes, we observed a black Lexus SUV in the driveway.
And what, if any, observations did you make to the rear area of that vehicle specifically?
At first, I did not go up to the vehicle. I just remained at the driveway and waited for the troopers to come back. And once they came back, they were let into the house through the garage. I had walked in with them briefly and then went back out to the garage and remained with the vehicle.
And as far as at any point in time, did you have any conversation with anyone named Karen Reed that day while you were at the house?
I did not.
Now, with respect to you come back out to the garage, is that correct?
Correct.
And the troopers are inside the house, is that also correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, do other vehicles come down to the driveway area of this residence that you were at?
I had contacted the highway superintendent after speaking with the troopers about how to retrieve the vehicle since the driveway was untouched and had about a foot of snow. I had made the decision that I would call the highway superintendent and see if that he would come and plow the driveway so that the tow truck would have access inside in the driveway.
And just in reference to this driveway, just if you could, not exact footage or anything, but how close is this Lexus SUV parked in relation to the roadway? How long is that drive?
It's got to be about 150 feet off the roadway, if not more.
And if you recall, from where you're standing at the point of the garage, was what part of the vehicle was facing you? Was it the front of the vehicle, the back of the vehicle, the side of the vehicle?
I was looking at the left side of the vehicle.
And at some point, did you make any observations of the right rear part of that Lexus SUV?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe about that area of the vehicle?
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged.
And then beyond the taillight area of that vehicle, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as damage to the rear passenger side area?
Like a dent on the rear quarter.
And as far as the dent on the rear quarter panel that you saw, was that above the taillight, below the taillight, or something?
It's probably right in conjunction with the taillight in that same area.
And from the time that you made these observations of the vehicle, at any point did you go sort of physically up to the vehicle?
I walked up to the vehicle, correct.
And about how far away from the vehicle did you get?
5 to 10 feet away.
And as far as the sort of outside or exterior of the vehicle, you mentioned obviously there was about a foot of snow on the ground. What, if anything, precipitation-wise or weather-wise, was around or on the outside of the vehicle?
Just snow.
And in particular, in this area of the right rear passenger side of that taillight, was there any snow or ice or anything around that area that you observed?
On the vehicle itself?
Yes.
Yes, on the vehicle there was snow on the vehicle.
And not to put words in your mouth, but sort of caked on there, is that correct?
I guess you could say caked on, correct.
So you'd reached out to the highway superintendent to have someone come out and plow the driveway, correct?
Correct.
And do you know about how long it was between the time that you made that call and the time that the plow driver came out to clear it?
Less than 10 minutes.
And the sort of clearing of the driveway and the process of that, you know about how long that took?
I'd say another 10 minutes or so.
And as far as the time that the troopers went into the house, at some point the troopers obviously came out of the house, correct?
Correct.
You know about how long it was that they were inside of the house?
More than 30 minutes, less than an hour.
Now, at any point in time that while you were there, did you yourself or did you see anyone else touching or making any contact or manipulating or anything in that rear passenger side area of either the taillight or the dent?
I did not.
I'm sorry.
I did not.
I may have a moment, John?
Yes.
He said it was cracked with a piece missing, and there is video footage of the car sitting in her driveway at 8:30 in the morning with a piece missing from the tail light. He did not say anything inconsistent.
No, it's the huge piece, and that's like he wouldn't have known that it broke into numerous pieces. It looks like one giant big piece missing.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Yeah, I see a broken headlight.
Right.
All right.
None,
Sergeant
because they have
Barrows, you
nothing.
are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If that was a big deal, they would have pounced on it. It's not a big deal. But when I look at a broken tail light, all I can see is what's physically missing from the tail light. I don't know how many
Do you wanna call
shards
another
of
witness or
polycarbonate
morning
are on the
recess?
ground.
Morning recess, but, you know, and if I could just, either before or after, I just need to address one thing with the court at sidebar.
All right, so we'll send the jurors out. Jurors, why don't we take the morning?
He said sidebar. I heard the word sidebar.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Oh boy. We come back to that.
I have a mastiff being naughty. Hang on.
Mm-hmm. I'm dead. I died. No, you're so happy with yourself, Karen, are you? Yep. So super
Cranky
happy.
mastiffs.
She
Get in there.
so super happy with herself right now, apparently.
Oh, crap. I hit the mute button on accident. Sorry.
That's okay.
Like, I have a crank ass mastiff. He has been cranky the last 2 days. Oh my God. If that was any kind of a win for the defense, they would have pounced all over that. They
very smart.
didn't because they
No,
can't.
because when you're looking at something broken or cracked, unless it's got pieces in multiple different places and you can see that there are multiple different pieces missing, all you're going to see is a piece. It's a big area that looks like a giant piece is missing from it. And in reality, there is a giant piece missing from it. There's just a couple of other pieces as well. But the biggest piece is a very large piece that's missing from it. So there was still a piece in it. Like there was still that one piece in it. Same piece that's still in it to this day. On the side.
Yep, there is all the way around. The part that are still attached to the housing.
Yep.
Believe me, that's absolutely nothing. That is the most, I mean, maybe it's just because I do what I do and I've done it for so long, but that was the most asinine, like, that's nothing. There's no way you can look at what's missing from the tail light and know how many pieces it broke into when it hit the ground.
Common sense, dude. Common sense. Whether a piece missing, not completely damaged. Yeah, because there was still a piece, a bigger piece on it. So that means the whole, like, it wasn't completely gone.
And it wasn't hanging on for dear life, no matter who wants to say it was.
Right, it was in there. It was not hanging anywhere. There was nothing hanging. That's the funny part. Nothing was hanging. There was one piece that stayed in there. Like, a big piece, too. A large piece.
Man, she really can't with these sidebars, even though she knows they're going to come back and tell her. She hates not being up there.
Yeah, she has to crane in and try to hear what they're saying. Like her attorneys aren't going to come back and tell her exactly what was said anyway. Don't worry, Karen. On lunch break, you can go drink 5 more drinks like you've been doing every day.
It's water. It's water.
Yeah, it's water, my asshole. It's just not
What the
a
hell
good
was
look.
that?
All right, taking my stomach, taking pictures of you.
Oh, I meant her cheesy grin out of nowhere.
Well, you know, she had that when we came back from the, what was that again? Oh, it was a sidebar. We said sidebar. I said sidebar.
We muted.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
I said sidebar.
I didn't hear it. It told me that it was muted.
You are unmuted.
All right, so we'll take about a half an hour break.
What? Did you just say a half an hour break?
Yeah, at 10:47. That's a strange break time.
For a half an hour? Why, Your Honor? You're the one complaining about fucking time.
You are muted.
Like,
Hey
no,
there, Karen
no,
Reed, trial
no,
watchers.
I
This is
muted.
a
I can't
law and
stand his
crime
mouth. I
legal
can't stand
alert.
his face. I don't like you. Shut up. That guy aggravates me. I don't know why. His face is punchable, and I want to punch it. Like, yeah, that's a good. I'm checking my messages, and I'm talking to one of my besties, and they have a very good point about why the hell don't they do lunch now? That's a fucking fantastic question. I don't know. They should. They should. They absolutely
'cause
fucking should.
It's barely lunch at McDonald's right now.
I know. Well, they're only going to have a half-hour lunch as far as I know, but it's like, why are you taking a whole half-hour break? What is the need for that exactly? Like, what is the major malfunction here? Like,
I do think, like, after the third time he asked him the same question, she was like, Mr. Jackson, I sustained that objection at sidebar.
yeah, that they
Like-
had a whole discussion. So again, the point is he keeps doing this shit on purpose, knowing the judge has already told him not to. He's pushing the limits. But at what point? Because I think he knows, like, what is the judge going to do? Right? Like, she can't just throw him off the case halfway through trial. It'll cause a mistrial. So he knows that he's going to get away with it. So he's going to keep pushing the boundaries. Like, Yeah, I mean,
And
this trial needs to end too. Like, this needs to come to an end at some point. Like,
I don't understand the whole Lolly's whole strategy is delay, 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 delay. Delaying the trial doesn't help the prosecution.
no, it doesn't.
That's a defense strategy, not a
Correct.
prosecution strategy. That
Correct.
doesn't even make sense.
It doesn't make sense. Like, the whole mirroring thing didn't make sense. I had to explain it like 70 times. Like, once I realized that what people were getting at was that if it was inverted, you could see. No, that's not a way a mirrored image works. So if you think that if they inverted it, you'd magically be able to see back there, you were sadly mistaken. And thank you, Alan Jackson, for proving that to your idiotic audience.
Yeah, that whole thing didn't do anything except prove that what Trooper Buchanan was saying was true.
Yeah, exactly. Literally.
And the man driving the car still got out of the driver's side door. Whether it looks like it's the right or the left, it's still the driver's side of the car.
Yep. You still can't see what you can't see in a video, whether it's mirrored or not.
It's not like she was driving a Bentley or Jag imported from England, for God's sake.
Yeah, right. Exactly. On the opposite side. So, like, come on, people. Like, it's not, for me, it's the, like, did really people actually think that you would be able to see back there if the video was inverted? Like, what? Like, your brain actually thought that? Like, well, that, you know what? That just lends the credibility to the fact that these people are idiots. Anybody making a big deal about a mirrored image is an idiot, because it does not effing matter. You still can't see what you still can't see. Regardless, everything that happened in the video still happened in the video. Like,
And selfies, as long as they are vetted, are admitted mirrored all the time. If Lolly had flipped that, then he would have been putting up manipulated evidence, much like the defense did today with their horribly leveled black and white footage that basically made the top of that car look like it had neon stripes down it.
yeah, like, come on, dude. Like, if you really thought that you were magically going to be able to see back there, like, you need new brain cells. Please have a few of mine. I have quite a few. Like, I will give you some, because holy fuck, if that's really what you thought. Like, I can't. It's ridiculous. Like,
I do kind of half wonder, like, what certain chats are saying, but at the same time, I don't care because it's
right. So fucking funny to me that people actually think that. I hope she does hold him in contempt, because at this point, I think she's about done with their bullshit. As we saw this morning with Yannetti, she was having none of it. I was so proud of her. She was having none of it. She was like, nobody wants your long-winded bullshit speech, Yannetti, spaghetti, sir. We don't want you trying to get your quote unquote shit out to the public. Like, because that's the only people you're pandering to at the moment. Nobody gives a fuck whether your integrity. You said no. The answer was no. You just read it. That's exactly how I would have taken it. So if you meant something else, then you should have fucking said it, sir. It's on record. That's what you said. That's what you fucking said. And you absolutely stepped over the line in your opening. You were not allowed to do third party, and you put your toe right over that fucking line. They were 100. Notice how he didn't step anywhere near that they claimed in the filing, because he knows he fucking did. He stepped right over the line. Like, dude, stop. You're not helping yourself. Okay. She doesn't want to hear your long-winded, whiny cry explanation of why you're so sad and upset that somebody would say a lie. Bro, that's all you've done is lie. Stop it. Stop it. You've been lying to the public for a fucking year, sir. Ridiculous.
And the no, we're not talking about dog DNA was literally a direct quote.
Yeah, like, I'm glad that, like, I wish the jury actually had heard that part, because just makes him look stupid. Like, oh man. I mean, listen, okay? I'm just going to say that I just like, I noticed that Sewer Turtle has a lot to say about people's looks, especially Yuri Buchanan, who is a fine specimen, okay? But but I would like to just let him know that he probably needs a mirror, a very large mirror, so you can see that giant dick nose of yours and the very small dinosaur arms you got going on. Like, maybe you should take a good look in the mirror, Mr. Goblin, Mini Goblin. Because you're definitely not somebody who should be talking about anybody's looks, sir. Okay? Yuri Buchanan has done more in his entire life than you could ever do. Okay? He's well respected and decorated, and he's a handsome guy. You can only wish to be that decorated and handsome at the same time, sir. You are not talented in anything other than lying. So if you want to give yourself a round of applause for pathological lying and projection, then please do, sir. Please do. But make sure you do a favor and go to the doctor, okay, and find out why half your dick is red, sir, okay? You dipped it in the Kool-Aid. The Kool-Aid was clearly expired by a lot of time, all right? You're going to need to get some medication for that. Doesn't look good, bro. Doesn't look good.
I wonder if Tom or Turtle Boy, either one, could even pass the level of background check that you have to pass to get on Air Force One.
Never. Never, never, never. Not in a million years. He would never get that kind of clearance. Also, he'd be on there like, I'm on Air Force One. Be afraid I'm going to write all mean blogs when I get off Air Force One. President, Your Honor, Your Honor, President. What is it now, sir, ma'am? I don't even know what to say or how to talk. Like, what the fuck? No one would ever allow him anywhere near the White House, bro. Like,
the intelligence community did everything they could to try to prove this man was breakable.
yeah,
And
yep,
he
they sure did.
survived with flying colors. So there's no way that a Secret
The
Service,
amount-
a former Secret Service agent, a man cleared to protect the president, would lie to frame a nobody.
Not only that, but let's just make something abundantly clear here. In order to do the job that he did and continue, do you know how they literally go through your bank accounts, your credit? They talk to your friends, your neighbors, strangers around you. They look at every little thing you've ever said on your phone. They
Your middle school
literally-
girlfriend.
They literally go through fucking everything in your life. Everything. And things that you wouldn't even think would matter. How do I know this? I will tell you how I know this. Because my husband's brother did something similar. It wasn't the president, but it was, oh God, what was the fucking Dick Cheney? It was Dick Cheney. So he was hired to protect Dick Cheney. And they literally had to talk to family members, strangers, neighbors, past workplaces, check his credit. If he had debt, they would have said no. You're not even allowed to have debt. Okay. Not allowed to have owed debt. What the fuck does
Because
that
if you
tell
have debt, you're compromised.
Correct. They can use that in some way. You're compromised because somebody could con you with money and get you out of debt. So they say no. It's a big fat no. So like the rigorous amount that he had to go through to protect the president, which is even more than Dick Cheney. Okay. But Dick Cheney's a pretty big name back then. Like, and he was in the military. So it's like, come on, man. Like, it's just utterly stupid and ridiculous. Like, for anybody to think that a man that decorated who like, just so we're clear here, they keep an eye on you. They don't just like check once and then go, oh, yep, we're done. Clearance for you, sir. No, not the way it works. They keep an eye on you to make sure, because they don't want spies and crazy people like Aiden Kearney. Meh, be afraid, pound my chest, say mean things, say lots of lies. Meh, and yes, I'm doing the finger thing. Meh.
And if you're a bad guy, Harrison Ford is kicking you in the face and telling you to get off his plane.
Yeah. Yep. Meh. Aiden Kearney. Meh. I can't. Like,
I wouldn't mind being kicked in the face by Harrison Ford, though. I don't care that man is like 80. God, he's still hot.
Aiden looks like he got kicked in the face. Does that count? Meh, I'm a goblin that got kicked in the face. Meh. Like, bro, I don't know how someone hasn't wrapped him up in a blanket and stuffed him in a trunk yet. Like,
he's a treasure troll.
Lots of trolls, huh? Jesus. On Law and Crime? I can't believe that. Why are there so many people on Law and Crime that don't seem to understand, like, words. It's like they don't understand words strung together to make sentences, apparently. Like, what? I love this one. Like, where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? Like, if you're parroting that from Sewer Turtles channel, you might want to tone it down a little because you've been shown many pieces of evidence, and witness testimony is evidence, y'all. So if you're ignoring that, you can't then say, where's the evidence? Like, what are you, the lady from the 80s that screams, where's the beef? Where's the beef? Like, the fuck, dude?
The only person I have had a crush on longer than Harrison Ford is Ralph Macchio.
Oh, yeah. Well, he was handsome. He was handsome.
Oh, he's beautiful.
I don't know
Oh,
what he
he's
looks like
beautiful.
now, but he was handsome in the movies. Like,
He doesn't look 62 going on 63, I'll tell you that.
well, I know I saw him in like the thing they did on Netflix. So he looked pretty good there.
Oh yeah, that's
I
still
mean,
on.
listen,
The
I'm-
season
John-
6 is in July. That's my videos.
John
is all
Stamos
those.
is my older man crush. John Stamos and Brad Pitt are my older man crushes. Not gonna lie. But my crush of all crushes, and ladies, back the hell up. All right, back the hell up. Because I'm gonna tell you, even my husband knows that if like magically this man appeared in front of me, he would have to say, "Go, darling, go. You go with that man." Like, so, Charlie Hunnam is my celebrity man crush.
Oh, Charlie Humana.
Yeah, he is
Oh
a
my God.
fine freaking specimen right there. Yep. Mm-hmm.
My hubby is a huge Charlie Hunnam fan because he was a big
Oh.
SOA fan.
I
So
was in-
like I'm starting to get showing up in my shorts clips from The Gentleman because it's picking up my feed from my hubby's feed.
Yep.
And oh man, when he pulls that gun out from under his coat and he's just like, whatever. Like, oh my God, could you get any hotter?
Nope. Not even a little. Nope. And he rides the same bike that he rode in SOA. Isn't that fucking hot? Like,
Does he still ride Jax's bike? Well, Ralph still has Daniel's car,
yeah.
which is why it's in the show because that's Ralph's car.
Yep. He does. Yep. Funny enough. You know, the guys from Supernatural have Baby, the Impala. They took
Yep.
that home after Ralph
Jensen took
Jensen took it home.
Jensen got the roadworthy baby. And I think Jared got one of the ones that had been gutted like as a prop. But Jensen
it was a
has
prop, right.
the actual roadworthy baby.
He does have the roadworthy baby. He's my other celebrity crush, Jensen Ackles. He's a fine specimen as well.
Oh, that man, I cannot be within 10 feet of that man and breathe because
Nope.
he is so breathtakingly beautiful in
Handsome,
person.
yeah. He's a handsome guy. So handsome.
I kind of
And
wish
he's-
I watched The Boys because I love Jensen with long hair and a beard. So that
I
is
know
like
I was like, wait, I don't know if I'm
everything.
gonna like this. I don't know if I'm gonna like this. Like, because of course after Supernatural was over, I was like, all right, well, where is he gonna be now? Like, and of course Jared did Walker, so we could see that. But I'm like, where is he gonna be? Like, where? Let's see, where. So they got him on The Boys, and I was like, oh, now I'm gonna have to watch that because I want to see like what his whole character is gonna look like. And I was like, all right, I can dig it.
Yeah, as soon as I found out that, not just that The Boys was on, but of course that it was Kripke's show. And then with Supernatural ending, it's like I give Eric Kripke about 5 minutes to make that phone call.
Right. Like, come on, man. Like, listen, there's so many. Jason Bateman, huh? That's an interesting one.
I have had a thing for Jason Bateman. Honest to God, my son's name is James Cooper. I named
Oh.
one of my children after Jason Bateman's character on Little House. So yeah,
Listen,
got a
I
thing
would
for
love
Jason Bateman too.
Jason Bateman. That's one I definitely would not have guessed anybody say Jason Bateman. George Clooney, maybe, John Stamos, yeah. But John Stamos, I swear to God, just gets better as he gets older. Like, what the fuck happened there? Like, can somebody sign me over some of those genes? Like,
And he's back with the Beach Boys for the summer. Did you read?
I did. I was like, oh shit.
That's been 40 years since Kokomo.
Down in Kokomo. See, I got it too. See that, Salty? I have it because if I didn't have it, I'd probably go insane. You see how my brain worked before I had my coffee for the morning. This is your brain without coffee. This is my brain with coffee.
What's sad is that you said that Brad Pitt is your older man crush and he's younger than me.
Listen, I'm only 37. I know I have an old soul. I'll be 38 this year. But I feel old. My body feels old. All right. So I feel as an old soul of mine. He's not much older. He's just older.
My oldest foster son is 35. I am literally old enough to be your mother.
Well, my mother's only 56. Newsflash.
I'm 51. My husband's 55. We could, had we gotten together as kids, we could legitimately be your parents.
Listen, listen. Me and my mother don't really have a relationship. So if there's any great mothers out there looking to adopt a 37-year-old daughter, sign me up. Me, sign me up.
I collect stray people.
You can collect me.
Okay.
I need a stray mom. Like,
you're my daughter now.
Yep, that's it. Winning. I'm winning. Espressos. She does. She loves espressos and cappuccinos. And I'm like, I don't know how she drinks them, but she does like a champ. Like a champ, she does. Listen, I feel like 75. Let's just make that clear. Okay. And no, I didn't do my hair this morning. This is my wake up, not have coffee, run my kid out the door, get on live quickly for you guys to see the argument, which we only got to see half of, hairdo. So don't judge me, okay? Don't judge me.
I object to this, though, because I am still 4 years younger than the one I feel up.
Yeah, well. Well. Yeah, see, okay, I'll tell you the 2 times I drank espresso. And it was when I was driving to Florida. That was the only 2 times. And then when I ran out of espresso and I started to feel like I was going to fall asleep again, I was on the phone with my daughter, my oldest daughter, because she didn't come. And I started ripping open sugar packets because that's all I had in the car. And I was like, all right, I guess it's time for sugar crack. That's what we're doing. We're doing that. Like, that sugar kept me running for an extra hour and a half. And then I was finally switched with him. And I was like, all right, I can't make it. I drove from here, Mass, to almost North Carolina. I made it to Virginia and I gave up. But that was pretty good because that's the farthest. Usually I switch with him in New Jersey because we've done that ride quite a few times. And usually I switch in New Jersey. And this time I made it to Virginia and I was trying to make it to North Carolina before I had to switch, but didn't happen. I made it to Virginia and I was like, all right, time to switch. I need to go to sleep now. Like snorting pixie sticks. See, I didn't have any of those on hand.
If I do coffee, I'm a frou-frou coffee person. I'm a cappuccino, but mostly it's Monsters and 5 hours for me. I'm not a big coffee person. I get my caffeine from my White Monster and my 5 hour Extreme.
Oh no, I can't. That makes me jittery. This is like lots of whipped cream, chocolate shavings, mocha, and like a smidge of coffee. It's just like I have to I need that little bit of caffeine, but like I want it to taste like a cupcake, like a dessert. And that's what this tastes like. It's amazing. I love it.
I'm a like if I do go to McDonald's for breakfast hours, I will get a caramel frappe with a double espresso shot because that's the only way to get caffeine into the frappe.
Yeah.
And it's still really yummy, but yeah, that's me. I'm like if I go to our little local coffee shop here, it's called a Yuki, which is basically a frappe.
Whatty?
Yuki.
Interesting.
The woman who owns it is Japanese and not just of Japanese descent. She is Japanese. So a lot of their drinks have Japanese names.
No, they got that bubble tea stuff that my daughter likes that I just don't like.
I despise boba.
Yeah, I don't like boba. I don't like it. I don't like tapioca though either. So like you would. You freaking would. You would.
I never drank Four Loko. My son did, and it put him in the ER twice.
I can't. I see. I'm not like I don't know how people do like Red Bull and vodka, Red Bull, and I can't drink that. Okay, listen. It's funny because my favorite drink has coconut in it, and I despise coconut. I think it should be illegal in all 50 states because it's disgusting. But my favorite drink actually is Malibu pineapple juice and vodka, but you can't taste the coconut because the pineapple juice sort of covers it up. So like you can still have the rum part of it, but you don't really taste the coconut. So that's my favorite drink. Mine
is the blue tail fly, also in Southern Illinois, referred to affectionately as the blue fucker. It's blue curacao, gin, and 7-Up. And oh my God, it's so good.
I can't do gin. Gin's not my-
Hubby's always like, you smell like a pine tree. And I'm like, well, you smoke menthol. You smoke pine trees. So what?
True that. You know, they banned menthols here. So when I actually have to go get menthols at the store, I'm like, wait a second, hold on. Like, I feel like I'm buying crack. Can you give me those menthols from under the counter? Like, what the heck? Like, that makes no damn sense. What is happening here? There's like a chat that I can't access apparently on my thing. Like, it just magically stopped. Like, I don't know what's happening. Okay, well, that's strange. Alrighty then. We'll go with that.
I had a thought and then I let the dog in and now I've forgotten my thought.
Yeah, well, see, I just don't like coconut. It's fucking gross, okay? It's just disgusting. I can't do coconut. I can't. I literally can't. I'm hoping that tomorrow they give us more of like the EDR data, but I think before they do the EDR data, they're going to do, I would hope they would do the ME first before the EDR data. But they might do the EDR data before the ME. I guess we'll see, but also
it seems, I mean, based on, you know, witness availability and such, it seems like right now Lolly is in the car portion and
Yeah.
and Trooper Buchanan was the first one to mention the damage to the back of John's head.
Yep.
So we're leading up to it.
Right.
But I think that the EDR data will probably be in first just because it seems like he's got his witnesses segmented.
Well, the list I have, which is obviously not public, but it changes a little here and there. So sometimes you never really know. But at first it had listed the troopers. So Trooper Proctor in there as well as all the other 12 troopers. I don't think they're going to do all 12 troopers at all. I don't think that's going to happen. I think they'll just do the important ones. Maybe Tully, Proctor, they did Buchanan and this guy that we have now. And then it was the ME stuff. So, I mean, I think they're going, at least Lally is going in the order of events that happened. So if you think about it, John was hit by the car. He went to the hospital. Then they gathered the evidence. So it's like, you could do the EDR data now, or you could do it after the ME. It like they often will flip things. And so I have no idea which way they're going to do it, but you have to remember there's the EDR data, like all that stuff, like the key cycles are in there that I've been talking about for months. And then you have the event triggering from the car events in there. And then also like they've mapped the area of like where they were going up and down elevation for those steps that they tried to claim he took inside Fairview, except what we found out later on, and this is one of the reasons I had to change my mind anyway, with the evidence I had, was those steps happened before they ever arrived at 34 Fairview with John's Waze and Karen's phone information. So, here
we go.
You didn't miss anything because they were on break.
We're back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth, the call Trooper Michael Proctor to the stand.
There it is.
Here we go.
Let the fire emerge. I just said. Did I not just say?
I will say, to give Tom's chat credit this morning, multiple people were asking, if this is being thrown out today, where are all the cops?
What do you mean? Here's the cops.
To control the mob.
Morning, Your Honor. Morning, jurors.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Trooper Michael Proctor, Proctor.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am currently assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office in the Homicide Unit within the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have
Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up loud, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And sir, if you want, that microphone in front of you is adjustable, so however close or far away you want. Now, how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
For over 10 years, and it'll be 5 years in September with the homicide unit.
Now, with reference to your work with the homicide unit, with the detective unit at the district attorney's office, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to your work within that unit?
I've attended several homicide schools. I've also been certified in Celebrite software programming. I've also, in addition to homicide investigations, have worked within the narcotics unit on several different investigations there as well.
Now, with respect to your work with the detective units, as far as, do you have sort of an on-call system?
We do.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that works, or how those specific days for your on-call duties are assigned?
Sure. So a Sergeant Buchanan usually sets the on-call rotation. It's at random, and your on-call is from 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. Any unattended death, homicide, suicide, overdose, things of that nature that comes in during that time frame, you own it. That's your call.
Now, were you working in that capacity with the detective units on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And at some point in the morning, did you receive a call in regard to a situation in the town of Canton?
I did.
And what, if anything, was that? When did you first receive that call from them?
Sergeant Buchanan called me at approximately 6:48 that Saturday morning, advised that Canton PD had a male party that was discovered in the snow outside of a residence, and he wasn't sure what had happened. It was originally given to me as a possible medical situation.
And based on that initial call and that initial information that you received, what, if anything, did you do?
At that point, I knew I needed to gather further information, so I contacted Detective Lank from Canton Police Department to see exactly what transpired in the morning. He had informed me that a male party had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital with some injuries. Detective Lank didn't have much more information, so I knew I needed to contact the paramedic at the hospital, the individuals treating Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, before I get to that, if I could, I'm sorry. As far as Detective Sergeant Lank was concerned, was that someone that you called on your own, or how did you get his information, or why did you call him specifically?
I knew he was on scene, so I called Detective Lank.
So that was some information that you had received at some point earlier, and then you contacted Detective Sergeant Lank.
Correct.
And following that, you reached out to whom? I'm sorry.
This firefighter Anthony Flamati.
And with reference to that conversation, what, if anything, did you learn from that?
Firefighter Flamati informed me that
I'm going to allow it.
Firefighter Flamati informed me that Mr. O'Keefe had some injuries to his right arm, some abrasions to his right arm, some injuries to his eyes, a cut to the nose area, and he put a 10% chance of survival for Mr. O'Keefe.
And then based on that information, who did you call next?
I contacted Sergeant Buchanan, advised him that this sounds like it's more than a medical situation.
And what, if any, decision did you and Sergeant Buchanan come to with regard to what to do, or where to go, or what the next steps should be?
So there's a couple different steps. Number one, it was blizzard conditions, and we operate, Ford Fusions or Chevy Malibu. So we got authorization to use our personal vehicles that are four-wheel drive, and to meet at Canton PD and to speak with the responding officers.
And about what time was it that you and Sergeant Buchanan arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 10 a.m. that morning.
And so, Trooper Proctor, if I could ask you, whereabouts were you at about 8:22 in the morning?
Home.
Had you shoveled out of your driveway at that time?
Not yet.
Had you cleaned off your car at that time?
No.
So you arrived at the Canton Police Station about 10 a.m. or so. When was it that you arrived in relation to Sergeant Buchanan? if you know?
At Canton PD?
Yes.
I don't recall if Sergeant Buchanan arrived first or myself.
But suffice it to say, at some time you both arrived around 10 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did you go with the Canton Police when you arrived there?
We spoke with the Sergeant Sean Good.
And what, if anything, did you learn from Sergeant Good?
Sergeant Good informed us that while he was on scene, he identified Kerry Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Karen Reed. He also informed us that Jennifer McCabe was out early in the night at a waterfall bar in Canton with some individuals, and that she was the one who called 911 when they found Mr. O'Keefe in the snow that morning.
Now, with regard to the parties that you just mentioned, prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware of either Jennifer McCabe or Kerry Roberts, or Karen Reed, or John O'Keefe?
I've never met any of them.
And at some point subsequent, did you have occasion to meet and speak with Ms. Reed?
Yes,
And do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just for clarification purposes, if you could identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing.
She's seated between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti wearing a pinstripe sport coat.
Just ask the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Yes.
Now, after you speak with Sergeant Good, did you speak with anybody else at the Canton Police Station?
No.
And where did yourself and Sergeant Buchanan go from
We then traveled to the home of Matthew and Jennifer McCabe.
there? Now, with reference to when I say you and Sergeant Buchanan, at how long a period of time was it that you were with Sergeant Buchanan on that date of January 29th?
It's from 10 a.m. approximately when we met at Canton Police Department until we returned to the Canton Police Department that afternoon around 5:30 in the afternoon. So all day. And we also had a debrief meeting with just the troopers in my office at Canton PD. So at least from 10 to 6, 7, because we also went back to the office with some evidence.
And so from that entire time, from 10 in the morning until later on in the night, other than maybe short drives in individual cars, were you essentially with Sergeant Buchanan that entire day?
Yes, we used Sergeant Buchanan's pickup truck that entire day. I left my personal vehicle at the police department and I rode with Sergeant Buchanan all day and into the evening.
Now, from the Canton Police Station, where did you and Sergeant Buchanan go?
The McCabe's house in Canton.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with there?
We spoke with Matthew and Jennifer McCabe as well as Brian Albert.
And those interviews that you conducted, were they how were they conducted?
One-on-one, Sergeant Buchanan and myself kind of rotated out Jennifer, Matthew, and Brian. So first we interviewed Jennifer, and then once that was completed, we had her step out, go to a separate room, brought in Matthew, and then the same thing with Brian.
And for the balance of the interviews that you conducted several interviews over the course of your investigation in this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And for those interviews, as far as individually done, was that primarily what you did with each of the people that you interviewed over the course of the investigation?
Yes, each interview conducted was either with Sergeant Buchanan or another trooper, and one-on-one, with the exception of Julie and Chris Albert, I believe, were in the same room as us.
Now, with respect to, I believe you just answered it, but as far as each of the interviews that you conducted over the course of your investigation, was it at any point in time, was there an interview that you conducted just by yourself?
There was just one.
And who was that one that you conducted by yourself?
That took place just at the grand jury across the street. It was the Currans. I had some difficulty locating them, so when they appeared for grand jury, I interviewed them one-on-one by myself prior to their testimony at grand jury.
You had attempted to meet with them prior to them coming to the grand jury, is that correct?
Yes.
And they had not been responsive to that?
Correct.
However, they were responsive to the summons, and so you interviewed them before they went into the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
Other than those, as far as Mr. and Mrs. Curran, every interview that you conducted was in the presence of at least one other trooper?
Correct.
Now, as far as you mentioned one name that we hadn't discussed before at the McCabe household, a Brian Alberts. Prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware or did you know Brian Albert?
And I've met Brian Albert until that interview.
Now, following the interviews that you conducted at the McCabe household, where did you go from there?
After the interviews at the McCabe household, Sergeant Buchanan and I traveled to Good Samaritan Hospital for two reasons. One, we knew Miss Reed was there receiving treatment for Section 12. And two, we wanted to view Mr. O'Keefe.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Hospital, was the defendant, Miss Reed, still at that facility at that time?
We had spoke with the security staff at Good Samaritan Hospital. They informed us that Miss Reed was released.
I'll allow it, just as to where you went.
That Miss Reed was released several hours prior to our arrival.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived, yourself and Sergeant Buchanan, at the Good Samaritan?
Maybe approximately 1 o'clock.
And you mentioned there was a second reason, and that was to view Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And did your application, or did you have a chance to view Mr. O'Keefe's body at the Good Samaritan?
We did.
And where was that within the hospital?
That was in the emergency room.
And when you went to where Mr. O'Keefe was, can you describe for the jury what, if any, observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time that you observed?
The first thing I noticed on Mr. O'Keefe is he had abrasions on his right arm. On the top of his right arm is approximately 6 to 8, ranging from his forearm to his lower bicep. There was no injuries underneath that forearm. Both eyes were swollen and black and blue. He had a cut on, I believe it was his right nostril. Another smaller cut, I believe it was on his left eye. Those were the injuries that kind of jumped out to me.
At any point in time, did you make any observations of the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head while you were there?
Yeah. I did observe blood on the back of the head. I wasn't able to tell if there's any significant trauma to the back of his head.
Now, from the Good Samaritan Hospital, yourself and Sergeant Buchanan, what, if any, items did you secure in evidence from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
So after we viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body, we observed a pile of clothes in the corner that hospital staff had cut off Mr. O'Keefe and kind of piled into the corner. The one thing that had jumped out to both of us was one sneaker. And it's fairly common in a motor vehicle pedestrian strike that.
Sustained. Next question. I'll strike from fairly common, the observations.
As far as the clothing that you observed, can you describe the clothing that you observed?
Yes. We observed one black sneaker with the Nike logo, a pair of blue jeans, a belt, boxer shorts, an orange t-shirt, and a two-tone gray, light kind of hooded sweatshirt type of material.
Now, Trooper Proctor, over the course of your career responding to unattended deaths or death investigations as a member, as a detective of the unit, how many of those have involved situations where a pedestrian was struck by a motor vehicle?
Well, I've been in the unit, maybe 3 or 4, and then I've other experiences on the road.
And as far as the other experiences on the road, can you expound upon those as far as how many or over what time period we're talking about?
About 6 years I spent on the road, so maybe another 3 or 4.
And with reference to those pedestrian crashes, what, if anything, had you seen in those prior investigations in regard to sneakers or footwear of pedestrians involved in motor vehicle crashes?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this.
Sidebar. Yeah, and of course Jackson doesn't want them to know that it's indicative of being hit by a car when you lose a sneaker. Of course he doesn't want them to know that. But sidebar.
Sidebar, Dan.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Yeah, of course he doesn't want them to know that it's indicative of being hit by a car. Like somebody right now on Twitter right now is trying to still tell me that Colin was there and attempting to protect him is the reason all this is happening. Let me make something clear. Colin was not there, and even the FBI was able to say he is not a suspect and he is not a target. They corroborated his alibi. Like, like you're way off base, lady.
If
You
this
want
is
to
their,
believe he wasn't.
if this is their big impeachable mastermind, they're not starting well.
No. Like, come on now, dude. The fact some people are currently on X right now, like, there was no damage to the vehicle. Yeah, there was. A, the tail light, that's damage to the vehicle. B, there was a dent and deep scratches in her car. Colin Albert was not there, already gone before Karen and John pulled up in front of that fucking house. I don't know why that's hard for people to understand. I don't know why it's hard for Melissa here on X to understand. The FBI literally already cleared him in open court in free trial. Where were you, ma'am, for that?
St. John?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your prior experience with pedestrian crashes involving motor vehicles, what, if any, observations have you made on those prior occasions in regards to the footwear with respect to the pedestrians and motor vehicle crashes?
In those experiences, I've observed one, if not both, pieces of footwear remained at the point of impact.
And so with respect to your observations of the clothing, there only being one sneaker on Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if any, significance did that have to you as far as the sort of steps you took subsequent in your investigation?
That was just a little piece of evidence that Sergeant Mechanic and I picked up, that only one piece of footwear revealed the potential of a vehicle strike.
Now, in addition to Sergeant Mechanic is one of your supervisors within the detective unit, is that correct?
Yes,
And is another one a Lieutenant Brian Tully?
that's correct.
Now, with respect to the one sneaker that was found in Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if anything, with regard to that, did you communicate to Lieutenant Tully?
Objection.
As to how it goes to the investigation,
Yes.
I'll allow it.
So Sergeant Mechanic and I informed DLT Tully that there was one shoe at the hospital.
And with respect to Detective Lieutenant Tully, are you aware that subsequently in the afternoon that there was a search that was conducted in the area of 34 Fairview Road where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes,
And are you aware of what, if anything, was recovered in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found on that day?
Objection.
I'll allow it as to the investigation.
yes.
And what are you aware?
We were informed, Sergeant Mechanic and I were informed that SIR team and Detective Lieutenant Tully discovered a black Nike sneaker with the white swoosh logo that was a match to Mr. O'Keefe's shoe at the hospital.
Now, from these items of clothing, I'm sorry, let me just let the sign move on. Trooper, in addition to the shoe that you've already referenced, what, if anything else, did you observe about what kind of clothing and the condition of the clothing that you observed in the hospital?
The clothing seemed, it was wet. It was pretty well saturated. The right sleeve had some like cuts to it, like tears to it. There's like blood and vomit on it, if I recall. Those were the observations I had made of the clothing. They had been cut due to rendering first aid as well. the pants area.
Now, subsequent to viewing these clothing items at the hospital at a later time, did you have occasion to observe surveillance video from a variety of places on the evening of January 28th into the early morning of January 29th depicting Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you note with regard to the clothing that you observed at the hospital and the clothing that you observed in the video?
So the videos I reviewed at CF McCarthy's bar and the Waterfall bar were the same clothes Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that Sergeant Mechanic and I had secured at Good Samaritan Hospital.
Now, Trooper, I'm going to ask you some questions just in regard to securing these items specifically as evidence, but in general terms, as far as securing items and evidence within your unit. How is that accomplished? How is that done? What do you do with items that you deem of evidentiary value that you then secure?
Generally, if we take an item for evidence, we'll put it in a brown paper bag, document it, time, date, who secured that item, address, where it's discovered, and then we'll bring that back to our office, to the evidence processing area. From there, it'll go to a permanent evidence room that has triple retention. It has an actual key, a key card, and an actual access code. And only 3 members of my office have access to that room: the 2 evidence officers and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
And at this time, in January 29th, 2022, who was assigned as the evidence officers who had access to that room?
So that'd be Trooper David Ichiko and Trooper Jeffrey Kukowski.
Did either yourself or Sergeant Buchanan have any access to that evidence storage?
No.
Now, with reference to these items that were seized and, say, items that were seized subsequent during the course of your investigation, did they go through that same sort of evidentiary storage process that you were speaking about before?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, in addition to the clothing items, at some point did you come into possession and seize Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
And do you recall where it was that you received or retrieved Mr. O'Keefe's phone from?
We received it at the Canton Police Department.
And was that prior to you going to the Good Samaritan?
After, I believe.
So following the Good Samaritan, where did you go from there?
So after the Good Samaritan Hospital, Sergeant Buchanan and I traveled to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dighton.
And why did you go to that location?
That was the residence of Miss Reed's parents' home, and having a brief conversation with Miss Reed on the phone, she informed us she was at her parents' house.
So you had called Miss Reed, spoken to her, and informed her that you were coming there to speak, correct?
Correct.
And just as you had done with Ms. McCabe, Mr. McCabe, you spoke to Miss Reed within her home?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, did you reach out to on your way there with regard to local law enforcement as you were driving to Dighton?
We contacted the Dighton Police Department just for a couple of reasons. One, it's a common courtesy. If we're in another town, we just kind of give the local PD a heads up. But also we needed to coordinate a plow truck and potentially a tow truck as well.
And why did you need to coordinate those?
At the time, there must have been at least a foot of snow on the ground, more. And it was a dead-end cul-de-sac, so which made it difficult to navigate. So we requested the plow to clear a path for Sergeant Buchanan and I to get down the roadway, as well as clear the driveway of the residence, so the tow truck could pull into the driveway.
Now, as far as the drive from Good Samaritan, that's in Brockton, is that correct?
Yes.
As far as the drive from the Good Samaritan Brockton to the defendant's parents' home in Dighton, about how long a drive was that, and how would you describe the weather conditions along the way?
Yeah, the weather conditions were whiteout, high winds, blizzard conditions. We had to travel very slow. It was almost about an hour to get there.
And when you arrived there, you were in Sergeant Buchanan's truck, is that correct?
Correct.
And where did Sergeant Mechanic position the truck in relation to the house at 345 Country Hill?
From what I recall, Sergeant Mechanic went down the cul-de-sac and turned around, and he actually had to let me out first because of the high snowbanks, and then he parked kind of along the snow, pointing essentially to Mr. Reed's house.
And at some point, did members of the Dayton Police come along and join?
Yes.
And do you recall who those people were?
I believe one of the officers' last name was Barros or Barrios.
And had you ever met that officer before?
No.
Now, with respect to the home, had you and Sergeant Mechanic approached the home at any point prior to the Dayton Police showing up?
I can't recall if, no, they had arrived first before we approached the home.
And when you approached the home, you went, what did you traverse? How did you get from the street to the home?
We walked down the driveway, and then we observed Miss Reed's Lexus parked in the driveway, the front of it facing one of the garage doors. That's when we observed the broken taillight on the right side of the vehicle. We then proceeded to the front door. The snow was about up to our waist, and knocked on the door and was greeted by Mr. Reed.
So as you're walking up the driveway towards the home, you see Miss Reed's vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a vehicle that you later subsequently found to be registered to Miss Karen Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you documents, 4 pages in length, just ask you to review that if I'm finished. And do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
The Registry of Motor Vehicles, it's the certified document for Miss Reed's Lexus.
Is that the plate information that's contained in there? Is that the same plate that was affixed to Miss Reed's vehicle on that day?
Yes.
And that also details sort of the history or how long she's had possession of that vehicle. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Going back to, I believe, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Call will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed, at some point you go into the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And how do you enter into the defendant's parents?
So Sergeant Mechanic and I, after we had knocked on the front door, Mr. Reed directed us around the corner, opened up the garage door for us and invited us in.
Now, if I could take you back to, I'm sorry, just as far as when you're coming up the driveway and you're passing by the defendant's vehicle, you mentioned some damage that you observed to the right rear passenger side area, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what it was specifically that you observed as far as damage to that area of the vehicle?
Yeah, the right rear taillight had such large pieces missing from it.
So you proceed inside the home, and where is it that you're directed, and where is the defendant?
We're invited into a large living room area. Miss Reed is seated on a couch, and her parents, William and Janet, are present for the conversation and kind of standing off to the side.
And that conversation goes on for approximately how long?
Approximately half hour, 40 minutes.
And when you terminate that conversation, you come back outside of the home, is that correct?
Yes.
And where is the vehicle at this point?
That is being put on the tow truck.
Now, in addition to the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything else, was taken and seized as evidence from the defendant on that morning?
After confirming the phone Miss Reed was holding was in fact hers, we told her we're seizing the phone and we'd be writing a search warrant for that.
Now, during the course of the conversation that you and Sergeant Mechanic had with the defendant that afternoon at her parents' home in Dayton, were there some questions in relation to contact information for other people that were at bars or different establishments the night before?
Yes, we asked Ms. Reed specifically for some of the friends that Mr. O'Keefe was with at CF McCarthy's. One person in particular was Michael Camerano. So we observed Ms. Reed enter the passcode on her phone, retrieved Mr. Camerano's phone number for us, provided to us, and that just further confirmed that was her cell phone.
Now, through your training experience, when a cell phone is seized from a person, what, if anything, is it that you do with regard to that cell phone to preserve the information on?
Well, first thing we do is we put it in airplane mode, and then we give it to a cell phone expert in our office, Trooper Nicholas Garino, and he essentially tries to access the data in that phone once a search warrant is obtained.
Now, as far as putting that cell phone in what you described as airplane mode, what is the purpose of that?
It's to avoid if someone wants to go on a tablet or a laptop and access the information on their phone, and they can start deleting stuff off their iCloud. This prevents that.
So you secure the phone, you secure the vehicle on the tow truck, and then where did you and Sergeant Mechanic go from there?
We follow the tow truck from the address in Dayton to the Canton Police Department. We're secured in the Sallyport Bay.
And if you know approximately what time was it that you arrived at the Canton Police Department and secured the defendant's vehicle in the Sallyport Bay?
Yep, so we left Dayton around 4:16 p.m. and arrived in Canton at the police department at approximately 5:31 p.m.
And with reference to the Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage, why was the vehicle taken there?
I wasn't part of that decision, but it's my understanding that it was a heated facility. The other options were, I believe, the barracks in Milton, but that's not large enough to house a vehicle that size, and it's not heated.
And in regard to the heated, what was the sort of purpose or utility of storing it in a heated setting?
Miss Reed's vehicle was covered with snow and ice at the time. It was transported from Dayton to Canton.
And with regard to the Sallyport garage area of the Canton Police Department, at some point were you inside that area?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations did you make as far as the temperature or the heating within that facility?
I don't remember the exact, I couldn't put a ballpark on temperature, but it was certainly warmer than outside.
Now, as far as the vehicle was concerned, either on scene, either in Dayton or at the Sallyport garage, or at any point in time that you were in the presence of that vehicle, what, if any, contact did you have? What, if anything, did you do or observe Sergeant Mechanic to do with regard to that damaged area you described on the right rear passenger side?
Yeah. Sergeant Mechanic and I never touched any part of that vehicle.
And as far as the moving it from sort of the tow truck into the Sallyport area, how was that accomplished?
The tow truck driver removed it from the tow truck and pulled it into.
These donuts are giving me heartburn.
Huh? Oh, those donuts.
Leaving that Sallyport area of the garage where the vehicle was, what, if anything, did you and Sergeant Mechanic do with reference to securing that vehicle or coordinating that off in any way, shape?
We tried to set up a perimeter as best we could using caution tape, just kind of sectioned it off with caution tape.
Now, at some point, you leave the Sallyport area, the Canton Police Station, and where did you go from there?
We had a debrief meeting. So there's other troopers. There's troopers at scene on 34 Fairview Road. There's other troopers conducting interviews. So at the end of the night, members of my office met in a conference room at the Canton Police Department to exchange information as far as what everyone had learned throughout the day.
And as far as that meeting is concerned, that's just troopers from your unit, from your office, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so there were no members of the Canton Police Department that were present for that, is that correct?
No, correct.
And do you know why that was?
They had taken a step back from the investigation. They weren't going to participate in any interviews or anything of that nature.
And how was that communicated to you and Sergeant Buchanan?
Best of my recollection was that debrief meeting that we were informed that essentially Canton PD would be taking a step back from the investigation, and that now this is just solely a Norfolk State Police investigation.
So before we get to sort of the debriefing and all that's covered in that, as far as when you're on call, you get a call for any kind of sort of homicide or unattended death or anything like that. You then become what's called a case officer for that investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe for the jury sort of what the duty or the role is of the case officer vis-a-vis the rest of the members of the unit?
So essentially, a case officer is more of a facilitator. You kind of delegate out tasks, coordinate interviews. The case officer isn't the sole decision maker. I have supervisors. I have that we bounce ideas off of. I get feedback from. I also keep them updated. It's a collaborative effort in each investigation. We're a small office, so when a homicide comes in, everyone essentially drops what they're doing, and we all work on it together. So it's a collective effort to work on these cases. And essentially, a case officer is just kind of the record keeper of all the reports that come in and video that comes in. But when it comes down to decision-making time, it's a group effort.
Now, with reference to that collaborative effort that you were just discussing and this sort of debriefing meeting, so there were other troopers doing other things or other tasks throughout the course of the day of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And so what was sort of the purpose of or not specifically what was discussed, but in general terms, what was discussed during the course of this debriefing?
The taillight piece is found at 34 Fairview Road by CERT. The one sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road. Interviews conducted, and then Sergeant Mechanic and I have shared everything we had kind of learned throughout the day as well.
And that debriefing meeting, if you know about how long approximately did that take in this case?
I can't recall, maybe half hour.
And so following that meeting, where did you go from there?
Sergeant Mechanic and I had secured some evidence, the clothing from Good Samaritan Hospital, the additional sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road, as well as the taillight pieces discovered at 34 Fairview Road, and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone and Miss Reed's cell phone, and him and I transported those to the office in Canton.
And when you transported them to the office in Canton, what, if anything, did you do with those items?
The two cell phones were given to Trooper Nicholas Garino, and the clothing was laid out on top of butcher paper to dry out in our evidence intake area. And then the bag taillight pieces were set aside in the evidence intake processing area. Sergeant Mechanic and I didn't have access to the permanent evidence locker area, so we just secured them in the temporary intake area.
And that leads me to my next question. As far as the area that you're talking about with regard to the clothing items and the other items that you secured beyond the cell phones, that was in a secure area of your office, is that correct?
Correct.
And by secure, I mean restricted access to the troopers within your unit, correct?
Correct. It's you need a key card, and it's also equipped with an alarm.
Now, following that, as far as these items of evidence and other items of evidence that are seized throughout the course of an investigation, how is it that they go, or what, if anything, is done, if you know, between the time that they go from this temporary storage area to the permanent storage area?
Yeah, I'm not an evidence officer. I never have been. My understanding is once it's in the evidence processing area, it gets put into the permanent evidence room that only, like I said, two troopers and a detective lieutenant have access to. And it's the evidence officer's responsibility to process that material when they see fit.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to February 1st of 2022, were you working in regard to this investigation on that date as well?
Yes.
And at some point, did you have occasion to go back to the Canton Police Department, specifically in the Sally Port garage area?
I did.
And what was the purpose of you going out to the Sally Port garage on that?
Pursuant to a search warrant, we were processing Miss Reed's Lexus SUV.
And when you say we, who, if anyone else, was present with you, or who, if anyone else, did you contact in reference to the processing pursuant to that search warrant of the defendant's vehicle?
So we had a chemist from the State Police Lab, Miss Maureen Hartnett, as well as a trooper from Crime Scene Services, Trooper Zachary Clark. And then later in the day, the accident recon team, Trooper Joe Paul, had arrived as well.
Now, if I could just ask you a couple questions in regard to Crime Scene Services section. Can you describe for the jury sort of what their role is in regard to investigations that you do and how they're sort of contacted?
So in any scene, if it's required for it to be documented, Crime Scene Services will arrive. They'll document the scene with photographs. In more serious situations, in a homicide, for instance, they'll actually take video as well as dust fingerprints.
Now, with respect to this particular investigation, there were a number of different areas or different times when Crime Scene Services was contacted to document, correct?
Yes.
And that would include at Good Samaritan when you observed injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
Correct.
That would include the autopsy that was performed to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
That would include February 1st in the Sally Port garage when the search warrant was executed on the defendant's vehicle?
Correct.
That would include subsequent searches that occurred at Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And with respect to each of those instances, if you know, was it ever the same trooper from Crime Scene Services section that came out and memorialized each of those respective areas?
Yeah, it was a different trooper each time.
And is that something that you or any member of your unit has any control over whatsoever as far as who shows up from Crime Scene Services to memorialize or document a scene?
No.
Now, with respect to the search warrant execution on February 1st, what I want to ask is between the time that you were in the garage on January 29th, 2022, and the time that you're there for the search warrant execution on February 1st, had you been in that Sally Port area of the Canton Police Station at any time in between?
No.
Now, with respect to the taillight area on the passenger side of the defendant's vehicle, what, if any, differences or what, if anything, do you note sort of between your observations of the taillight on the 29th versus your observations on February 1st?
Yeah, the only difference from the 29th to the 1st was snow and ice had melted from the taillight.
So as far as the condition of that particular taillight, was it in essentially the same condition that you observed it on the 29th when you observed it on the 1st?
Yes, it was still broken and large pieces missing from it.
But as far as the broken status of it and the pieces that were missing, was it any more broken or any more pieces missing from it when you saw it on the 1st versus when you saw it on the 29th?
No.
And with respect to the taillight housing for that vehicle on that particular day, what, if anything, happened with it on that day, if you know?
The state police chemist, Ms. Hartnett, had it removed, which she brought to the lab herself.
So she had it removed it herself, and then physically took it with her when she left to the lab?
Yeah, I was with the assistance of a Canton police officer who had an auto body shop, so he's kind of well versed in cars, so he was able to assist the chemist with removing the housing unit.
Now, at any point in time on that day of February 1st, 2022, did you come into contact physically or otherwise with that tail light? Did you handle it in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission, I would request to publish Give me one moment, Your Honor. May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
My apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, if I could publish a portion of Exhibit 34,
Okay.
the Sally Port video. Ms. Gilman, if I could have from February 1st, 2022. At approximately 9:12 a.m. You can just pause it right there. Thank you. Now, if I may, it may be easier and more visible with this particular video with the lights on.
Okay.
Try that.
Sure.
Trooper Proctor, directing your attention to what's up on the screen is Exhibit 34. Do you recognize what's depicted on the screen?
Yes, that's the Sally Port area, Canton Police Department, and Miss Reed's Lexus kind of roped off with yellow caution tape.
And this is the execution of that search warrant that you were speaking about before, as far as your presence and some of the other members of the state police and the state police lab that you were talking about.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could run it from here for just a few minutes. And so while this is going, if I could just ask a couple of questions as far as people within this video, do you recognize anyone in this video?
Yeah, myself, kind of the top of the screen. Trooper Zach Clark, we're the one with the camera taking photographs of the vehicle.
Now, with reference to this video from the Sally Port Garage of the Canton Police Department, what, if anything, did you learn over the course of this in regard to how that video is recorded or how it's, what, if anything, sort of activates that video?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Miller.
As far as this video is concerned, is this one continuous time frame that we're looking at, or how is it?
Objection.
Sustain.
My understanding, it's motion
That
active.
means you can't answer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can ask a different.
I'm not sure there was anything said.
No.
Oh, right. I'll strike if there was anything. But Mr. Lally, just ask a question, please.
With respect to this video, as far as the recording is set up, how is that activated, or how does it record?
Objection. Same question.
Yeah, how does he know that? It's sustained.
Have you watched this video or other videos from the Canton Police Department, Sally Port Garage?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note with regard to timing? As far there is a timestamp on the video, is that correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note with regard to the timestamp on this video or the other videos that you observed with regards to how time moves throughout the video?
The timestamp on the video tends to pause, indicating it's motion activated.
It tends to pause. I'll strike after.
It's going to run it to about 9:24. Ms. Gilman, yes. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Thank you very much. Now, Trooper, with regard to that taillight that was then taken by Ms. Hartnett to the lab, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, that was returned to the custody of the state police, your detective unit?
Correct.
And do you have that taillight housing with you today in court?
I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the trooper could retrieve that.
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Probably be easier that way. Sir, you can stay right there. Handing you an item, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
I recognize that to be the housing unit.
And as far as you're recognizing of the housing unit, is there any sort of denotation or anything on the outside of that box indicating what's contained therein?
There's a State Police Crime Lab sticker with the number associated with it. It also indicates fragile and evidence tape that is initialed and dated as well when it's sealed up. And the sticker also says passenger side TA, indicating taillight.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would seek to admit and introduce that as the next exhibit.
Do you want it out of the box first, Mr. Jackson?
We could just take a quick look at it.
Sure.
Sure.
With the court's permission, if the
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Trooper, you can go ahead and put that back in the box. Thank you very much.
Put it on the. We need to mark that, and we're going to mark it twice, folks. We're going to mark the bag within the box, and we'll mark the box as well. Thank you. Nancy.
I'm sorry, Trooper, if you could hand that to Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, hold on. So it's gonna be 544 and 544A.
Your Honor, may I inquire, is the A, the light, and the 44 is back?
We're not even putting it right on the light because it's broken.
Understood.
So we're putting 544 on the bag, 544A on the box.
Understood, thank you.
So they do, they have McLaughlin, but I don't know why
That on the bag, please.
Lally isn't utilizing her during this morning's argument because I think she'd be more effective without the monotone. No, it can't. Unfortunately, it can't. I mean, if she forces them to, and it affects the case.
544.
She can't.
544. Thank you.
The line of questioning that they're already asked numerous times, and she moves them along. You can't appeal that. You've already asked the question numerous times, and normally that's what she does: is move them along on things they're not allowed to talk about, things that can't be brought into trial, or questions.
Sure, but with respect to that item that's just been marked as evidence, is that essentially the condition that you observed it in both on January 29th and February 1st?
Yes. Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask just to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 147.
Okay.
He can't, and he's got to do it on his own. You can't be like, show the
Trooper
jury.
Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen that's been marked as Exhibit 147?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the right taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus SUV. You can see large pieces of it are missing.
Again, is that the same condition that you observed it both on February 1st as well as January 29th, obviously minus the snow and ice?
Yeah, minus the snow and ice, sir, yes.
Thanks. Just going to take that down, Mr. Officer. You can have the lights back up. Thank you. Now, if I could turn your attention to February 3rd of 2022. In the morning hours of that day, where did you go in regard to this investigation?
Sergeant Mechanic, Trooper David Achico, and myself went to 34 Fairview Road along with Trooper Evan Brandt from Crime Scene Services to essentially dig out the snow in pursuit for more evidence.
Now, as far as you mentioned, as far as dig out the snow in pursuit of other evidence, what, if any, tools or implements did you and the other troopers bring with you in order to effectuate that on February 3rd?
We just had kind of standard snow shovels.
And with respect to that, as far as going back to 34 Fairview Road, and let me clarify as far as that's concerned. Prior to that date of February 3rd, 2022, had you been to 34 Fairview Road at any point in time in the course of your investigation?
No.
So that morning of February 3rd, that's the first time that you went?
Correct.
Now, with respect to, is that, how many times did you go to the area of 34 Fairview Road over the course of the next sort of days and weeks in regard to potential recovery of items?
So February 3rd, I retrieved items on the 8th, the 11th, and 18th. And we was out there on the 10th with Sergeant Mechanic as well.
Now, as far as any of those occasions that you just described, that you went to the area of 34 Fairview Road, on any of those occasions, were you by yourself?
No.
And with respect to those other occasions, what type of people, who was with you? I know you've mentioned on the 3rd, but beyond the 3rd, those other occasions that you described, who was with you?
On the 18th, I believe it was Trooper DeChico, based on the handwriting on the evidence bag, kind of recognized his handwriting. And the other 2 dates, I don't recall who was out there with me.
Now, with respect to items that were located, starting with the 3rd, do you recall specifically what, if any, items were located on the 3rd?
We located a black drinking straw, consistent with the one seen in the waterfall video of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the bar holding the glass. We located his hat that had the American flag that was deep underneath the snow. As we were digging, we discovered that. We further discovered other pieces of plastic as well.
Now, as far as these return trips on successive dates to 34 Fairview Road, what was the reasoning behind that, or what was sort of the plan in reference to why were there so many different dates that you returned to 34 Fairview Road with other troopers?
Because the snow was melting.
So after the 29th, it was close to 2 feet of snow that had fallen. And in the days and weeks that had followed, the temperatures ranged from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees. And there was about a half a dozen days mixed in of, heavy rain. So as the snow started to melt, more evidence started to present itself.
So there were items that you recovered on the 3rd and then items you recovered on successive dates that weren't visible or you didn't see on the 3rd, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could, keeping you on February 3rd, you mentioned that there was Trooper Evan Brent that was present with you during the search on that day as well?
Yes.
Now, in addition to going to 34 Fairview Road, where else did yourself and Trooper Brent go on that particular day?
We traveled to One Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And is that the first time that you had been to One Meadows Ave or Mr. O'Keefe's residence?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that residence, why is it that you and Trooper Brent went there on February 3rd?
We wanted to document Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle to show that there was no damage to it, as well as the garage doors.
And why did you want to document that?
During the review of Mr. O'Keefe's ring video, particularly the one above the garage that displays the driveway, on the 29th at approximately 5:07 a.m., Miss Reed's pulling her vehicle out of the garage door, backing up towards Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, and comes extremely close, if not slightly hitting the vehicle. So we wanted to at least go document that there was no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's car.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish that for the jury as far as what's been marked as Exhibit 6, video 153.
Okay.
Just coming back after the pause. Trooper Proctor, with regard to this ring video, how was this obtained, if you know?
So we first observed it through Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on the Ring app, and then I wrote a search warrant for Ring itself.
And as far as the videos that you received from Ring, did they match what was on what was viewable being the Ring app on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
The videos on Mr. O'Keefe's app, yes, they was what Ring produced, matched.
So as far as any videos that were present that you received pursuant to the search warrant, or any videos that were not present, that was consistent with what you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's app on his phone?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could press play through here. Now, Trooper Proctor, with regard to this video, you've seen this before, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at the point from this video, are you able to discern who the operator of that vehicle is?
Based off the attire, Miss Reed driving.
Now, with respect to when that vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, if you could, there's a laser pointer up there in front of you on the desk. If you could, I would just ask you to draw the jury's attention to what, if any, vehicles you observe in this video and whose vehicles you believe them.
So right there, it's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and Miss Reed's vehicle.
Now, as far as when those vehicles come close or come into contact with each other, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle is concerned, what, if anything, do you observe like on Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle at the time?
There's some snow you can see on the back window here, the bumper and the windows here is starting to be covered in snow.
And as far as when that vehicle comes close to or makes contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, do you observe the snow come off of the car at that point?
I do not know.
Now, with reference to the back area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, specifically in the area of the ground. As far as that area on the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in reference to any red pieces or any pieces of taillight or plastic or glass or anything in that area that you observed on this video?
So this area here is, you can see the white snow. There's no red pieces of taillight, which would show up in the contrast of the white snow.
Ms. Gilman, if you could run it from there for a moment. Now, as far as the damage area that you were discussing previous that you observed in the January 29th in the Sally Port, February 1st in the Sally Port, and then the item that was just marked as evidence, what, if anything, do you observe in the right rear passenger side taillight area of the defendant's vehicle from this video?
You can see the inconsistent lighting. If you compare it to the left versus the right, there's a gap right there.
Big ass piece missing.
What you observed from that video, does that appear to be consistent with what you observed on January 29th at the Canton Police Department, February 1st?
No,
and
they're
in
asserting
the item of
they were
evidence that was
planted at the
just
scene. That's what they're
Yes.
asserting. That they were planted.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
That's what
Mr. Officer, we can
the
have the lights back
defense
on. Thank
is
you.
asserting. That they were magically planted at the scene and it's all corrupt and she didn't get John except there was no.
Now, sir, you proceeded to 1 Meadows Ave for the first time on February 3rd, is that correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Brent from Crime Scene was with you and took some photographs, is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Trooper, I'm showing you a set of 10 photographs. You those look up when you're finished. Trooper, just generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize them to be?
The first picture is the front door of Mr. O'Keefe's house, and it's also Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
I'm up to introduce and admit as the next 10 exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
It's 5:45 to 5:57.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just have permission to publish just a few of those photos for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7752. Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It's now been marked as exhibit 546.
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse vehicle.
And with respect to this particular foreground here, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at there.
So that is Mr. O'Keefe's driveway. You see two garage doors there that lead into the house. And above those garage doors is the Ring camera.
Now, with respect to the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, from your viewing of the video from Exhibit 6, from the Ring video, video number 153, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where it is on this vehicle that there's contact, if any, between this Reed's vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's.
It would have been in this general area here.
As far as your observations on that date,
What's the, hold on.
Maybe approach briefly.
Okay.
Ooh, defense is mad because shit's about to come out and blow up their conspiracy theory. It's a sidebar, though. It's a sidebar.
I have my mute button backwards.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Yep, they're mad. They're mad.
Things about to go boom.
Some lady is trying to argue with me right now on Twitter that because I kept saying, she tried to, like, again, I told you guys earlier, she's trying to, like, say Colin was there, and I'm like, no, lady, the FBI has literally cleared Colin. He is not a suspect. He is not a target of any investigation. Like, you're not going to come on the internet and say that he is, because he's not, and that's a fact. So you can keep literally ignoring that happened, but it was broadcast to the world for the world to see. So you can't argue a fact. It's an absolute fact. You can ignore it and act like it doesn't exist, but it's still a fact. No matter how many times you say it, it is not true. And I'd expect now that I have no evidence of that, only you saying it on the internet. It was broadcast to the world, genius. Go watch it. Go freaking watch it. It's your due diligence if you're going to sit there and call a young man a murderer to make sure that you're not fucking wrong. And unless the FBI is in on this, you're wrong. Like, so she tried to play the whole, like, was that in front of the jury? Hashtag 13th juror. You're not a juror. If you're watching voir dire and you're watching motions being argued, you're not a juror because the jurors don't get to see that. Also, you're not a juror. You're a lady on the internet. Like, stop it.
And as far as a point of comparison for the broken tail lamp and an unbroken tail lamp, the one on the other side of the car is right there and it's not broken. And it is clearly a different shade of red.
Right.
And that is because, again, depending on what color actual bulbs are in that tail light.
There's a reason, though. He keeps switching back and forth between O'Keefe's house and the park and the Sallyport, and that's because the defense is trying to say that that's somehow in the Sallyport where the taillight was broken and sprinkled and it was planted in some way, shape, or form. So he's dispelling that rumor, that bullshit. That's why he keeps switching back from the O'Keefe's house and the Sallyport. The actual scene, we already know the taillight pieces were found there. That's not, we've already seen that.
And even the defense is not claiming that the tail light's not broken when she leaves the driveway.
Right.
They say it was.
Exactly. Like,
so
stupid. Like, so stupid. Like,
you are unmuted.
They can't do that because they have no evidence of an unbroken right tail lamp that they could introduce.
Sure, but when you were in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's residence on February 3rd, 2022.
I think they have with the pictures.
Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, damage did you observe to the driver's side rear area?
I didn't observe any significant damage or any damage.
As far as the entirety of the vehicle, that was all photographed on that day by Trooper Brent, is that correct?
Yes.
And memorialized in those photographs that were just presented to you, is that correct?
Correct.
As far as your observations on that day or in those photographs, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
I did not observe any damage.
And Brooke Drummond?
Yes.
So there's another 8 photographs that I placed before you. Have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those 8 photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
More photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle as well as the garage doors.
Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
I'll seek to introduce the next 8 exhibits.
No objection.
Exhibits 555 and 561.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish just a few of those to the jury as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7779. And Trooper, do you recognize what's depicted on the screen now as exhibit 559?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in 559.
It's the rear bumper area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle,
That's the driver's side or the passenger side?
the driver's side.
And what, if any, damage did you observe in that area of the vehicle on February 3rd when you were there?
No damage.
With respect, Ms. Newman, if I could have photograph 7780. That's my actual. And sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen and what's now been marked as exhibit 560?
Yes, those are the two garage doors of Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And what's contained up on that screen, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's garage doors on February 3rd?
Yes.
And with respect to those garage doors, what, if any, damage did you note or observe on those garage doors at any point?
I did not observe any damage to the garage doors.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Trooper Proctor, subsequent dates following February 3rd, specifically February 8th, 11th, and 18th. Did you have occasion to return to 34 Fairview Road on those days?
I did.
And you had mentioned a little bit about sort of changes in the weather. What, if anything, sort of evolved as far as the weather was concerned between the dates of February 3rd when you were there and February 8th, 11th, and 18th?
Yeah, as I mentioned, the weather pattern had kind of fluctuated from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees with a handful of days of heavy rain mixed in. So that caused a lot of snow to melt as well.
And with respect to each of those respective days of February 8th, 11th, and 18th, what, if anything, did you observe or recover, you and the other troopers that were present on those days?
Yeah, it was further evidence that was originally buried under the snow because of the warm temperature and the rain and the snow melting kind of revealed itself. More pieces of plastic clearing red.
Now, with respect to the residents at 34 Fairview Road, each of these times that you were at the residence, including February 3rd, where in relation to the house were these items observed and recovered by you and the other troopers on those respective days?
So if you're looking at 34 Fairview, looking at the front of the house, it's the left side of the property between like the flagpole and kind of the fire hydrant in that general area, the front and left of the property.
Now, with regard to these three subsequent dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, these items that were observed and recovered on those dates, where were they in relation to the roadway? Where were they in relation to the hydrant, the flagpole, other sort of markers in the
I don't specifically remember exactly if they were around the flagpole because the CERT team came and shoveled an area around. So That stuff had melted first because there was a lot less snow, and then they created more piles. But as far as the general area was by the flagpole and fire hydrant, it wasn't like on the other side of the property. It was in that general area.
And just with respect to those items, were they generally found, or were they specifically found either on the grass or the roadway area?
Grass.
Asphalt or grass is basically what I'm asking.
I'm sorry, grass area.
And with regard to each of those items that were recovered on those 3 successive dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, did you bring those items with you to court today as well?
I did.
May I approach Ron?
Yes.
You recognize that bag, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's an evidence bag containing 3 smaller evidence bags.
And with the court's permission, if you could.
Hold on a second.
Thank you.
My apologies.
Go ahead.
With the court's permission, may the witness remove the 3 smaller bags from the larger bag?
Yes.
Trooper, if I could just, in succession, if I could ask you to please open the bag with respect to February 8th first.
Athlete or artist was
tried beyond the ordinary.
Come on.
Not to clash.
I hate these things, dude. Hmm. Oh, a car crash. Rob Levine.
Thank you, sir. If you could please remove those.
It's hard. The questions he's allowed to ask, he can't ask direct questions like that either because it's leading. That's the problem. Like, that's why that would be very difficult for him to ask, because it would be leading the witness with the question. You can't lead the witness with the question to get the answer you want. That's the problem. I don't know how to do that without leading. I have Beats. See, I have Beats. I don't have AirPods. I don't have an iPhone.
Thank you, sir. You can.
There's a tail light.
Back in the back. I'm also seeking introducing you to the next exhibit. No objection.
Okay.
Mary Salty, watch the chat. I gotta take a bathroom break for a second.
Sir, if I could ask you just to retrieve the bag that's marked, retrieve the bag of items that were seized on February 11th. And if you could read to the jury what the description is in regard to that evidence bag.
So it's 2 on the 11th. This one is described as glass fragments. You can't tell how many pieces. It's been taped over. The second bag from the 11th says 3 pieces of clear plastic, 5 pieces of red plastic.
And with the court's permission, may the witness remove those items from the bag.
All right.
smaller bag in here containing the glass. Cut that open as well.
I think that's sufficient.
All right, so Madam Clerk, are you moving to introduce it?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, reporter, any objection? We can go ahead and
I
open.
want to object, but I don't know what's about that.
Go ahead and open it.
Yes, Your Honor.
I don't know what's in your bag, Alan.
Right. These items appear to be just further on sealed up and wrapped up and
Do you want him to open everyone, Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, approach.
Yes.
I can't see that far.
Alan. I got those fancy beats that go around, like the wire goes. They're not like wireless.
Right. So go.
Wire
I don't
behind
need
your
them.
neck. I actually love them because they do this thing in the front where they
No objection.
have a magnet that makes them stay like on your neck, and that the earpieces magnets.
No objection. He went up there and looked at what's in the bag and said, no objection.
You
I
can't.
wonder if
Let's
the other
remember
side
that
knows
even
what
though-
that means.
Even though they have a right to object, all of the evidence comes in before trial, and if they were going to object to it, really they would have had to there. The only way they're going to be able to object is if it's different, if it's something different than what is allowed into evidence, and it's not. So like they can't object. That's the thing. So when they say no objection, it's not because it's good or bad. It's because they literally can't object.
Because it's evidence.
Brown bag will be 564.
That was agreed upon before trial. Yeah, the sport ones. Yeah, I think that's what they are. They're called like Beats something. These Ladberries right here. The microphone is
Sure,
on.
if you could, the other bag from the 11th, if you could open that
They
up
do
and
this.
move those items.
See that? So they can't fall off my neck when they can. Ta-da! I love it. Now you're allowed to be critical. I'm critical too. Valley's monotone drives me nuts. Yes, dear. We're Bob, and we're all critical. I'm critical too of him sometimes. Okay, voices. Yeah, that also doesn't help.
Sir, if you could put those back in the bag.
They are beats. Yeah, they're my blue pair. Thank you for
Your
Christmas.
Honor, call multiple seats. Introducing the minutes of the next exhibit.
The 565.
You hear the thing going clink, clink, clink.
Lastly, sir, with regard to the fact from February 18th, again, if you could read to the jury what's indicated as far as the contents therein.
Several pieces of red and clear plastic.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness read the
Yes.
items.
I wish. I just have these. I just need a microphone now, so my audio can be better. I expect the audio on a laptop to be perfect. It can definitely be crisper and clearer if I have mic.
I have my work headset. That's the only reason. And I have to keep turning it down because my phone is way quieter than StreamYard.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it might, but I mean, it definitely can be better. It can be crisper. I do actually need a mic. I do not have one. Val says she has one too, but I definitely need one. I need one that
Thank you, sir. If you
computer
could
desk
turn those items
on
to that.
wheels. So I need one that clicks to the computer
You're on the
desk.
Commonwealth to see submitted as an exhibit.
No objection.
Exhibit 566.
I really need to get my chair out here.
Here's the original bag.
The computer chair. I've been waiting to try to save up for
Now,
what.
Trooper, with regard to each of those items from February 8th, 10th, and 11th, excuse me, forgive me, 8th, 11th, and 18th, those are all items that you recovered from the front lawn area of 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was just displayed to the jury is that essentially the condition that they were in when you recovered them on those respective dates.
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention just briefly regarding the search warrants in regard to the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house. Was that one search warrant or more than one search warrant that you did in respect to those ring videos?
There was a second search warrant for the ring videos for Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And if you recall, what was the general time frame that was asked for in that warrant as far as from what date to what date?
The second one, I believe, was January 30th to the 3rd or the 4th, I believe.
Was the first one essentially from the 24th to the 29th?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the video that you received in regard to the first search warrant to Ring, what kind of information did you receive from Ring as far as what beyond sort of the video itself? What, if any, other information did you receive as far as accounts or activity or anything like that?
It was just confirming that the user account was under Mr. O'Keefe's email, and then there was an Excel file where you kind of have to transcribe. So each video has about a 17-digit number associated with it, unique identifier. You take that 17-digit number and you got to convert it using these Excel files to get the date and time.
Now, with respect to what you received
That's
pursuant to
standard,
the
that's
search
how
warrant
hashes
from
work.
Ring, was there any kind of activity log? And what I mean by that, what, if any, information did you receive as far as what sort of devices or how many different devices were able to access that footage?
Yeah, I wasn't able to obtain a activity log of who was using the device, what device was accessing the system. Something, if someone logged in, was not provided with any record of who was logging in on what day or time.
Now, are you familiar with the term, just as far as videos are concerned, or electronic devices, what's referred to as a digital footprint?
Yes.
Now, with respect to some of these, or the Ring videos in totality that you received and that you also viewed pursuant to the app on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, were there certain time periods where you would have expected to see video in which there was no?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury sort of when those time periods were?
So the Ring camera above Mr. O'Keefe's garage, pretty sensitive. So it does not have Miss Reed arriving back at Mr. O'Keefe's house around 12:34 a.m. is approximately was when she should have arrived. The only video, there's a gap from approximately 11:45 p.m. on the 28th to about 5:07 a.m. on the 29th when Miss Reed's backing out. It never has her pulling into the garage. And there's also a second video of Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, and Miss Reed looking at the broken taillight in the morning.
What, if any, follow-up or inquiry did you make of Ring in regard to those missing videos?
I inquired several different times as far as if a video is deleted, is there some type of a record?
That was his inquiry. But next question, I'll allow that.
Now, as far as that term that you used before, as far as a digital imprint, can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
Essentially, a digital footprint is if, a video is created, it's going to leave some type of a record in the archives.
And what, if any, information did you receive from Ring as far as their videos system is concerned in regard to a digital footprint?
Objection.
Not what anybody told you, but what you received.
That if a video is deleted,
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Move to strike.
We're going to strike that.
Upon your further inquiry of Ring, were you ever able to obtain any video from those specific sections where you anticipated video would be?
no.
John's phone
Now,
should
sir,
say
if
if
I
it was
could
triggered or
turn
not,
your
though.
attention to
Yep.
January 16th, 2024. Do you recall that date?
I do not, sir.
At some point over the course of your investigation, were you made aware of forensic evidence in relation to the taillight housing that was introduced earlier as an exhibit?
Yes.
And with respect to that, at some point, did you have occasion to meet with a Sergeant Brian Gallerani of the Needham Police Department?
Yes.
And where was that?
In the DA's office.
And who, if anyone else, involved in this investigation as far as yourself, was Sergeant Buchanan with you there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did Sergeant Gallerani do with respect to yourself and Sergeant Buchanan on that date in January of 2024?
Sergeant Buchanan and I voluntarily provided our DNA for comparison testing.
And again, taking me to my next point, that was a voluntary decision that both you and Sergeant Buchanan made as far as availing yourself or availing of that particular test.
Correct.
And as far as the testing or the, you know how that was, or can you describe for the jury sort of how that sample was collected or how it was conducted?
Essentially, it's just a swab of the mouth under the tongue with like it's basically just like a little pad on a stick, and you get swabbed, and that's how the DNA or saliva is collected.
And as far as those samples that were collected from both yourself and Sergeant Buchanan on that particular day, where did they go from there as far as you know?
It was my understanding went to the Bodie lab in Virginia.
I'm sorry, but I should have asked just prior to that, as far as when they left from the room that you were in with Sergeant Gallerani, did you take those swabs, or did Sergeant Gallerani take those swabs,
No.
or where did they go?
Sergeant Gallerani took possession of those items.
Thank you. Now, sir, with reference, over the course of your investigation, you interviewed a number of different witnesses, correct?
Yes.
And from the witnesses that you, were there witness interviews that were conducted outside of your presence in the sense that you weren't there for those particular witness interviews?
Yes.
And each of the interviews that you're aware of, whether they were conducted by you or outside of your presence, were done, with the exception of the current, done with more than one trooper present, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to those witness interviews that you were present for, from the witnesses that you spoke with, along with other troopers that were present with you, who, if any, of those witnesses had you met, or were you did you know prior to the interview that you conducted?
Yeah, so all the witnesses that I had interviewed, the only individuals that I know or had met prior to this investigation was Julie, Chris Albert, and Colin Albert.
And how is it that you knew Julie Albert, Christopher Albert, and Colin?
So my sister, Courtney, her friend growing up, Jillian. Jillian's sister's Julie. My sister got to know Julie Albert, Julie Daniels is her maiden name, through her friend Jillian. Julie married Chris Albert. So my sister got to know Chris through Jillian and Julie. And then years down the road, my sister had Julie babysit my nephew. Julie would come from time to time and pick up my nephew from school. So that's how they kind of became friendly. And on occasion, they would be over my sister's house or at my parents' backyard. Julie and Chris and their kid Colin, and I would happen to be there.
Let me ask it this way: as far as where did you grow up?
Canton.
And did you graduate from Canton High School?
Yes.
And as far as any of the witnesses that you interviewed, even the Alberts that you were just talking about, Christopher, Julie, and Colin Albert, were they around the same ages as you or went to high school with you at the same time?
No.
How much older than you would Julie and Chris Albert?
At least 10 years.
And as far as Colin Albert, what's the age difference between yourself and him?
At least 20.
Fair to say around this time of January 2022, do you know how old Colin was or what level of school he was at that point?
Senior in high school, I believe.
Is that something that you learned through this investigation or something that you knew independently?
Something I learned through this investigation.
Now, obviously you grew up in Canton and your sister did as well?
Yes.
And your sister's name is Courtney, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the age difference between yourself and your sister Courtney?
She's 2 years older than me.
And how close are you and your sister?
She's probably one of my best friends. We talk about 5-6 times a day about anything and everything, as far as like mostly our children.
And she has, how many children does your sister have?
You got 2.
And about how old are they?
10 and 7.
And you have children as well?
I do.
And how old are they?
2 and 4.
Now, with respect to the conversation that you have with your sister about 5 or 6 times a day, how do you have those conversations? Is it via voice call or in person or text, or if you know?
Everything, FaceTime, phone calls, text messages. We're always kind of keeping each other up to date on mainly our kids.
Now, as far as Julie and Christopher Alberts, when did you interview them in relation to this incident?
Sometime in February. I'd have to look at my report for the exact date.
Sometime in, say, early to mid-February?
Yes.
And with respect to them, who, if anyone else, was present with you when you interviewed?
Sergeant Buchanan.
And do you recall where the interview took place?
Yes, it was at their home.
Now, prior to this date that you went over to interview Christopher and Julie Albert, had you ever been over to that house before?
No.
Had you ever been over to any home where Christopher and Julie Albert had resided then or previously prior to that date?
No.
Had Christopher or Julie Albert, to your knowledge, ever been over to your house?
No.
Now, with respect to Christopher and Julie Albert, and Colin Albert, will throw him in there as well, how would you sort of describe your relationship with them prior to January 29th, 2022?
I'd classify it as acquaintances.
All right. Mr. Lally, why don't we take our luncheon break?
Of course.
All right.
You are muted.
Oh my God. Then I'm doing half hour, Your Honor. Huh?
Last week's BIOS update on Windows screwed my work laptop up for a couple hours last week too.
Ugh.
So I feel voices on that one.
Sure.
Like, come on. now.
BSOD, man.
Like, what? Wait a second. Didn't the judge just get up?
She did. Alan stopped her, I think.
Alan. Oh no, voices. Oh. That's not good. I know computers, but I don't know enough about like that to try to even help you fix that or know how to fix that. I mean, could it be the update? Probably could be, yeah.
If it's not booting, then yeah, the boot sequence or something got screwed up during that BIOS update.
I wonder if you can control alt delete reboot that way.
Yeah, the issue is going to, I mean, you can always stick a USB drive in that's got a copy of Windows and boot from the drive, but your boot order has to be so that your USB is the first thing it flashes to. Because if it's not, then it won't. If the hard drive is in any way above the USB, it will not boot from the USB. That's like a 30-second fix, but I don't usually recommend people go poking around in their BIOS unless they know exactly what they're doing, because you can really ruin it that way, like forever. If all you need is a USB voices, I can get you a copy of a copy of Windows. That's not a problem. I've got a download that I can text you about here in a little bit, because I've got like 3 copies of Windows 10 that I own, and I'm only using one of them. Okay, so now we're just talking to me, and I'm boring, and there's no video, and Elise has been yeeted. Yes, definitely breathe, baby. It'll be okay. One way or the other, it'll be okay. So, what's everybody thinking about our big conspirator here on the stand? Who I think sounds like a dude whose sister is acquaintances or friends with someone who ended up being a witness, but he's not necessarily. I mean, he doesn't even know how old Colin is.
No, he doesn't. I can't believe I just got yeeted again. Like, what is happening?
Don't hit the more at the bottom, because that always yeets me. I hate that button.
I didn't. It's the internet. It's the internet is saying it's like just not working right now, and that means that I gotta go upstairs and figure out why no internet access. Like, that don't make no logical sense. That's really strange, because my whole computer is just like not doing it. Yeah, the recovery option. I forgot about that. Let's go into like DOS for the recovery option. Like the green, the green DOS crap that it does. We have to just restart it a million times. Maybe you can, if you put the, I have seen my brother do it, where if you do it for the date 2 days before the update, if you like set your computer back, that it like will wipe out like any like the update and go back to the old version, and might work then.
It won't do that from BIOS though, because BIOS is written straight to the board.
Oh yeah, maybe.
But that's a good idea just for like, if there's a restore point and things got screwed up, maybe because it rebooted too soon and the update wasn't done, because if you touch that power button at all during the BIOS update, you got a brick. But anyway, so far I think that there were times that, it's like, just say what was, Lolly, just say what was, or what did, or Don't get away from the what if anything. It's not a cure-all. But I do think that he's doing a really, really, really good job of laying things out today.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. Definitely is.
And he's starting to pick up steam a little bit. I mean, like with Creighton Waters, whenever.
I just wish he wasn't so monotone, you know? Like, what's with the damn monotone?
Hello, hello. Oh, crap. Okay.
It makes me want to smack my head off a brick wall.
Am I here?
Why, is it not working now?
No.
Am I here? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Okay. All right. Because that time I got yeeted. So.
Tired of being yeeted, man. Tired of being yeeted today. It's like the third time I was yeeted out of my own goddamn stream. Like, what in the F and F and F? What in the F and F and F?
Mine was because my kid called and he knows better than to do that.
Right. Oh, yeah, I hate that. That drives me nuts. When I get interrupted on a phone call. What is happening, dude? I'm trying to figure out the internet here, and it's like, okay, the Fios is on.
Your
the box is. I am.
Your
the
icon
box
is.
the box is on. Like, I don't understand what's happening with it. If the box is on and it's plugged in, I don't know why it's.
Right here, it's on, no?
It is, but.
It's not working.
No, I mean, it just went out. Just went out completely. Did you unplug something over here?
It's plugged in.
Or press the button by accident?
Can you plug in that vacuum?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe you unplugged it? No, because that's over there, right? He plugs it in over there?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's over here. So I don't know. I'm just going to reset it and see if it does the trick. Damn internet.
You going
Anybody
bye-bye
want-
again? If she's rebooting the modem, she'll be gone for a couple of minutes.
In sound?
Oh, there you go.
See? I don't know. Maybe, let me take the internet off my thing. I think it was going in and out because the Wi-Fi was still on my phone connected to the Wi-Fi. So is it better now? Am I not? Yeah, so I think it was going in and out onto the Wi-Fi. Trying to like reconnect.
Mine does that when I walk from the office to where I am on the porch right now. Because
Yeah,
we've got
'cause
a
I'm like-
second router in the back.
Yeah, so I think it was trying to like connect the voice over and over and over onto the thing. Let me go down and see if it's working. I go back downstairs and see if it's working. I'll be right back. And then I don't know what.
Is Spaces screwing with you too? Twitter Spaces or whatever the heck they call it now?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. They changed the name of that probably, right? It's not Twitter Spaces anymore. It's the whole internet. So nothing was loading on my. It really kicked me off of everything, and it was just like, nope, internet off, and it's still doing it. I don't understand. It's saying no internet connection. Oh wait, available? Isn't this it? Hold on.
Your icon's still necky too.
Yeah, I'm sure. Sure it is. Let's see. Let's try. See, connect. See if it goes back. Oh, for F's sake. It should automatically connect. Why is it making me do the whole security key again? Like, for the love of this, dude. Like, why? Just why? The answer is just why. Why me? Why?
Because Pete is a jerk and nobody loves him. That's why we all say for the love of Pete, because there is none.
Right? Like, it should connect automatically without me having to put anything in. Like, it's set that way. So, like, that's what's pissing me off. Like, I shouldn't have to put any password or anything in, but now I'm going to have to, you guys can still hear me, right?
Yep. Oh, and there she goes. Kind of expected that because she was jumping from one network to the other, but she should be back in just a second. And my dog is going nuts for no particular reason. She's barking in the kitchen because her daddy just walked through the front door and he hasn't let her out of the kitchen yet. That is not Kiwi, that is Stony. Kiwi's behaving herself right now. So I am the most boring person ever to have talk about any of this. I was glad
It's
to
extremely
hear
pleasant.
them finally start mentioning that there's actual damage to the body panels on the car, not just the tail light. It was good to hear
Well,
them
we knew it
finally
was a
talking
dent.
about that.
I knew there was a dent and deep scratches in the car. We knew that.
Yeah, but they've been, I mean, even the writers haven't been talking much about those at all. So now we've got, hey, there was also a dent, and there was a dent here, and there were
Right.
scratches here, and yeah, all of that.
Right. Let's see. Is it working now? Is it? And wait, I think it might be. Let's try again, shall we?
You are not necky anymore, so that's a good sign.
Okay, good. Okay. I think it's working. It is working. Thank God. That was really obnoxious. Oh, hold on.
Ain't nobody want to listen to me for the rest of this, for the rest of the day. So everyone is grateful that you got back up and running.
That was just very obnoxious. I gotta move away
You
from
have
it.
feedback. Very bad.
Yeah, I know. I gotta move away from it. I'm trying to do 17 things at once here. Trying to do this.
Echo.
Is it done echoing yet?
Yeah, I was. What movie is that?
I forget.
Airplane? Where he's like imagining things in his head. Yeah, it is, because it's Robert Hayes and it's Airplane, and he's imagining like Sammy Sosa coming to the plate and stuff.
Sammy Sosa.
And then he's like,
This
echo,
wild
echo.
Well, I mean, I can't wait for them to start getting deeper into what's in like the dents and scratches on the car. Like, yes, guys, there was damage to the car when he was hit. Where's your phone so we can do this? Unlock it. So it's like when I know it took a long time to get here during this trial, but like now we're here, guys. Now we're here. We're at the point where deep scratches that John's car, from John being hit. And I mean, I think it's not going to be a shock when it's in the filings that there was deep scratches and dents. So when everybody's like, oh, there's no damage to the car. Why is there no damage to the car? There is damage to the car. The taillight is damaged. The dent, the scratches, that's all damage, people. All damage. Like, come on now. Did you read the filings, right? The deep scratches and dents.
Me?
Yeah. Did you? Because it's in the filings.
No,
like,
I
there
hadn't read it. I hadn't read it, but looking at photos of the car that were
Yeah, you can
released
see
even
the
by
dent.
the defense beforehand,
the
I was like, okay,
scratch.
there's a dent there, there's a dent there. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
you can see them. And that's another thing they keep complaining about. Like, oh, well, why isn't there any damage? There is damage to the car. Who the hell told you there wasn't damage to the car? Like, there
Yeah,
is
and it's-
damage to the car.
it's visible in the photos and is so far above height-wise any part of John's car that she could have even remotely come into contact with that half-mile-an-hour back out of the garage.
Right.
That's okay.
There's no explanation. I think we're going to get a whole lot of evidence, really rapid fire, and it's all going to be very, very bad for the
It
defense.
is. And you're exactly right. It's going to be rapid fire. It's going to be one after another after another. I mean, remember the people who were saying Proctor was going to take the Fifth Amendment? Like, he was never going to take the Fifth Amendment, dude.
Yeah, because no prosecutor in their right mind would, I mean, that would be as bad or worse than putting Mark Furman on the stand knowing he was a raging racist.
Exactly. I emailed it to you this morning, but hold on. Let me see if I can. Oh, shit. Can you send it to her, Bree? Because I'm upstairs right now. I'd have to do it, I think, from my computer.
Oh, the link? Yeah, I can email it to Voices.
Thank you. I emailed it this morning, but you should have got it, but I'll have Bree do it again. I'm trying. Oh, you can't get to that. Wait, how do we, how do we do that then? Oh, I know, like he should before every question. That would be amazing.
Can you text Voices? Because if you can text, I can drop it in a text.
Yeah, I don't have the link in front of me. It's downstairs on my computer. I'm just trying to help my neighbor do something on the RMV website that he can't do by himself. How do I do it? How do I do it? Trying to find it. Settings? No, because from the phone it's different than on the computer. On the computer, you can just hit the button to invite.
I texted it to her. If you're on your phone, sweetie, you should have it now. Well, I done did, so too late. Oh, and it's me again. Hi, just me. Oh, hello, welcome back.
I figured it out. I had to go out in order to copy the link. Now I just need to text her it. Voices, can you text me so it pops up at the top of my screen? Otherwise, I have to yeet myself back out to send it in a text. So
she's on her work laptop.
Oh. All right. Sorry. Sorry.
And I don't know your work email, baby. I'm sorry.
Yeah, she should be able to get into it in her, I think, on her regular email, I think. Maybe. No, yeah, he didn't plead the fifth. Imagine that.
In the chat. Drop it and then delete it after she's up.
Okay, hold on.
Did that accidentally this morning anyway.
I know I did do that accidentally this morning. Wait a second. Post comment. There we go. Why? What's wrong with the window?
It's too clean. It might walk through it.
Oh, for fuck's sake, old man.
My kids help you.
If he does walk into this beautiful, clean slider, I will video that so you can all see it because it would be very freaking funny. My viewers would love to see such a thing. Can he get the fucking stupid phone? Trying to do the stupid website here in Massachusetts, and it's really freaking stupid. It's really stupid to have to do the damn RMV website and get on there to like cancel plates or cancel. Like they make things difficult. Like I should just be able to call and call it a freaking day. Like, there she is. Okay, I can delete this now.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to be difficult. My problem is,
I know you
is
weren't.
that I'm on my work laptop that has never connected to anything on StreamYard or any of that. And so I just broke rule number 1 because it's my work laptop. But I needed to come talk to my friends because I can't talk to anybody because I can't come in on my phone. My phone, whatever happens, it will not allow me in on StreamYard.
Oh, that's obnoxious.
This whole
that
thing,
sucks.
I've got the other computer. It says that it's at 50%. It did an entire fucking reset this morning.
Oh! Yep. Oh, no. Oh,
yeah,
no.
It says downloading 56%. Like something happened during its BIOS update.
That's just stupid.
So I'm like I said, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to be difficult.
No, I know you weren't.
Join you guys just to come hang out for a minute.
Yeah, no, I know you weren't. That's why I was trying to figure out the quick to you, and also I don't have the information of
I'll
knowing.
text it, I'll email it. Like I'm locked out of all of those emails because it's locked. Whatever happens, I can't get into my email on my phone.
Yeah.
I just tried to reset
The password.
so that I could get into this, and like I had to go and build reset my entire password for all of my network to be able to come in on this laptop.
Oh,
Ew,
Because
that's no
try to
good.
do really good security so I don't fuck shit up. Now I just fucked it
Yeah,
all
that's
up because I got to
annoying.
buy that BIOS update. Don't do the BIOS update unless you're fully prepared to leave your item alone and not touch it till the next day.
True that, dude. True that. Yeah, I don't agree with that, Beantown girl number one. I don't think that's gonna happen at all. Not a chance. I don't think that she walks. I think there's way too much evidence against her. So I just don't see that happening at all. You're entitled to your opinion, but that's not my opinion. I don't think
Okay,
that's
so here's what
gonna
I
happen.
observed. Number one, how is my sound? Does it sound like it normally does, or does it sound worse?
It actually sounds better than it normally does, really.
Okay, so this is just the mic on this laptop. Okay,
Yeah.
so my next question is, so Proctor's, since this has all been going on, Proctor has just gotten beat up left, right, center. I mean, like, this man has been beaten like the redheaded stepchild, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then today he gets up on the stand and there's like nothing. Like, we find out that everything that everybody bad has said about him, well, like, look, there's evidence that backs up exactly what he did.
Yep.
I don't
Yeah,
understand.
well, they hold on to these little things, right? Like these little tiny, where they hold on to little words and they try to make something be what they want it to be. They try to take the context of something and make it what they want it to be to fit the narrative that they have. It doesn't, right? Like the whole, it's over because he said it was broken and a piece was missing. Yes, because he would not know, looking at it, how many pieces that one large piece would have broken into. All he can see is there's a big piece missing. He cannot see, he would not know if it broke into any other pieces, how many pieces it broke into. So like them trying to make that out to be like it's a slam dunk, and like, do you think the jury is stupid? Do you people think the jury is dumb? Like Beantown girl couldn't like keep it classy, Beantown girl. She couldn't keep it classy. She had to come in here and run her mouth, and then of course personal attack, because when they can't argue their argument in a civil way, they just call people names. Sorry, that's your argument. As a matter of fact, it makes you look stupid. Like, because all that time you can't argue your facts. You can't, because they're going to be shut down by real life evidence and facts. You don't have facts. You have what people told you in a game of telephone. Okay? What happened to the taillight that was on top of the snow? What happened to that? What happened to that? You remember? What happened to that? What happened to the 75 other lies everyone was told? Like,
Mary, honey, I'm my own boss. It's I own my own business. So it's my laptop. It's my own personal security reasons, because it operates I have it for other files and stuff. And if I were ever to be hacked, it would be a bad thing, because they're all associated with this thing. So no, I work for myself.
But hey, it's a good thing.
But thank you for being
that's
concerned.
a good thing.
Thank you for being concerned for me.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely, if it wasn't my own personal business, I probably wouldn't use my work laptop. But I don't have a work laptop, so I have to worry about that. It's my own.
If I actually like, well, because it's my work laptop.
Yeah.
I mean, but I own
so you
it.
use it for your work,
I broke
right?
my own rule. I've always kept, this one is even on a different network, if that makes sense, so that nothing ever bleeds over, because they talk back and forth to each other and they operate other devices.
I mean, if I had a second laptop, I would most certainly use one for work, like all my Cricut stuff. And like, I would do that for like that kind of stuff. And then on like any like really important stuff, and then use the other one for like, if I had that option, I would definitely do that too. Cause it would just be so much easier, especially with the Cricut running on one computer. You don't have to worry about
One is
on your personal computer. Yeah.
It uses the Cricut uses a lot of resources when it's on, and then you've also got Bluetooth on and all of that. So I have one that that only works with that, and I just don't. I've never come in on this one on StreamYard. I've just never done it.
Yeah,
and I
would definitely keep mine that way. Like,
say I owned an adjustment firm before I started working for the company that I work for now, and I always did the same thing. The work computers I did not play on, and I did not work on my play computer.
And that's exactly what I've always done. But today I
Right.
made my exception, and I may not out. Then I'll have to go back and wipe cookies and all of that shit. But I'm even on a different browser than I normally use. I don't normally I'm on. Yeah. Anyway.
No, I get it. I get it. And
gotta keep
for
separate
myself
church and
personally,
state.
I don't want real world stuff and fandom stuff colliding because they're two completely different people. Like I'm the same person, but like
If I had the option, I definitely would have 2 different ones. Definitely. It'd be smarter
And I
that
worry
way,
because
you know.
this is my older of the 2 laptops. This is like my college laptop. So,
Never.
and I'm quite old, so I've been out of college a few years.
Right behind you, on the table. On the table.
Here you go. Here's your glasses, sir.
I just had to pull out.
You got to put your date of birth and you got to put your name and your first name and your last name. So this website you're supposed to be able to go on the RMV website and cancel plates, right? Cancel your registration, cancel your plates, except there's no, it says right on it. It'll say last or first. You can read there, bub. So like, supposed to be easy to go in there and just click, okay, sign your name, let's verify to like click,
Very
you know,
robotic,
cancel.
Elise, you're very robotic.
Am I?
Yeah,
The
you
Wi-Fi
are.
back on now that it's working. Hold on.
Now
Let's
you're
try
clear.
this. Is that better?
Yeah,
Hold
yeah,
on.
you cleared up as you were mumbling.
Yep. Okay. Yep.
Get something.
Put it on. I'm
I
gonna
hear
kill you,
something.
sir.
Okay then.
And I do agree, Ellie. It is a PR campaign. I totally
Oh,
agree
yeah.
with you on that.
Well, it's been one since the very, very beginning. That's what they've made this. That's what they've made this. Like a giant PR campaign of, I mean, let's get real. Yannetti this morning with the whole, my integrity and my blah, blah, blah is being attacked, blah, blah. Nobody, you said it, sir. You said it. Like, you freaking said it. That's you and only you said it. Don't complain when the Commonwealth brings it back. You're the only one who's been trying to mince words the entire time. So I don't want to hear about that. That's ridiculous. Like, utterly ridiculous.
And then he reads out his own direct quote unironically as if it says the exact opposite of what it actually says.
Ooh, that was wild. I was like, what?
It was
what?
wild.
What?
Like, wait, huh? And the judge
So
is like,
I
I don't want
was
to hear any of that.
Okay, so what about this? The whole thing where the judge is like, "Look, Mr. Yannetti, I know you, or whatever. Yeah, Yannetti, I know you want to give a
Yeah.
speech and all. Well, Your Honor, I don't want to give a speech.
Yeah, I know you want to give a speech, but I'm
Yeah.
the one you're supposed to be convincing, and I don't need any of this.
Your ID, I need it. Yeah, well, that's
Gosh
the thing.
dang it,
She's
I
like,
had
I
my
don't want.
pause button backwards again.
She was like, I don't want you to get into like a whole, I see it, a whole shebang. I don't want you getting into a whole shebang. Like, I don't want your whole theory here, bub. Like, just you argue the motion. And he didn't want to like argue the motion. Like, you need to just argue the motion, sir. Like, that's what you need to argue, the motion. Like, we don't want to hear your whining, complaining about why, and the fact that you want to talk about, because as soon as he started with the inverted video, the judge was like having none of it. She was like, no, like she knew exactly what he was trying to do there. He was trying to pander to the public and this whole theory of like, oh my God, it's inverted. And then what do you do? But you bring in a video where you like unmirror it, which means you, sir, are bringing in the altered video. So, I mean, like, you literally killed your own point with that. Like, you literally brought in an altered video to try to make some sort of point. But all it did was show people that you can't actually see what you can't see. So all these people that thought you'd be able to see back behind there because it was mirrored, like, you're not very smart people. No, whether it's mirrored or not, you cannot see what you cannot see in the video. It's that simple. It's not that difficult. Like,
Right? If
I
you
can't
see
believe
it in
people
one
actually
view,
thought
you're
that.
not going to be able to see it in the other.
But he did do Lolly an enormous favor because now the entirety of that 5 minutes has been played in open court, not just for the jury, but for anyone watching.
That's right. That's right.
So
it's
because
like
you
now they
decided
can
to
see.
push that, now we
Yeah.
have proof, evidence in front of us that everything Trooper God Bless the USA just said was 100% true.
Yep, absolutely. That's what pisses me off. Like, come on, man. Like, it's simple as, like, there's no reason on planet Earth that he needed to, like, do a whole speech. And that's why the judge was like, I'm not doing that. Like, get to the point and argue the motion. He didn't want to argue the motion. He wanted to say this whole big, giant 5 to 10 minute speech before he even argued the motion. So at that point, the judge gave him like 3 tries. And then she was kind of like, basically, all right, tell me what you have on this person and this person. Tell me what you have on this person, this person, and this person. Okay, done. We're doing a voir dire. Like, sorry.
And do you really expect me to believe you haven't interviewed the 3 most pivotal witnesses in your entire case?
Well, that's the thing.
207, my child.
That's the thing. It's just like, do you really want me to believe you've never talked to your witnesses? That's not a thing. Like, the judge is like, so you expect me to believe that?
Right. There's no way they're putting anyone on the stand without knowing exactly what their conclusion's going to be. Because if they're, pro fact, they're going to testify on the Commonwealth's behalf, not yours.
Right. That's going to totally, if you don't know what they're going to say when they go back on, when they go on cross, you're going to have some problems, yo.
Yeah, you are going to have some big fucking problems, like some very big problems.
And on direct, if you don't know what's going to come out of your client, the person's mouth, I mean, like, wow, dangerous.
Yep, absolutely.
Well,
absolutely.
we're at 95%. We're at 95%, so maybe it's going to redo it all.
Fingers crossed. Also, did anyone else notice that there was no proffer? There was no.
I tried to say this the other day. There was no
federal presence. Nothing has been shut down. No one's being arrested. It's like the people out front. Where are all the cops that are supposed to arrest everyone today? Well,
they're not
one's being arrested today.
Yeah, they're not seeming to grasp that it's not a thing, that there's no fucking proffer. Like, there's no damn proffer. It would have had to have been said in court in front of the jury. No ifs, ands, or buts. They have to know about something like that. So sorry, not sorry. And how long have I been saying there's no proffer? Okay? How long? Months and months and months. I said, there's a pen. There's no proffer. There's no proffer. There's no proffer. There's no proffer.
In the blue thing.
Like, no, there's no freaking proffer. No one wanted to listen. No one wanted to listen. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. No, there's not. And then you still have people online today saying Colin was in he was not there. So before you start accusing a young man, maybe go back to the fact that the FBI said not only is he not under investigation, but he is not a suspect and he is not a target. He has been cleared of any wrongdoing, just as the rest of the family members and witnesses have. And the fact that you either don't know that because your side didn't tell you because it doesn't fit their narrative, or you just keep ignoring it because it doesn't fit your narrative, does not make the fact go away.
Also, at this point, as far as appeal goes, we have no proffers and nothing established on the record as them disagreeing with anything that she has said, as far as we are putting this on the record to maintain the record for appeal. Not once.
Nope. And also she has made them testify numerous times that, okay, well, you're going to do this. You're going to come up here and testify that you're not going to be able to use this on an appeal. Numerous times in this trial, she has done that. Like, that you have to agree to come up here and say, nope, I am not going to try to later on use this as some sort of appeal. So, like, they've kind of, like, they don't really have a lot of appeal options here at all. Like, that's, like, they screwed themselves on that one. Like, also, for the judge to believe that you have not talked to your own witnesses, that's kind of a problem. Like, you don't see that as, I'm sorry, but if I'm paying my attorneys the amount of money that they're being paid, it's a little risky to have not talked to these people and not know whether they can be easily debunked by the Commonwealth, which, again, they will be. But it's like, well, how could you ever take that big of a risk getting paid that kind of money as an attorney? How?
Well, because her appeal is going to run up against Uncle Moneybags' retrial. So I know where Alan's going to be.
Right. Like, that's, I mean, sad. Just sad. Like, just freaking sad. The fact alone that they are even like, oh, we didn't talk to these witnesses. These are the witnesses used in a federal investigation. Okay, well, they made it very abundantly clear they were working off of pictures and what you told them to be true. Not what really happened, like, but what you told them you thought happened. So, yeah, that's a problem. Like, that is a problem.
99%, but we've been spinning at 99% for a hot minute now.
Yeah. Yep. Nope. I think, yeah, well, they did get both of them were a flat fee, but you have to remember most of the, one of them, at least one and a half of them were paid with money that people paid, everyday people paid. So she didn't pay for all of them herself, not by a long shot. So it's ridiculous to me that you would use that kind of money and pay these attorneys. She should have taken the 16 months that they offered her at the very beginning of this, is what she should have done. And I'm sure that at the end of this, she'll be kicking herself that she didn't.
Because she'd be out already.
Yeah, she'd be done already. With good time, she'd have been already out.
Yeah, and I mean, I get the try to cash in on the cynicism and try to cash in on, this, that, and the other. But when all you have is a PR campaign, like Ellie pointed out, that has been literally appealing directly to the public, that's not going to help you at all once the evidence starts being presented at trial. So what exactly is your theory here?
Well, that's the thing. They haven't even nailed down a theory on all this. They're literally just bouncing around and around on multiple theories. And I'll tell you, juries don't usually like that. They just don't. They don't like it. They want a conducive theory that flows. And they don't have that. They just don't.
Unless they believe that every single witness, even those with inverted motivation, has been lying.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So it's it's not going to happen. It's just not. Sorry, not sorry. You're not even giving the jury anything that they can go with and say, okay, this is a theory we could run with. There's too many people that you're pointing to and saying, this one might have done it, 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 except it keeps getting debunked that any of these people had anything to do with fucking anything.
Yeah, Brian Higgins beat him up because he wanted Karen, but Brian Albert did it because Colin did it because of Colin's little brother throwing a beer can and it becoming a running joke.
And this morning I saw something on Twitter where they were like, oh, well, it's because Colin Albert had a drug habit and the drugs. No, that theory was debunked 700 times ago. It was a completely different kid that they called the cops in the neighborhood about. Had nothing to do with Colin Albert or any Albert. So again, that theory that the defense had way in the beginning about maybe it was drug dealing in the neighborhood John was mad about. Nope, there are records of that. And it was not even Colin. It was a completely different kid. So that theory's been gone for a while. So if you're still holding on to that theory, that tells me everything you know. Also, if you're going to play the whole, oh, was it said in front of the jury that he was, exonerated basically by the FBI? It doesn't have to be said in front. And then she uses hashtag 13th juror. Ma'am, you're not a juror, okay? And you can't be a, quote, 13th juror if you're currently on the internet right now reading about it. And also, you can't be if you're currently, right this very minute, right this very second, watching them argue a motion. Not in front of the jury, or doing a voir dire and not in front of the jury. You can't be a, quote, 13th juror. Ma'am, you're not a fucking juror. You're a person on the internet. The jury can't go on the internet. You're not going to see it from a jury perspective because you can't. You are now biased, just like everyone else. So don't play this whole 13th juror BS with me. The good old, I didn't see it, so it didn't happen. It was broadcasted to the world in a pre-trial hearing. Okay? A pre-trial hearing. The FBI is not arresting any of the witnesses. They're not targets of any investigation. They're not suspects. And that was told to the world. So if you decide to just keep ignoring that because it doesn't fit in your conspiracy theory, shame on you. Shame on you for sitting there on the internet accusing a young man whose life you can affect because you didn't do your due diligence. Colin Albert was not even fucking there. Was not there. When John and Karen arrived out front, he was already gone. already
I
gone.
cannot- I say,
Like,
I cannot wait to find out what, well, the FBI brought these people to our attention actually means.
Well, the FBI got a call from the defense. We also fail to repeat that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that has been repeated in open court, might I add. And the judge knows, and it was said in open court. The defense is the one who called the goddamn FBI.
Yeah, knew that.
Like, so I love when people even crow about the FBI, because I'm like, you're crowing about the FBI, right? But you fail to even mention that the FBI has cleared the witnesses. They're not suspects. And everything that 99 point whatever percent of that 3,500 pages, 90 something percent of it is all stuff that the Commonwealth already knew, and that corroborates things that all the witnesses, including the first responders and the police and all the other people who were there, have already stated. They did not find a cover-up. They did not find a conspiracy. None of the witnesses are going to be charged. None of them are going to be arrested. None of that is going to happen. And they have already stated in open court that the FBI, they're not under investigation. They're not suspects. I don't know how more clear that needs to be for anybody, but they love to just ignore that fact. And they also ignore the fact that the defense called the FBI. If the Commonwealth had called the FBI, they would have said, that's shady as. But it's not shady when the defense calls the FBI. I mean, they had nothing else to say to their client. What else were they going to fucking do?
And those
And even now-
engineers aren't FBI agents, are they?
No, and I tried to misrepresent that to the public as well. Oh, well, the FBI engineers, that's how he said it on purpose, right? And I tried to explain to people, I go, the FBI cannot testify in this case because that would be improper. So no, the experts from the FBI are not testifying in the case for the defense. Let me make something clear here, okay? The FBI themselves are not allowed to do, hey, we investigated this, now we're going to testify, because that's what, of course, Alan Jackson and Yanni made it sound like, that the FBI themselves, their experts in their own office are going to come, and this is what they said. That was completely misrepresented, as we found out later. It was not the FBI themselves. It was people who had worked at the FBI at one point. At Quantico, one of them had worked at the FBI. And the other ones were just people that the FBI, like, allowed to look at, like, paperwork. It wasn't anybody from the FBI that works there currently right now. Or they can't use that. That would be biased and improper.
What gets me is they were so vociferously defending their ER doctor who has all this experience with dog bites and dog scratches, but the doctor who actually treated John, they objected to him actually stating what his injuries were. And he worked on him.
Well, that's the thing.
What are you leaving me already?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? So what people fail to understand, first of all, I'm still confused about this ER pathologist. I don't know if I believe this, because I'm not under, what? A pathologist in the ER?
I've never seen a pathologist in the ER, ever.
Nor
I
have
don't,
I. That's why
don't work in a hospital, but I've been to the
even
ER
when
a
I
whole
did work
lot.
in a hospital, I didn't. The pathology is a whole different department, and they're not based out of the ED anywhere I've ever worked.
So that's my confusion.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect a pathologist in the ER, but like you don't want the people who actually touched his body to testify about what they saw, but you want this woman who is an ER doctor to come in and testify based only on photographs that you may or may not have darkened before she got them.
Yep, those were darkened. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. They were darkened, so that's what pisses me off too. Is like, did you give them the darkened filter ones? Because I'd like to know that if I was the Commonwealth, like. So, I mean,
I'm sure that's a question in Lolly's back pocket.
let's hope so. It's hard because you can't lead the witness, so there's like questions that he can't really ask without leading. So, I mean, I'm not saying they don't exist, but if they only are in hospitals. Like I would, like Mass General may
Right.
have a pathologist. Just not in every hospital is my point. It's not something you see all the time in any hospital you walk into. The bigger ones,
RP.
like like children's. Yeah.
Right, RP, I'm with you on that. Like I've seen them come into the ER or the ED to the emergency department to treat somebody, or for like a consultation, something of that. But I have never seen them based solely out of the emergency department.
Right.
We've all watched House. House's office was on a completely separate floor.
I love House.
God, I didn't even think about that. You know, I've never actually watched that show because I don't like that actor.
Brilliant. I don't know. He's brilliant.
For me,
in that.
he's just like that actor's just like Johnny Depp. Can't handle him either. He just reminds me of a horrible drunk.
Just a horrible drunk. Just horrible. God damn it. Horrible. I got to get this thing back on. See, this is what happens when your internet shuts down on you. Like today's just not a good tech day for any of us, I guess, huh? Like just getting shit on by tech all day today, guys. Like,
Well, mine's fine as long as my kid stops calling me.
Okay, so as long as this continues the way it is, it has re-downloaded Windows. It has wiped it from my computer, or it downloaded it. It's resetting the computer, and then it'll reinstall everything. And we're at 36% of the resetting. So keep our fingers crossed. We might be able to get it fixed.
hey, hopefully, right? Hopefully. I will say I haven't gotten any donos. I haven't read any because I haven't gotten any. So I just wanted to tell you guys that, so you don't think I'm like not reading them. I always read them. There is none. And if you want to, I know the ticker is small. Don't yell at me. I know I tried to make it bigger last night. You can't make it bigger. That's the size that it is. Thank you, StreamYard. Maybe one day they'll be able to make it bigger. But as of right, I mean, they just added like fixing your appearance and like, making everything even. So I don't know. Hopefully we'll get some other stuff that'll make it bigger, but I only got this one for now. The PayPal's not on there. If you need it, I can put it in the chat. It's also in the very little one that tickers across the screen. My channel runs on donations from people like you guys. That's how we keep this going. That's how we run. So I appreciate all of you. Also, make sure you like and share. Like that helps too. Like all of that stuff is very helpful for the channel. We're trying to grow over here. We got a Discord now. I made a Discord. We did that. So that's going to be fun. I did put it in the description box.
The devil.
I know, but I have a locked room that'll be for like very trusted people. So, but I have one, for now I made two channels, general, you got the general channel, the welcome channel. And then I made two other channels. One is called Reed Whacker. Yep. And the other one's called Sewer Turtle. So we have those channels.
Well, you have my phone number, so that's our own personal Discord. So that's
yes,
as good as
it is.
I don't do Discord. I got burned in Discord a long time ago by 7 creators ago. Nope, never happened again.
Yeah, just Discord. They're public servers, so just remember that. But I do have a Discord now. We do have one, and so I put it in the description of not the last video I did, but the one before that. It's in there. I'm going to put it in this one too, but I can't do it now because I'm here, so I can't do it now. We've put it in the chat a couple times. I tried to pin it, but I have to pin it on like YouTube, I guess. StreamYard won't let me pin it, even though I do the star. It's not doing it. So all I can do for now is put it in the stupid chat. That is it right there. But obviously you cannot click that when it's on the screen.
I liked Discord better 25 years ago when we called it IRC.
Was it called that?
Right.
Discord is the modern day version of IRC. Yeah, internet relay chat. It's basically peer-to-peer. Exactly what Discord is. Yeah.
We're at 68% on the reset.
Yeah. But that was in the 90s. I was an admin on several IRC channels.
God,
Ladies, can I just say thank you so much for holding my hand while I go through this. I hate BIOS updates, and on that machine, it has fucked up every time. So thank you for holding my hand with me with fixing this.
Yeah, she was saying that too. She was saying it fucked up one of her computers for a couple hours last time.
Listen, it was Thursday. It did mine.
Okay, so it looked like it was done, and it was on my welcome screen this morning, and I tapped it, and it opened up, and then it spun for a second, and I thought, well, that's weird. I've had problems with the machine getting really warm since that day I was showing my cup of coffee, and I didn't realize there was still a little bit in the cup, and it got dumped on it. But I took it completely apart. I let it sit completely apart. I was offline for like 10 days, right around Christmas time.
Yeah.
Was offline for that time because I tore it all apart, wiped everything out, put it back together. It still started to get hot. It still looked like spun sugar in there. I tore it apart like 3 different times and cleaned and cleaned. It's what I used to do it was before I worked for Wells Fargo. I also worked in computer tech. Like I couldn't be a nurse anymore, so I became a nurse for computers.
Hey, yeah, whatever. Whatever works, right?
Like,
Fuck.
I was getting ready to try to figure out if I could ghost from one laptop to the other because the one that I stream from, like that's all I do on it is streaming. My streaming,
right?
And, and this one is solely for my business stuff,
right?
But, man, so a long time ago, after I'd been on panel with Upchurch, something weird happened with my computer, and like the whole fucking screen froze. And then I got color bars that wiped across it. And then I lost access to a couple of things. And I went through some weird stuff that had happened. I don't know, but it was just the timing of all of it right in the beginning of the Kylie Rodney case. And it was really fucked up. And then I got a donation from him and I was like, I wonder what just happened. So I cut off using anything that had to do with my business on that one and transitioned it from this one. Now, I'm probably being overly paranoid, but
maybe
I've never in my life, in all of the years that I've had a computer, and I've had a computer since I was in like a freshman in college. I've got my original brick of a fucking laptop. I could go pull it out right now and we could probably fire it up and see 1996 on it all over again.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's better to be safe than sorry, though, right? Like, you just never know, especially now.
I would hate if my advocacy stuff got out. I would hate it. I'd feel awful.
I mean, I have too many like clients, you know what I mean, for that, like in their information. Like, yeah. Yep. No, that would not be good.
Anyway, I just so appreciate the hand holding during this.
Hey, you got it, dude. You got it. Thank you guys for holding my hand during my crisis the other day, because that was not fun. Like, that was not
and
fun.
I so appreciate
That's what we here for.
And I just appreciate yesterday you understanding my passion about people doing it for the right reasons.
Oh, I'm the same way as you, though. I get loud when I'm passionate.
I know.
Like,
And I was so like, oh God, I hope she really doesn't think I was trying to piss in her sandbox.
No,
I
of course not, dude. Listen, I know when there's piss in my motherfucking Cheerios, all right?
Baby, the other thing is I don't want to see anybody come after you.
Listen, it's already happened, all right? It's already happened when sewer turtles.
And I understand that, but we also got a whole nother side of fucking crazy around here.
Oh, I know.
And the communities are blending. I mean, we can.
I know true crime is a big community. Okay, I get it. I get there's like true crime, crama, like that whole BS. Okay, and somebody recently said to me, like, yeah, it's got to be hard. Like, you got to find your niche. This is my niche. My niche is being able to explain to people the legal part of things in layman's terms, right? Now, maybe you can get that from LawTube. Cool, great, wonderful. I'm not a practicing attorney, so I can just explain the legalese and the way things work in a courtroom so that normal people who aren't attorneys can understand. I also have a vast knowledge of a lot of different things because I've done a lot in my 37 years on Earth. Believe it or not, I have just a bunch of useless information about a bunch of different things. And so, you know, my sort of niche is being able to explain it in a way that people can understand. Like someone told me the other day, I forget who it was, one of you guys in my chat, but one of my people in the chat were like, Elise, I have heard somebody explain 72 effing times the DB Wall file. She's like, and I just didn't get it until you said it. Like literally did not get it until you explained it so very perfectly and quick. Like, and I've heard that a lot about different things. So it's like, yeah, where, you know, crime might be everybody's niche. I actually have experience in going out and searching for someone. I have experience in missing persons. You know, like this is the kind of law is something I've been passionate about since I was 11. Like I've been studying that stuff since then. So like, yeah, maybe, you know, there's a big community and a lot of people, but I'm not going to just be like, well, you know what, I got to find a different niche because it's big. I'm not, you know, like that is my thing. Like,
No, and I'm not suggesting that by any means. I just
no, you're
also
not.
want
But
you
the
to
other
know-
person I was talking to was just kind of like, well, you got to find your niche. Like, this is my niche. Like, I know
Right.
it's a big community. I get it, but
I just want you to be aware that there are other people that are even crazier than the crazy that you've played with that are out
oh,
here.
I know. Oh,
Honey, I
I
had
know.
a couch canceled on me. I bought a couch. I'd made down payment on it. I had one more payment to go. Made the final payment. I was waiting for it to come. And 3 days before it was to be delivered, somebody canceled my couch
How the fuck does that happen?
because I pissed somebody off. And I live in a small area, and it's real quick, real easy to type in a Google search of furniture store. There's only one.
Yeah.
And
they called
gee,
and they
who
said they
else
were-
has a history of screwing with furniture people?
So stupid.
Well aware. Well aware.
Like, I'm sorry, but if you're taking time out of your everyday life to do something, and listen, I've seen the crazy guys forget that I worked in a prison for the criminally insane. I've seen crazy, more crazier than probably anyone on planet Earth has seen. But there's a different kind of crazy when you can act normal on the outside, but on the inside, you're just a mean, ugly, crazy person. Like that's a whole nother level of just nuts. Like, that's that sociopath bullshit. Like, you don't have to be doing real life things to hurt people because you're fucking mad someone sent on something on the internet that you don't agree with. You don't have to agree with it. But I'm surely not going to call people's jobs. I'm not going to call people's benefits. I'm not going to call their children's schools. I'm not going to prank call them. I'm not going to email them. Like, I just don't agree with you. It's that simple. Bye. Have a nice day. Like, what?
Oh hell, Elise, they called the state of Wyoming and said that I was committing disability fraud.
Oh, I'm sure they did. I'm sure that's they love to do that. What do
I
you mean?
went under a whole review and here's the fucked up part. I went under the review. I attended all the appointments, did all the stuff, all the things. Still on disability, still disabled.
Yeah.
Nothing changed.
That doesn't make you
wasted
not
a lot of time and
disabled.
resources.
Yeah,
Cost me
that's
money to drive to appointments, but I still fucking went to every one of them, and not a goddamn thing changed. Nothing changed.
No, nothing does change because disabled makes you like disabled. And again, my daughter really hates this too because when she was little, you couldn't really tell that she wasn't the same size as the other kids because you wouldn't know unless you actually knew her and knew her age, right? So you just knew that she was a kid. And I remember one time parking in a parking spot, which she was probably like 10 or 9 at the time. We parked in a handicap because she has a handicap placard. Parked in a handicap spot to get her out of the car because sometimes she's walking at a snail's pace because it hurts so much. And she's very stiff. And so we get out of the car and a woman looks at me and she has the audacity to say, how dare you park in a handicap parking space? And my daughter, out of nowhere, just lifted up her shirt, showed her G-tube and goes, is this disabled enough for you, ma'am? Because she was sick and tired of people saying stuff like that. Disabilities don't always have to be something you see people.
Bring the witness in, please.
My daughter, 4'11", 110 pounds soaking wet with EDS and POTS, used to get dirty looks from people for daring to use a wheelchair at Walmart.
Yep. They just assume. They just assume. And my brave 10-year-old basically told that lady off in the best way that she could possibly do it at that time. She's now 19, but like, it was just awful. Like, how dare you? You don't. There's a placard in the window, lady.
So,
Obviously you have a
jurors,
reason.
before we begin, Mr. Lally, as you approach the podium there, when I tell you that I strike something from the record, I know I've told you before, that means you're not to consider it. Okay?
Oh, Yannetti cried about it. I got
Go ahead,
it.
Mr.
Yeah,
Lally.
he cried.
Thank you.
Bad news. 3 gets out.
He whined about
Good
it.
afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
So, with reference to, I believe before we broke, we were talking a bit about Julie Albert and Christopher Albert, correct?
Yes.
So how would you describe your relationship, if any, between Julie Albert and Christopher Albert prior to January 29, 2022?
Loose acquaintances.
People that you knew through your sister, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to the occasions that you had said where you may have been at the same place at the same time at a family function or something like that, over what period of time are we talking about, and about how many different instances of that occurred over those years?
Like I had mentioned, they had never been on my house. So it was either at my sister's home or at my parents' house over the course of maybe 10 years. I might have been at the same function half a dozen times.
And at those times that you were at the same function a half a dozen times or so, how much interaction would you have with either Christopher Albert or Julie Albert or even Colin Albert at those functions?
Just casual conversation, be cordial, and just typical conversations, hi, how's it going, things of that nature.
Now, with reference to these experiences or relationships, or lack thereof, that you had with Christopher and Julie Albert, what, if any, conversations did you have with your supervisors as far as superior officers within your unit in regard to
I explained the connection with my sister to the Albert family.
And who did you explain that to?
That would be Sergeant Buchanan, Lieutenant Fanning, and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
All right, Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, maybe approach the microphone a little closer.
And just with respect to those disclosures, what specifically did you tell either Sergeant Mechanic, Lieutenant Fanning, or Lieutenant Tully?
Basically that the Alberts are my sister's friends, that I've been at some functions with them, and the only kind of connection with the Albert family is through my sister.
And just when you say the Alberts, as far as who specifically within the Alberts are you talking about that had a friendship with your sister?
Julie, Chris, and their son Colin.
Now, with regard to the investigation that you were conducting and the interviews that you conducted, what, if any, impact did those relationships have with regard to your interviews of them specifically or the investigation in total?
Zero. Absolutely zero impact on this investigation.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
It's a text message thread labeled Proctor Friends.
Now, over the course of your investigation, over the course of this case, are you aware that there were iCloud data that was obtained from your personal cell phone?
Yes.
And different text strings from that iCloud data from your personal cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to what has just been placed before you, is that an excerpt or a piece from those particular messages?
It is.
And from the front page of that, can you tell the jury who are sort of the participants in this particular text communication?
There's several numbers that aren't identified. The three that are under kind of nicknames me and my buddies have for each other.
And generally speaking, just as far as the participants in this text communication, who are these people to you, and how do you know them? How long have you known them? Who are they?
I've The members on this text thread are close friends from junior high, first grade even.
So people you've known for years, is that correct?
Correct.
And do each of them live, or do any of them live within the general area at this time?
Some of them do, yes.
And so when some of them do, some of them do not, is that correct?
Correct.
And the ones that do not, how far away do they live?
As far away as Tennessee.
Now, with reference to this, there's an indication as far as the first message sent or last message sent from this particular text chain, correct?
Sorry, repeat the question, please.
Sure. Sort of towards the middle of the first page. Help direct your attention to that area. Is there any indication as far as the first message sent and the last message sent with respect to this text chain?
On the first page, yes.
And what is indicated as far as the first message and the last message?
The first message is, I need to brandish a gun more often. The last is, Chip, name of that BPD cop.
No, I'm sorry, sir. If I could direct your attention to the first page in this packet, page 2527, you see conversation details. Sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
If I could direct your attention to the right.
Okay.
You see what I was talking about now?
I do, sir.
And from that area labeled conversation details, there's a first message sent date and time and a last message sent date and time, correct?
Yes.
What is the first message sent date and time?
It's 10/18 of 2021 at 8:48 a.m. The last message sent is 8/31/2022 at 11:19 p.m.
Is there also within that conversation details an indication as far as number of messages over that time frame within this communication?
There is.
And what does it list for number of messages?
It's 38,707.
And fair to say the packet that you have before you does not contain all 38,707 messages, correct?
Correct.
The first message that you had, I believe, alluded to in reference to the first one listed within this communication, what date and time is that?
That was January 29th, 2022 at 10:36 p.m.
And who is that message from?
My friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what, if anything, did he send to the group?
I need to brandish a gun more often.
And if you know, what is that in reference to?
He just recently moved to Tennessee, and he was kind of, I think, making a joke as kind of the lifestyle down there where guns are more prominent or more common to be carried around there. So I interpreted that as a joke in that nature.
They're constitutional carry down there.
I say
And
they
the
don't
next
need
message, sir,
licenses.
from that same page, 2527.
The next one is, it's bold.
You can carry
And
open
is there a
and
name
concealed
associated
in
with that number
state,
that's
like
in?
my state.
Please.
Yep.
No,
Do you know who that person is?
I don't.
And the next message, sir, from 10:52 p.m.
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And Chip, who is that referring to, sir?
That is one of my nicknames I've had since maybe high school.
So a nickname that would be familiar amongst these group of friends in particular?
Yes.
And this time period when these text messages begin, sometime after 10:30 or 10:50 p.m. on January 29th, where are you and what are you doing in reference around that time period?
At this point in time, on the 29th, I'm home.
And that last text message, do you respond to that at approximately 10:53 p.m.?
Yes.
And what was your response?
John O'Keefe.
And the next message down from there, also at 10:53 p.m.?
Yes. He took custody of his sister's kids.
That's your response. There's another response above that, is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that say?
How old?
And you respond as far as he took custody of his sister's kids, correct?
Correct.
Skipping down a couple, do you see an entry at 10:53:49 p.m.?
Yes.
And that's from a 617 number, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the response there?
Oh man, that's rough.
And following that, do you respond to the earlier query as far as age?
I do.
And what did you say?
Mid-40s.
Now, the next message below that, as far as indication of mid-40s, what is that?
His age.
No, I understand that. I'm sorry. The next message underneath that, sir.
I'm sorry. It's a Facebook link.
And do you recall what that Facebook link is to?
It's to John O'Keefe.
And is that something you sent or one of your friends sent?
One of my friends sent.
And the next message below, turning to now page 2529 at the top there. What is the next message that's sent?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
And as far as the book, what did you understand that to mean?
Make the approach.
Sure.
I'm gonna hop off and listen. I might come back up if
Okie dokie.
I'm
Fingers
saving the
crossed.
link.
It gets
Fingers
there.
crossed.
Yep.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye, baby.
Are we at a sidebar?
We are at a sidebar and we are not sidebar dancing.
Yes, we are. Oh, we're sidebar dancing, all right. Yes, we are. Eh.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Wait a second. Why is Aiden there? He's not supposed to be because there was the order against Elizabeth Proctor. So it included family members, which would have included Mike Proctor. So I know that I just saw him in a red t-shirt. So what the hell's going on?
Yeah, if he's been harassing her, odds are he would harass her husband. Hey, rando question.
Yeah.
Do you ever have a situation where like you're sitting there and you're minding your own business and you're perfectly fine, and then all of a sudden you're nauseous as hell, and then you
Yes.
sneeze and you're fine?
Yeah, I mean, nauseous, not sneezing part, but I have had the part where I'm nauseous out of nowhere, and usually I blame it on the fiber because there's nothing else I can blame it on, and it just comes out of fucking like nowhere. Like,
Okay, I'm taking it, chalking it up to the fibro that I can do, because no one I have ever asked about that has any idea what I'm talking about. So if you have the same issue except for the sneeze resolving it, then
Yes.
I'm gonna lean that direction too.
yeah,
4
I
years, never knew that.
yeah, I mean, I will get like nauseous out of nowhere and feel like I'm gonna get sick, and then what usually resolves it is I have to like lay down. I have to lay down, or I have to eat something and lay down and just wait for it to go away. Sometimes it's quick, and other times it's a long time. Like,
I'm anemic, and there's times that I will just all of a sudden feel like all of the iron has left my body at once, and I will have to lay down until that passes. But the nausea thing, it's so weird because then this like really violent sneeze comes out of me, out of
Yeah.
nowhere, like ripped out of my throat, and then I'm fine.
it's your body just, I guess, trying to get it out, you know? Bodies do weird freaking things. This person on Twitter is trying to tell me that John has holes in his arm.
10-minute break.
What the
What?
10-minute break. You just had a fucking hour lunch, bro. Like, what are they gonna argue right now? What? If nothing's come up, otherwise they wouldn't be taking a 10-minute break.
Get Aiden's ass the hell out of the press box.
That would be nice. Doesn't belong there anyway. Ridiculous.
So do you have that copy for me?
All right.
Oh, she's taking something to Chambers?
Oh. you. So what the fuck? Hi, Fanny. Okay. So I'm guessing it's something she needs to go over. Obviously, that's clear. Like, that's very clear. Like, so stupid. Like, so stupid. Like, 10 minutes too. Like, what the? Somebody else said that, Mary. Somebody said that to me this morning privately in a message. They're like, look, she aged like 8 years. Maybe she's not paying for Botox anymore.
Her hands are as wrinkled up and spider veiny as mine today. I have noticed that as she's been sitting there with her hand over her mouth.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, her hand looks so old.
Oh, yeah. I just can't wait for that to happen to me. Yay.
The good news is it happens slowly.
Yeah.
So you don't notice till all of a sudden one day you're looking in the mirror
And
and
you're
you're
like, what the
looking your
hell?
own grandmother in the face.
Oh my God. Stop it.
I did that Sunday because I've always been like,
watchers. This is a long crime
this
legal
guy.
alert. Google
my thing's
incognito
always
tra-
been looking in the mirror and seeing my mom, looking in the mirror and seeing my mom. Saturday
God.
morning, I looked in the mirror and saw my grandmother. And it's like, oh my God, I am so old now that I am the age I start remembering my grandmother.
We're on a 10-minute
guess
break, sort of.
All those
Well, that's
people
okay
who told
because
me I
now
look
that-
like her were right.
Now that you're my new mom, maybe one day I'll look in the mirror and I'll be like, wow, I look so beautiful, just like my new mom. Like,
Well, no, that ain't happening because your new mom is a ugly bitch.
stop it. Stop it. Stop it. And I don't, like, I'm 37, so I'm getting up there to that point where it's going to start happening. So, I mean, I found my first gray when I was like 21. And I was like, yay, jeans. I have those jeans. That's just fantastic. It's wonderful because that's what I wanted was the jeans of making me go gray quickly. And I
My
have black
niece,
skin, so.
my niece has those. And she found her first gray when she was 17, which she was very angry because her father hadn't even found any gray at that point, and she already had. But my mother, because my mother is a natural dark brunette, so she's got this gorgeous silver hair, and so do my sisters, who are both also brunette. Me, stupid me, born blonde, my hair doesn't turn that gorgeous silver. My hair turns that ugly, annoying, pokey halo gray that sticks out and looks like crud.
Yeah, that's what mine does with the grays. And I have black hair. Like, so people like literally I don't have brown hair. I was born with black hair. My mother also has black hair. So like I have black freaking hair, literally. Like, and so they stick out like a damn sore thumb. Like, so I'm like, I'm starting to think like maybe I need to do that new hairstyle where like you use the ash color, and like just do that so that nobody can notice. Like, just think it's dyed that ash color with black, like fuck, man. Like, that's what I need to be. Yeah, we call them cigarettes. Yeah, or butts. I know you guys call them the fags, but we call them cigarettes or butts. Yeah.
Say when I do actually go get my hair done, which I haven't been to the salon to actually get my hair dyed at this point since 2019.
Yeah,
but
a long time.
I get the ash to blonde balayage, and then the underneath is blue.
I'd
Because my
settle for just
baby
like
sister
getting
was a
my nails done. I had a friend that did blue. They liked blue, but I would settle for just getting my nails done at this point. I'll just use the box dye because, like, yeah. Funny
my
enough,
baby sister always did the crazy colors like my daughter did, which I said the other day. I allowed my daughter to start dyeing her hair when she was 10. And she did the rainbow, and she did bright pink, and she did sunset and all this stuff. And all these other parents are like, oh, how could you let her?
How could
Because
you
this
not?
child has no control over her body, and she needs something she can control.
Yep.
Like
that's
she
the
walks
thing.
across the floor and bones dislocate.
Have
Let her
like
dye her hair.
Yeah, so like let her like I've been letting my daughter do some stuff like that since she was probably like 12 or so. I mean, here's the thing. she has that terminal disease, and I don't know if I have 50 years with her or 5 minutes. So, you know, I want to let her do the things that make her happy as long as they're not dangerous, right? Like, so whatever happiness she gets out of those things, like I let her do, as long as they weren't dangerous in any way, you know? So, but I mean, yeah, it was about between 11 and 12, I think, that I started letting her like dye her hair, use makeup. She's gotten a couple tattoos, obviously, since she hit 18. Like, it's her hair, you know what I mean? Like, it's her hair. She wanted to, and that's the thing. Now I'm glad I let her do it, because now she's lost almost all of her hair. You can see her full scalp. So like now she doesn't have very much hair left. So I'm glad that I let her do those things with her hair, right? Like at the time, because she at least got to know what it was like, you know? So I don't regret doing that at all, letting her do those things. And I'm fairly strict parent when it comes to like certain things. Like I won't let my kids near water without me there. I just have this fear, you know, this fear of drowning. I don't know why, I just do. And so I don't let my kids go near water unless I'm there. I have to be there. Like, going to a pool, I'm going to be there. You know, you have a pond, I'm going to be there. You want to jump in the ocean, I'm in it with you. Like, that's how we're doing this. Like, till they're
I
old enough to
can't
know.
swim, but I'm the exact same way, because I watched my son at the age of 5. We were at the lake, and he and his brother were walking along the bank, and his brother was perfectly fine. And all of a sudden, the 5-year-old was gone because he'd stepped in a sinkhole. And
God.
my dumb ass can't swim. I go running down the hill, dive in. Apparently, it was a beautiful, beautiful dive. Dove down, grabbed my son by the shirt,
Hold him up.
swam back to the surface, threw him to my nephew,
Yep.
and then immediately remembered I couldn't swim. And I was in the sinkhole.
Adrenaline, dude. Yeah, adrenaline will make you do those. I've jumped in a pool. My nephew like was jumping off the diving board, and one of his floaty things flew up and off his arm because he put his arm up. I don't know how, but it did. And my husband decided he was going to yoink into the pool with all of his clothes on, and he did the same thing. He grabbed him by his shirt, lifted him up and onto the pool deck. And of course, like like the pool has been like the places where I've had to jump in. My husband too, with the kids. Like I get nervous. You know what I mean? Like if you go down and you don't come up for a second, I'm jumping in. Like I don't care. Like you're little. I don't know. Like when I learned how to swim, I got thrown in the deep end of a pool. That's how I learned how to swim. I was thrown in the deep end and I had to figure it out. So I just swam up. That's all I knew how to do was just swim up. Like I just got thrown in the deep end, not knowing how to swim. And that is literally how I learned. I would never do that to my kids. It was a horrifying experience, dude. Thought I was going to die.
My dad always used to say that, you know, he was going to, because that's how he learned, right? And he was like, I'm just going to go throw you kids in the lake and teach you. I'm really, really glad he never did, because I'd have drowned.
Yeah.
I cannot swim.
I did. Thankfully, I swam, and I'm a good swimmer. Thank God. But I was like a fish when I was younger. Like I love water. Like I'm not a fan of the ocean. Let's just make that clear. Unless it's like Florida ocean where it's like warm and not freezing, but I'm not a fan of the water here. It's freezing. It's cold. I don't like the salt. Like there's nothing nice about it. Like I prefer a river or a pond or a lake or a pool. Like I prefer those things over the beach. I'm not a beach person when it comes to salt water and the weather. Like I'll do it in Florida, in warm places, because when you go in the water, it's not freezing cold. It's actually enjoyable. It's not enjoyable here. It's freezing. No matter what, you know, in the middle of July, it's freezing. It's cold. No, thank you. Well, yeah, it's constant anxiety with kids. Absolute constant anxiety.
My inability to swim is so pervasive, and my paranoia of water is so pervasive. I am terrified of the state of Florida, because there's too much water around it. And when it falls into the ocean, I couldn't swim away from it. So I hate going to Florida. Absolutely.
I swear one day, I love going to Florida, but I swear one day when I get a car, one day when I make a road trip that I can do, and I go visit my sister because she lives in Indiana, I'm gonna have to stop and see y'all. Like, because it's about the only time it would be anywhere near that side of America. Like me over here in Massachusetts. Like
I am
in California,
Southern Illinois, so I'm pretty well dead center.
Yeah. I mean, I would love to do just I would love to just travel, buy an RV and travel like that. That's like a dream. Like let's travel. I would love that. That would be so much fun.
Oh God, yes, 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 yes. That's like hubby and I, that is like our thing, is that one of these days we're going to buy an RV, and as long as we have internet access, I can still work wherever we happen to be, and we're just going to take off.
Yep, exactly. Exactly.
The
what I would
song, The Way by Fastball, the children woke up and they couldn't find him. Yeah, that's going to be us someday. You're going to wake up and we just going to be gone. That's it. You're on your own. But you're all,
no.
20s and 30s.
Poor guinea pig. I had a guinea pig for like almost 8 or 10 years, and my aunt was so
Kodo.
Yeah, so sad. Oh, poor thing. Oh, I'm sorry. That's terrible. Listen, pets are like family, guys.
The worst reaction to a pet death my son ever had was his hedgehog. Like dogs and cats, like those we're used to, but the hedgehog, that was a big one because that hedgehog would ride around the house on his shoulder.
Yeah, we had a chinchilla. That was pretty bad when the chinchilla died. They loved that chinchilla. The cutest little thing ever. And they don't smell. They're awesome. Like, oh
no.
Yes, yeah. That's why I just haven't with my little one gotten anything like that because she's 6 and I know that it would be really bad if something happened. Like, that's terrible. My friend's son
that
just
poor
lost his
baby.
hamster. Yeah, so they got him a new hamster and he was pretty happy, but his old hamster passed away recently. That's awful.
I mean, I get that life is, death is a part of life, but you don't want them to learn that at 4. Oh, Kodo, I'm so sorry.
No, that's why I didn't do fish with my kids because fish tend to die quickly. So I just don't do fish for that reason. I had too many fish die when I was little. Yeah. So her son's hamster passed, but they got him a new hamster and he loves it. And yes, but he was devastated, but like he loves it. He trained his new hamster. He's a very responsible hamster owner, because they had that hamster for a long time.
I say 3 years is like geriatric for a hamster. Oh my God.
Yeah. Yep. Guinea pig. Yeah. I had my guinea pig for like 8 years. I think it was before. Guinea pigs last a long time. Depending on their age when you get them, obviously. My parents must have got it when it was, a baby. Well, you can always rewind, I guess.
It was just, Yannetti whining and performing for the people
Throwing
outside
spaghetti.
and
Throwing spaghetti at the wall to see if it, hits the wall and actually sticks there, but it's not sticking. So,
still hasn't been shut down yet. Feds haven't swooped in and arrested everybody yet.
No, they didn't crash through windows on their carabiners and ropes. So that's a good thing. Before we start this quirky stuff, guys, again, this is the way you donate to my small little tiny channel. The PayPal is in the bottom of this thing that scrolls across the bottom of the screen. I can always put it in the chat if you need it. Please let me know. I read them when we get them. And if you do it when you're on my replay crew, I read it on the next live that we have. I'm thinking about doing one later on tonight. I haven't decided yet, but I'm thinking about it. I always appreciate any and all donations because that's how we run on my little tiny channel is from you guys. And I know I have to figure out a way for StreamYard to make that stupid ticker at the bottom bigger because people yell at me because it's not big enough to see. And I'm sorry that's why I got the bigger one that I can just at least pop up once in a while. Like, share, those help too. The algorithm out. We're trying to grow our small little teeny tiny channel. We got lots of people watching from the bushes. It's 143 of you right now. Lots of people watching from the bushes. I love y'all watching from the bushes. Appreciate y'all watching from the bushes. Progress. Also, if you don't want me to read your donation, you just put an A or an AN in the like comment part, and I'll know you want it anonymous. Yeah, right. No, he did not take the 5th. Nope. Just like I told everybody he wouldn't. That is progress, voices. Fingers
and there
crossed.
were no proffers and nothing has been established for appeal on the record yet.
Nope. Ooh, 65. We working on it. there, I don't know. They took a 10-minute break for the judge to look at something in her chambers. Oh, we weren't told what it was. Funny enough, we just came back from a lunch break not that long ago, so I'm just really not understanding why they couldn't have given this to her before a fucking lunch break. Like, right? We'll try again. Try again. 80%. All right, we're working, we're going. %. Okay, so it's going. It's going now. It's going. It's a good thing.
There you go. People are spamming my work email with insurance fraud. Like the fraudulent insurance companies that email you and go, ooh, we could do this. You are emailing an adjustment firm.
Yep. No, she couldn't do a full day. It's driving us nuts. Come on, man.
Still in the oath?
Yes, sir.
He knows he's still under.
Almost 100 voices go.
Yeah, go boys. Go. I feel like I should do the hammer dance for you right now. Oh, let's not talk about food. I'm starving like a hostage.
Procedure on?
Yes.
Trooper, if I can direct you back to page 2529 within that packet before you. And below that text stating what's that, I don't have the book anymore. You respond, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you say there?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And sir, if I could direct your attention again within that same packet to 2532. And there's a message there sent at 10:56 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who's that from?
A friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what does he say in that text?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And you respond at 10:56 as well as 10:57. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is it that you respond?
My first response was nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
And what, if anything, were you saying, or what was the purpose of that text in regard to the homeowner?
I was just letting him know that essentially Mr. O'Keefe is a Boston cop and the homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
Now, if I could turn your attention to 2533. And top of the page, sir, if you could read through that page as far as who's texting and what are they saying?
Again, for my friend from Tennessee and myself, I hope not, but I can't see it. I responded with, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital. He was banged up.
Now, as far as the next text from a 781 number, what does that say?
Did he get beat up?
And you responded to that, is that correct?
I did.
The objection is sustained as to form.
What, if any, response did you provide to that?
Nope.
Objection. The objection was to the former question and the answer.
I'll strike it.
Now, turning your attention to 2534. And from this page, sir, if you could, again, just read through as far as indicating to the jury who's speaking and what is being said.
From the start of the first text, so the owner of the house?
Yes.
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him? That's what I initially thought after talking to Can paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
And those last two are your responses, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the following text messages are from your friends, is that correct?
Yes.
What do they say?
Bear, let's focus. What does she waffle to mean? What's the story? I responded, she hit him with her car.
And the she that you're referring to there, who is that?
Miss Reed.
Now turning your attention to the next page, 2535. Again, if you could start at the top of the page and read through that page and just indicate to the jury who is talking and what is being said.
Okay. My friend in Tennessee states, okay, that's fucked up. I respond, intentional or not. Then another response, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him, question mark. That's another animal we won't be able to prove. And then I respond, they arrived at the house together, gone to an argument.
I think we'll speak out loud or out of turn.
The objection's overruled.
Your Honor,
But
if I could say this, there needs to be an identifier of who's
I understand what you think the mix-up is. So, Mr. Lally, go back.
Thank you.
Sir, if you could please, again, start at the top of the page and just indicate.
No, just after the gotcha, he was frozen in the driveway, correct, Mr. Jackson?
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
I respond, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. I follow that up. They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left. 781 number responds with, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton, the other one involved.
And how do you respond to that, sir?
There's several other messages before I issue a response.
Objection again. Bottom of the page.
So it's not an objection, but Mr. Lally, why don't you point him?
So, sir, at the bottom of page 2535, you have a response. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that response?
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
Objection.
So it's going to be a matter you can address on cross.
There has to be some accuracy with the reading.
So I understand. So, Mr. Lally, why don't you go point for your witness?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Check it out. Sam Adams made a light beer, crisp and easy drinking.
Your cousin from Boston.
For beautiful, for spacious skies, for
New Sam Adams American Light.
So you point out.
Can I see what you have for a second, please?
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Lally, it's on there. Why don't you go show your witness? Why don't you just read it, Mr. Lally, and tell us who you attribute it to?
Sure. So, sir, what I'm asking you about is the bottom of page 2535, 2535. You indicated biffed him, correct?
Correct.
What did you mean by that?
That Miss Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2537. Now, do you see a response toward the bottom of the page from yourself, January 29, 2022 at 11:04 p.m.?
Yes.
And can you read that response to the jury?
Yeah, but there'll be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And what did you mean by that, sir?
That throughout the course of the day, we had compelling evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
And you have two responses from friends, the same friends at the bottom of that page, 2537. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are those responses?
Keep your voice up loud, please. Trooper Proctor, jurors can't hear you.
Yes, Your Honor. Number ending in 5051. Got to be, I can only imagine what internal affairs of the BPD are trying to get out there. The second response, same number. She hot at least.
And turning your attention to the next page, 2538, at the top, if you could just read a number series of responses from yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
Read from those, sir.
Yep, so these came from me. From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job. CUNT.
Objection.
So don't spell it. You have to, so these are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Cunt. Yes, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. Though. No ass.
And sir, what is it that you were referring to there, or why would you text that?
These were, from all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. Is talking about the homeowner, Mr. Albert. I had mentioned the compelling evidence against Ms. Reed at this point indicated that Mr. Albert had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death. The rest of the unprofessional and regrettable comments are something I'm not proud of, and I shouldn't have wrote in a private or any type of setting.
Sir, at some point, if I could turn your attention to page 2540. And there's a photograph that's shared within this text communication, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And does it indicate who shared that photograph? From the prior page, possible.
The number ending in 5051.
And who is depicted in that photograph that was shared within the group text?
It's Miss Reed being escorted out of the State Police Milton Barracks.
And these are all from February 1st of 2022, around that time frame, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct you to page 2543. And sir, if I could direct you to the top of the page and ask you to read through that page, indicating who's speaking and what the content of those communications are.
Okay. Number ending in 4146. Question is that chick a smoke? Again, 4146 question mark. I respond EH. I respond again, nutbag, as Chief would say. I also respond with she's got a leaky balloon knot, leaks poo.
And what, if anything, is that in reference to?
Again, to Ms. Reed's some medical conditions there. Again, unprofessional comments I should not have made, that I'm not proud of.
As far as attitudes expressed within these text messages and other text messages, what, if any, impact did that have as far as your investigation was concerned regarding these?
These juvenile, unprofessional comments have zero impact on the facts and the evidence and the integrity of this investigation. They said these are unprofessional comments, but they absolutely do not detract from the integrity of the investigation or the facts and evidence of it.
Your Honor, may I approach this retrieve?
Yes.
Now, Trooper Proctor, contained within, we've seen text messages amongst yourself and a variety of different people from that same sort of iCloud area of your personal phone, correct?
Correct.
And among those, are there communications that you had with members of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
And how would you characterize, or what was the general content of communications that you had with members of the Canton Police Department?
One communication was to coordinate interview times for firefighters and police officers and to set up a conference room where those interviews could be conducted. Obviously, the presence of Canton detectives or any police officers were not going to be sitting in on these interviews. Another communication was to inquire of relevant security videos that are in the area. Their local department, they know the area very well, so I reached out and asked if there's some good cameras in the area that I had of kind of interest in.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you another document, just asking if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be, sir?
Text communications between my sister and I.
That's your sister Courtney, is that correct?
That's correct.
And similar to what I'd asked you about the prior packet, as far as a first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, what is indicated on this first page?
First message sent, date, time, December 10th, 2021 at 9:33 p.m. Last message sent, 8:30, 2022 at 8:48 p.m.
And 8:30, that's August 30th, is that correct?
I'm sorry, yes, August 30th, 2022.
And similarly to the other messages, is there an indication as far as how many number of messages were sent between yourself and your sister over that time period?
2,865.
And fair to say that the documents in front of you do not contain 2,865 messages?
Correct.
Now, just in reference to the first message on page 2662, the first page in this packet, do you see that from December 10th of 2021 at approximately 9:33 p.m.?
Yes.
And what does that indicate?
A text message from my sister.
What does it say?
I called earlier, Dolph earlier, and mom was puking in the background.
And do you recall what that was in regard to?
From the sounds of it, my mother had the stomach bug.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2667. And these are text messages from January 29th, 2022, between yourself and your sister Courtney. Correct?
Correct.
And if you could read from the top of the page through the end, and please indicate to the jury as far as who's talking and who's saying what.
So I texted my sister at work, "What's up?" She responds, "What? Why?" I respond, "Oh, just found it frozen to death on a front lawn in Canton this morning. Actually just interviewed Jen McCabe, said she knows you."
And the knows you, who are you referring to?
My sister.
And how did your sister respond to that?
Cut the shit. I responded, you. It was a typo correction with my response to you. She responded, yeah, she knows Jack very well. She's really good friends with Julie. My sister continues on. Her sister is married to Brian Albert. My sister asks, you still working, ? I says, yeah, going to be out for a while. Homicide.
And as far as your answers to those questions, or as far as your communications that you had with your sister at this time on the afternoon of January 29th, what were those in regard to, or why were you communicating that to your sister?
At that time, it was just kind of in the news. I was just kind of letting her know I was out working. She didn't share anything specific. I wouldn't share anything specific on cases with my family or anyone. It was just kind of an overall innocent conversation.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2669. Again, if you could read from that page as far as who is talking and what the content is.
All right. My sister starts off, the Canton thing is a homicide. I respond and says that 3 in the afternoon on the 29th. Don't say a word to anyone. She said, of course not. I respond, in the very least, it's suspicious. She responds, this is your livelihood. And then I would never miss with that. 3:07, I respond, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them.
If I can direct your attention to page 2672. These are messages from February 1st, 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
And the one at the top starts about February 1st, 5:57 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read through as far as who's speaking and what the content of those messages are.
I texted my sister, what's up? She responded, nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said, when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond, get Elizabeth one. Elizabeth's my wife. And my sister responds, because I guess her and Chris were friends with John, and she's so proud of you for leading this. And then she writes, Elizabeth, question mark. I respond with, she's been stuck with the kids for the last 10 nights. My sister responded with, yeah, but she knew what life is like married to a cop.
And sir, as far as the gift that's mentioned, as far as Julie Albert, is that anything that you have received at any point in time?
I never received a gift. I never asked for a gift. My wife never received a gift. She never asked for a gift.
How would you describe this context of this conversation, or why that's being discussed at this time?
Again, I don't know the thought process of my sister and Julie as far as bringing that idea of a gift into play. Like I said, I didn't ask for one. I never received one. The same with my wife.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2676. And again, if I could ask you to start at the top of the page and read through and just indicate as far as who is saying, who is speaking and what they're talking.
I start out, we write like 8 to 12 warrants on each case. My sister responded, no, I have no idea what the hell you do or how it works. I responded on the 10th at 7:36 p.m. I'm starving, but I also just want to go home. Thanks, though. My sister responds, yeah, but is dinner going to be waiting? She responded with, ha, ha, ha. And then I responded, yep. And then my sister responded with, okay, it's fine. Mom and I just don't want to go home.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
We know the document, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is private messages between my wife and I.
Again, what is your wife's name?
Elizabeth.
And what, if anything, does that indicate as far as dates and times and number of messages involved?
Okay, so the first message sent 5/20/2022 at 6:19 p.m. The last message sent 8/31/2022 at 9:16 p.m.
And what, if any, indication does it give as far as number of messages within that text chain?
1,632.
And of those 1,162, there's one message that's listed on that. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the date and time of that message, and what does it say, and who's speaking?
This is me speaking on June 9th, 2022 at 4:56 p.m. I text my wife, waiting to lock this whack job up.
And what are you referring to in that text, sir?
I'm referring to the arrest after Ms. Reed was indicted by the grand jury.
And again, as far as the terminology that you use in that text message to your wife, why is it?
Again, unprofessional messages I should not have sent. I don't have an explanation other than they're regrettable and it's something I'm not proud of, the language I used.
I approach the retriever.
Yes. So Trooper Proctor, the jurors can't hear you. So speak directly into your microphone the way I'm doing, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Maybe approach Johnson.
Okay.
Do we have a sidebar? Do we? I think it's a sidebar, y'all.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Unmuted.
Now, Trooper Proctor, you're familiar with conversations that's within the same text communications from your personal phone with colleagues of yours at the state police?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir. May I have a moment with counsel?
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Showing you another document, sir. Before I get into that, though, if I could turn your attention back to some of the comments on the language used in the January 29th and February 1st or 2nd text communications among your friend group. With reference to that particular time frame and the language that you used, what sort of information have you gathered to that point, and why would you say or use that particular language in your, particularly in your descriptions of the defendant?
So this is, 16, 18 hours later, and I conducted multiple interviews.
Speak up.
Conducted multiple interviews. We knew Mr. O'Keefe never went into Fairview Road. We knew there was one shoe at the scene, one shoe at the hospital. Mr. O'Keefe's, based off Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, Miss Reed's statements when Sergeant Buchanan and I interviewed her, her broken taillight, the missing taillight, some taillight pieces found at the scene, the compelling evidence pointing directly at Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle led me to make those comments. Whether, like I said, they weren't professional comments, but based on the day's investigation, it was clear that Miss Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to the documents before you, do you recognize those?
I do.
And as far as the participants in that particular conversation, who are the participants listed there?
It's Trooper David DeChico and myself.
And Trooper DeChico and yourself both work within the same unit with the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And beyond the professional relationship you have with yourself, between yourself and Trooper DeChico, how would you characterize your relationship, generally speaking?
We're buddies, we go off together, hang outside of work, our kids play together. So I'd say, we're friends.
Now, within the, again, as far as the first message sent, date and time, and last message sent, date and time within this conversation, if you could describe that for the jury.
First message sent, date and time, March 17th, 2022, 11:08 a.m. Last message sent, date and time, August 18th, 2022, 6:08 a.m.
And again, the number of messages listed within this text chain?
87.
And fair to say the documents before you do not contain 87 text messages, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, just in general terms, if you have an opportunity to just look at the first couple pages there, fair to say those are just sort of jokes that you have going back and forth between yourself and Trooper DeChico. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention specifically to page 2632. And these are text messages starting on April 28th, 2022 at 10:52 in the morning. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the time again, sir?
April 28th, 2022, 10:52 a.m.
Yes, correct.
And again, sir, with reference to this page, if you could read the content to the jury and please indicate whom is speaking at each respective times.
Okay. I start out without a doubt. He's got diarrhea of the mouth too. Trooper DeChico, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. I respond, Yuri and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. Trooper DeChico responds, not good enough, should have had me or Jeff do it. I respond, if you two did it, she would have made it accidental or natural causes.
And can you explain the context of those communications, or what exactly is it that you and Trooper DeChico are talking about in that communication?
Okay, so the ME is the medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. Our office, it's kind of a little bit of a locker room.
Hold on, wait for the ambulance and then speak up. The jurors can't hear you way back where the court officer's standing.
So like I said, the ME stands for medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. I guess I'll address the conference calls Sergeant Buchanan and I had with the medical examiner. The doctor had some questions as to the facts and evidence, kind of what had transpired, which is common. You know, even if it's a homicide, I've had many calls with the medical examiner's office, even if it's a suicide or overdose. Always with a homicide, the doctor wants to know what transpired. Trooper Chico and myself, we kind of like to bust each other's chops, go back and forth. So that's what he meant by saying, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. The original determination came back.
Sustained. Next question, Mr. Rowley.
Now, as far as attending the autopsy, is that something that typically someone within your office would do, within your unit would do with regard to any sort of death investigation?
Yes.
And do you know who attended the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe in this specific case?
Trooper Connor Keefe.
And so as far as Trooper Chico's reference to you not going in, or Sergeant Buchanan not going in, is that what you believe Trooper Chico was referring to in that message?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form.
You indicated that you and Trooper Chico bust each other's chops. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And can you describe a little more, expound upon that as far as the nature of your relationship and sort of the text messages that you exchange in this and any other communications that you have?
Basically just, you know, kind of needling each other, and him doing that is by saying, texting me, rookie move, not going into meeting with the medical examiner. So that's a perfect example of him kind of just needling me, which we do on a daily basis.
And as far as your interpretation of that, did you interpret that as a serious comment or something said in jest?
I interpreted that as a typical joke from Trooper Chico.
May I approach to retrieve?
Yes.
May I approach room?
Yes.
So we have another document asking, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Do you recognize that to be?
Text messages between myself and Trooper Chico.
And again, what is the first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, and number of messages contained therein?
First message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022 at 1:09 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022, 4:45 p.m.
And the number of messages, sir?
4.
And if you could read the contents of those messages contained therein. Please indicate who's speaking.
So I started out, of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job. Trooper Chico responds, "Dear God, WTF, what the hell is inconclusive about the whole thing?"
And as far as your indication there, as far as she was a whack job, who are you referring to there?
Miss Reed.
Now, as far as the undetermined of what you're talking about, what is sort of the content or the context of this conversation?
That would be the manner of death was determined to be undetermined by the medical examiner's office.
And so I ask you again, as far as your reference there in the bottom of the first page, as far as she was a whack job, whom do you believe you're referring to there?
Again,
Reed or the medical examiner?
Miss Reed.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Government, I take just a second to fill council.
What the fuck?
Got a committee report briefly on this packet.
What the fuck, bro? Is there anything you guys don't bitch and whine about? Like, for realsies? Like, hey! 2 times. Oh, dear God. I couldn't watch it in 2 times. God bless you people that do that. I couldn't fucking do it. It would drive me nuts. I know, that's the thing. Like, they haven't seen the packet a billion times. They have. It's in evidence, which means they've had a chance to look at all of it. Like, it's not anything new. Like, I guess while we're taking a break, I can pop the banner up. And if you get a chance and you can, you want to support my little tiny channel, this is the way you support my little tiny channel. My channel we run on donations and we have costs. So I don't make anything until I cover the costs first. And so this is how we keep you guys streaming this trial every single day, is just help from you guys to be able to do that. And I appreciate all of you for that. So if you can, I read them. If you don't want me to read it, or you don't want your name said, obviously just put an A in the line, or an AN as an anonymous. And some people know that some people just tell me like always read mine anonymous. So I know to read theirs anonymous all the time. there's also the PayPal is scrolling at the bottom of the ticker. If you need, I'll put it in the chat. If you want, just ask for it and we can pop it in chat if you need it. Because I know some of you are not in the country, which means you don't have Cash App or PayPal. I got lots of people over the pond. We have Ireland, Scotland, England, all sorts of places. A lot of practice, yeah. I can't do it. I can't do it. Hey.
Hey, so boss called. And
Oh, yeah?
I was like, oh my gosh. Oh, what did I do? What did I do? What did I do? It was my yearly performance review.
Did you get a raise?
I'm going to. I don't know how much. Don't know how much yet, but yeah, I apparently am doing my job very, very well.
So happy for you.
Yeah, that went really, really well. Last year's was really bad because my mother-in-law passed on April 21st, and on April 30th, my son was diagnosed type 1 diabetic, and he was in the ICU for 5 days. So
Yeah. I know
it
what
came.
that's like. I lived in a hospital with my youngest, and right now my biological dad isn't doing so hot, so I have to keep going down there because he keeps falling, and he's by himself, and he lives like 40 minutes away, which means I have to like get a ride, pay for gas for someone to bring me from here to there, and go pick him up off the floor because he likes to try to do things he knows he can't do.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, so
like his health is just failing completely.
our yearly performance reviews are based, I mean, first on the 12 months, but specifically on May, because the performance reviews come out in June. My performance in May of last year was atrocious because my mother-in-law had died, my son had just almost died, and I was still reeling from having almost lost another son to an appendectomy in January. So
that's
my performance last May was horrible.
Well, you know what? Your family's more important, so they should have understood that.
They did. That's why I still have this job.
Well, yeah.
They were like, okay, it's understandable. You worked what you could. You know, just don't do it again. And since then, haven't had a problem.
Well, Sam, I love when they say don't do it again. Like, okay, I'll just
I'll tell my kids to stop dying, thanks.
We're handing you another set of documents. View those, look up when you're finished. Do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread between myself, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Kukowski.
And Trooper Kaskowski is another trooper within your unit in the state police, is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read from the first message sent, date and time, and the last message sent, date and time.
First message sent, date and time, 5/24/2022, 9:21 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/24/2022, 4:56 p.m.
And as far as the number of messages indicated within this text chain between yourself, Trooper Kukowski, and Trooper DeChico?
494.
Fair to say the documents before you do not contain 494 text messages, correct?
Correct.
Just in reference to that first page, 2635, first message sent, that's May 24th, 2022, around 9:21 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a message sent from Trooper Kaskowski, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that?
Appears to be a picture of a toy Santa Claus.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2644.
Santa did it.
If I could direct you to the bottom of the page, sir, and see the text from yourself at June 9th, 2022 at 11:19 p.m.
Yes.
Very bottom of the page. And I may approach just to point it out.
Yes.
Yeah, I see it, sir. Okay.
If you could read what you wrote on June 9th, 2022, around that time, sir.
If you like women who shit themselves.
Again, sir, what is it that you're referring to there?
Again, a regrettable comment I made about Miss Reed's medical condition.
Now, if I could direct you to the following page, 2645.
It's supposed to be private. It's not regrettable. It's private.
And again, if you could read from that page as far as who is, indicate to the jury who is speaking and what is being said on page 2645.
I'm speaking right now. The statement she made tonight at age 7 was mental. Thank Christ it was on BWC, which is body worn camera. Trooper Kukowski responds, that's her. Smoke. Trooper Kukowski again, what'd she say? I respond, said the Alberts beat the shit out of O'Keefe, left him for dead, and that's why her taillight was cracked. She's gross. Trooper DeChico, oh, fuck her, bitch.
Thank you, sir. May I approach to retrieve your arm?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be one angry Colin.
Sir, with reference to that last bit, as far as June 9th, 2022, what was going on that day in reference to this matter again?
Miss Reed was being processed at the Milton Barracks.
Thank you.
Hey, Trace.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I know I missed some, but did I miss the nudes?
No, not yet. Not yet.
So what we have here is some cops that are friends discussing a cop killer and not being complimentary to her, right?
Right. Though that's, I mean, he made some comments, but they're supposed to be like, you know, private comments he made to people, like not fucking to the world. Nobody thought you guys were gonna fucking accuse of being the goddamn taillight fairy. Nope, sorry, I don't have Imodium. But I bet Karen does in her parents.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll give another set of documents to recognize those.
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread with members from my office, troopers.
And who are the troopers that are listed within that?
Trooper Chris Moore, Trooper Jeff Kukowski,
Frank.
Lieutenant John Fanning, Trooper Dave DeChico, and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan.
And what is the first message sent, date and time?
That would be 5/26/2022 at 8:19 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/26/2022, 5:36 p.m.
And what is listed as far as the number of messages within this chain?
651.
And fair to say the documents before you do not contain all 651 of those messages within this chain, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2682.
I gotta get you guys on my phone.
You see a message sent from Trooper DeChico on August 17th, 2022 at 9:42 p.m.
Yes.
And is that an image contained on the next page, which is 2683?
Yes, it is.
And what is the image of?
That is a picture of Mr. Yannetti, appears to be from quite some time ago.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2684. And there's a response from you, August 17th, 2022 at 9:44 p.m. Is that correct?
Sorry, sir, go with the date and time again, please.
Page 2684, 8/17/2022, 9:44 p.m.
Yes,
You see there's like sort of three responses from you.
I have you now.
If you could just read the three responses from yourself, sir.
Okay, so these came from me. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Now, with reference to the investigation at this point, when you're talking about his client's phone, who
When we give our bourbon to the most powerful force on earth, it changes. When you give it to a friend, it makes this whole voyage worth it. Jefferson's Ocean, aged at the mercy of the sea.
Data from it until August of 2023. Troopers in my office knew I was going through the phone that evening. I was most interested in location data, text messages, Google searches. That was the update I gave the troopers in the office. It was a distasteful joke. I should have gave a proper update instead of that. I wasn't able to go through the phone as thoroughly as possible because I came across some a text between an attorney and Miss Reed, so I had to stop going through her phone, and I made my supervisor aware of those communications.
Now, just in reference to what you had just said, this is in August of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
So after a search warrant is obtained for the defendant's phone, where did it go? You indicated you gave it to Trooper Carino, and where did it go from?
Trooper Carino essentially hooks it up to a device called Gray Key, where it tries every possible combination passcodes in order to access the data contained in the phone.
And at that time, when you retrieved it pursuant to the search warrant, you didn't have the passcode to the defendant's phone, is that correct?
Correct.
So that device is designed to sort of go through numbers and try to find a combination to get into the phone, correct?
Correct.
And so from the time that you had seized it in late January or on January 29th, 2022, until this date in August of 2022, had you been able to get into the phone or see anything in the phone in those intervening months or 7 months between January and August?
No.
And so then at this time that you're sending this text message in August of 2022, is that around the time that you were first able to access the phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, that was the first time we were able to have access to the phone.
And with reference to your access to the phone, were you looking for nudes or anything like that in regard to the defendant?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Like I stated, I was most interested in Miss Reed's location data, text communications, Google searches, things of that nature. More evidence contained within the phone.
And so, sir, you mentioned at some point you came across some information that caused you to sort of freeze your looking through the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as that specific time period in August of 2022, when was the next time that you or any troopers from your office were able to actually look at any extraction of the defendant's phone?
So once I came across that text communication that took place on the 29th between Ms. Reed and an attorney, the phone had to be sent off to what they call a taint team to remove any attorney-client privilege information from the phone, and then it would be returned to us, as well as defense received a copy of that as well. I'm not positive on the time. It was quite a long turnaround for that process to be completed.
Sometime at least in the spring or summer of 2023. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
May I approach to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to see you at sidebar so I don't interrupt your cross.
Probably could have done without the joke about the nudes, but he never asked. He just said he didn't find any.
I think we got a super
It's not letting me play it. Oh, or it's playing it slow motion. Sorry, guys.
we had a Vogue sidebar dance there. That's all.
It should have played, but I don't know what version of that was. It was Frozen Walk Sideways version. Like, I will check for PayPal's in a second to make sure, because sometimes I don't get the stupid notification. If you catch a dono on the replay, then I will read it on the next. I'll read it on the next show, which I'm contemplating one later tonight. I haven't decided yet. That is Mrs. O'Keefe. She's a freaking rock star. You go, Peg, you go. I can't imagine how difficult this must be for her. And Paul and Erin, Paul's wife, the rest of the family. Let's go down the line.
I mean, this
That
is
is,
potentially her once and former daughter-in-law, right?
Yep. That is in the white where Karen's head is. That is Paul O'Keefe's wife, and then Paul after his wife. So yeah, potentially it was, you know, for once almost daughter-in-law.
Yeah, I mean, after 2 years, you kind of start treating the significant other as a member of the family.
The family, right? Well, I mean, at least if you don't have a monster-in-law. I know, right? We're gonna have to. I mean, that will go right through you, right through you, right through you.
Great. Now I want Mexican street corn with mayonnaise and chili pepper.
Oh, listen, any food sounds delicious right now. I haven't eaten today, so I am starving like a freaking hostage. I don't want you. I would have to get up and like cook it, and then like I couldn't cook it and talk to you guys at the same time on a computer because the computer's in the living room, not the kitchen. I don't dare put it in the kitchen because it will fall off one of my tiny counters, and then I'll be without. And that would be bad because I only have the laptop. I'm not gonna lie. Someone said Subway yesterday. I've been thinking about a Subway sub since then.
Oh man, people implant. My brain with food is so weird because I can't smell anything, so nothing smells good. But my stomach still remembers loving that stuff. So somebody could mention like McDonald's cheeseburger to me, and I'm obsessed with nothing but for the next 2 days. And then I get them and they taste like crap.
Yep. I mean, listen, if I could have, I would have already went to Subway. I don't drive. That's the first problem. And the second problem is I got bills coming out my asshole, and I don't have a money tree. So there's that. I settle for my coffee in the morning because it's the one thing as an adult that I ever get for myself that I need in life. I don't buy myself clothes. I don't buy myself sneakers. I don't buy myself anything. So if there's one thing that I want and I can have that's just mine that I enjoy, it's going to be my coffee.
I don't know that Ellen really wants to same that particular comment above her.
No, she's probably saming me. I have to have my coffee, and sometimes I don't have it. And if I don't have it, I get cafangry. You can ask my best friend; she's right here. I get cafangry. All right, 4 days last week there was no coffee, and I was a cafangry person. Like, I was a very not happy camper. Become irate.
Holding off a migraine since I woke up this morning.
Oh, that's no good. That is no good.
Magnesium. The caffeine helps.
Try magnesium, my bestie says.
Magnesium, it takes rid of it. I take it for my migraine headaches. It takes it away.
I wish you would have told
it. It's like, so say if like you look at your brain, right, and you have like this little dimple in it. So basically the magnesium goes in and it just like, it does its little magnesium thing.
Does its magnesium
I'm not a
thing.
doctor, but I just know it works.
Sumatriptan. I can't fucking read that. See, this is my brain on no, yeah, hangry. Exactly. I'm hangry. Yep. I get migraines, but rarely. I've had a couple in the last couple months that have just been really effing bad, and I don't know why.
I blame it on the fibro because I don't know what else it could come from. Like I literally don't. I just blame it on
Sumatriptan, I am on topiramate, which is Topamax, which
You
I
are
think is
unmuted.
related to that.
Just before you start that, so we'll finish it. We're trying to figure out the schedule this time. I'm going to meet with the lawyers and witnesses. We're trying to work all that out, but as it looks right now, I thought it was going to interfere with another date this week. As it looks right now, it may not. At the most, it will be half an afternoon or something, maybe on Friday, but it does now look good that we'll be able to continue with this. We're out tomorrow, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday will be full days, and we'll be able to keep moving. All right.
Thank God.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Oh boy, here we go, y'all.
Trooper Proctor, in the summer of 2022, August 17th specifically, you were sitting at your desk,
I know,
presumably
Kodo,
alone
right?
at your office at about 10 p.m. at night, going through my client's personal cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, you were sitting there texting with your friends and colleagues at Massachusetts State Police about you going through her personal cell phone. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And that included Trooper DeChico. Is that right?
DeChico, yes, sir.
Trooper Fanning, Trooper Buchnick, Trooper Moore, and Trooper Kotskowski.
Kakowski.
Tell me that again.
Kakowski.
Kakowski.
Yes, sir.
All right. All the consonants are silent. Fair enough.
That's
Trooper
rude as
Fanning
hell
and
to
Trooper
Polish
Buchnick
people.
are your supervisors.
Yes.
And you were bragging to all 5 of them that you were going through Karen Reed's cell phone about 9:45 at night.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
No, I wasn't bragging, sir.
How did you refer to Miss Reed in that text exchange where you informed them that you were going through her phone?
I used regrettable language. I said going through his retarded client's phone right now.
You were shown a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Unetti, correct?
Yes.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Same document. Your Honor, I think the court has the copy that I was going to use.
I thought I gave him back to you.
You'd received a photograph. Actually, Your Honor, if I could, I would ask that this document be marked as next in order. Assuming the witness verifies its authenticity.
So go ahead.
Do you recognize this document?
I do, sir.
Same document that you were shown, copy of the same document that you were shown by Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Stilali.
I've done that twice. Mr. Lally.
Correct.
All right. Is that a true and accurate reflection of the text messages that you were exchanging with Chris Moore, Jeff Kakowski, John Fanning, Vito DeChico, and Yuri Buchanan?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked.
Okay, any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see you outside on there. Have that, please.
Yes, ma'am.
You
The rescue migraine medicine I used to take was Maxalt, but I don't remember what the actual medicine in it was. That I just remember the brand name.
I got yeeted again. Thank you, internet, while I was going down the street to get for
Oh, we're
bringing
just
me,
talking.
and I was yeeted.
Delete Lols and I talking about migraine medication again, or me talking to them.
Yeah. I'm just like, what
We got a
happened?
sidebar.
Get yeeted right on out again. Another side, that's what we needed right before 4 o'clock. Like, what the F and F? How many sidebars could they possibly need right now? You guys leave at 4 o'clock. Like, come on, let's get real here.
And they were just up there 45 seconds ago. But this is Lolly objecting, so.
Great. Oh, for fuck's sake. LOLs, I've been yeeted 4 times today. 4 times today, dude. Once the internet went down, I had to fix it. And then, the first one, my computer died because it wasn't all the way plugged in, and I thought it was. So that happened. Then the internet went down and yeeted me. And then I had to use my phone.
Robot. And completely gone. Unless I'm the only one not hearing her.
Damn you. I'm in the store.
There you go. Oh, don't go into Walmart, whatever you do. Walmart will not, like, cell phone reception. It's
Just a
horrible.
corner store. Corner store, but they have shit service in the back.
The Kodo, nothing that was supposed to have been handled seems to have actually been handled. I mean, you've got it's just so bizarre. The things that the defense agreed to and then backed out on. We'll show each other the evidence every morning, and then they stopped doing that, and then they're trying to bring in apparently the thumb drive from Thursday is just never going to be a thing again, because I'm assuming that it was denied. Because she asked him, is this the same one you tried to bring in Thursday?
Yep. The defense has been very sneaky, trying to sneak things in here and there that they.
And then I would ask you to give it back to the witness, please.
To like my phone goes to SOS. Screw my phone, you guys, because it's like literally like, thankfully I'm almost back to the house, but it's like my own internet, like my carrier.
Yes.
It's awful.
Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico had sent you a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, because of the technical issue, I'm not going to display on the television. May I display this hard copy briefly?
Sure.
Thank you. You see that, gentleman?
I do, sir.
Is that the photograph that you received?
Yes.
Is that what you referred to on direct examination with Mr. Lally about receiving a photograph from Mr. Yannetti?
Correct.
And then your response was what?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
Actually, your response was, I'm going through his retarded client's phone right now, correct?
Yes, after the picture, sir, yes.
Who's the retarded client?
I was referring to Miss Reed, again, unprofessional language.
I'm asking who you were referring to.
Miss
I know
Reed.
You got an explanation. Who was it you were referring to as retarded?
Miss Reed.
Karen Reed, the woman sitting to my left.
Yes, sir.
The subject of your investigation as a professional, correct?
Yes, sir.
As an unbiased, objective investigator, the person that you were investigating, you referred to your bosses as retarded, correct?
Again, poor language on my part.
Poor language is one way to put it. Completely offensive is another way to put it, right?
Objection.
I've got to sustain that, Mr. Jackson.
After you referred to my client as retarded, then you decided to make a comment about Mr. Yannetti, her lawyer, correct?
Correct.
And what did you say about Mr. Yannetti again?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
I hate that man. I truly hate him, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say I dislike him, disagree with him. You said I hate him, correct?
Correct, sir.
That's a visceral response to someone who's just doing a job, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Sure. Let me ask it this way. Were you upset or annoyed or pissed off that Karen Reed had gotten representation, legal representation, to represent her?
No, not at all. That's her right.
Well, let me ask you this. In August of 2022, you said you absolutely hate it, correct?
I don't know if I use absolutely. Yeah, I didn't use absolutely, sir.
You used truly, correct?
Truly, yes.
How do you feel about him now? Sitting right there.
I still don't care for him now.
Right. I'll let it stand.
What did you tell your colleagues that you were looking for as you sat at almost 10 p.m. at night on a Wednesday night, August 17th, 2022, looking through Karen Reed's phone?
I didn't tell them I was looking through anything. They knew I was going through Miss Reed's phone. I provided a inappropriate joke as an update. They knew I was going through location data, text messages, Google searches. But like I had mentioned earlier, I had to stop.
Except Trooper Proctor, none of that really professional sounding stuff ended up in your comments to your bosses, did it?
Again, it was a poor joke.
Is that yes or no?
It did not, no.
It did not.
No,
As a
sir.
matter of fact, what did you write after you talked about going through the quote retarded client's phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No nudes so far.
No nudes so far, correct?
Correct.
And you said that to your bosses.
Yes, sir.
You were looking for naked photographs of Miss Reed on a Wednesday night as you sat in your office at 9:44 p.m., correct?
No, not correct.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever looked for naked photos of a male suspect that you were investigating?
I don't look for naked photos in anyone's phones.
But you said you were looking for nudes of Miss Reed.
Like I had said, Mr. Jackson, it was an inappropriate joke.
He didn't say he was looking for him. He said he didn't find him.
She's a woman. You were supposed to be objectively investigating. Does your text message to your colleagues at Massachusetts State Police reflect an objective investigation of a citizen?
Objection.
New Alka-Seltzer Fizzy Melts. Fast fizzy relief of occasional heartburn. Wow. No water needed.
Y'all online?
You know it.
Always. Let's get it.
Remember, no new side quests.
Oh, hey, watch out for that.
There is such a huge difference
Man,
between
we almost
I'm looking
did
for
that time.
nudes and no nudes
Really
yet,
need a
dudes.
fourth. Yeah, someone who just wants to play.
Are you game?
Visit our site to learn more about Predator Gaming.
It was a joke. It was a joke.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating Karen Reed as objectifying her, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Isn't that right?
Rephrase the question, please.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating her as objectifying her in those moments, correct?
Again, Mr. Jackson, it was a poor choice of words and a joke that I should not have texted out. But from the start of the investigation, We didn't know what we had.
And your Trooper Proctor, your point in saying no nudes so far to your colleagues in Massachusetts State Police was to suggest that you were looking for nudes and you'd update them when you found them, correct?
Nope.
Incorrect.
Well, let me ask you a question. Did you find any nudes of
Again,
Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photos, sir.
Did you find any nudes of Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photos, sir.
You weren't successful in your quest.
I came across text messages from Miss Reed to another attorney on January 29th, so I had to stop looking through her phone.
So you got sidetracked before you could get to the naked pictures of Miss Reed. Is that what you're saying?
Sustained.
To be clear,
That's not
when you sent
sidetracked.
those
That's
text
defending her
messages
rights.
on that group chat, there's text messages included, as we said, or as you said, not one, but two of your supervisors, correct?
Correct.
Were you ever reprimanded for your conduct in sending that text message?
Objection.
So that's sustained. Do we need to go to sidebar based on what you told me earlier?
We do not.
Okay, so,
I'll ask it a different way.
okay.
Did either Trooper Fanning or Trooper Buchanan dress you down in a responsive text message in that text thread for doing something so abhorrent as looking for nudes or referring to nudes of a female suspect or subject of your investigation? Did that ever happen?
Not that I can recall.
As a matter of fact, in reference to one of the text messages in this same string, your boss, Yuri Buchanan, actually responded to the photo of Mr. Yannetti, didn't he?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
He did, sir.
After you received the photo, that's when you said, I'm, quote, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow this, but not too many.
Sure. Is that correct? It's on the top of page
Yes, sir.
685.
That's correct.
And Yuri Buchanan liked that comment. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. Didn't he?
I see you laughed at an image here, sir. I can't tell if he liked that comment, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I don't know if it's just because it's faded or, yeah, my copy's faded.
Top 2685. You can use my copy if that helps.
All right. Thank you.
What do you see on the top of that page?
That Sergeant Buchanan liked it.
Like what?
The going through his retarded client's phone, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll take my copy.
There you go.
Man, he likes insulting his client in public, doesn't he?
So your supervisors at Massachusetts State Police not only didn't ride you for making comments like this, he encouraged it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, this is your direct chain of command. Is that right? Yuri Buchanan?
Yes, sir.
Did you believe that your conduct was a misuse of your authority and power as you were going through her phone in August of 2022?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I had a warrant signed by a district clerk, Stoughton District Clerk, to go through Ms. Reed's phone. I don't think it was an abuse of power. I had every right to go through that phone.
Did the warrant say anything?
Oh my God,
about looking
I
for
want to see
nudes
those.
of my client?
Objection.
Bring them into my Discord when you're done making them because I need
No,
to
you're-
see
Say
them.
anything about that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
So that would be an abuse of the power that was given to you by the court, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, you'd agree that the hallmark of any good investigation, as you've been taught and others in Massachusetts State Police have been taught, is that the investigation and the investigator have to be fair. They have to be impartial. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
meaning that the investigation has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes, sir.
The investigator has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes,
The investigation has to be free of bias. Is that right?
correct.
You can't be biased against the person that you're investigating. That would compromise the entire thing, wouldn't it?
Yes,
Basically, you follow the evidence. You're supposed to follow the evidence wherever it takes you, right?
correct.
Good or bad, top to bottom, just follow the evidence and report it back. That's how an investigation is supposed to be run, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And these are things that you learn early on at Massachusetts State Police Academy and then in your detective training. Isn't that right?
It is.
Literally, it's part of an oath that you took at the academy that you will, quote, faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all of the duties incumbent on you as a Massachusetts State Police trooper, right?
Yes, sir.
You swore that oath.
I did.
When you start an investigation, everybody in that investigation should be treated exactly the same. Don't you believe that's true?
Correct.
Everybody, have you ever heard the phrase, everybody's a suspect until they're not? Right?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's especially important early in an investigation before all of the facts are known that the investigator is not compromised
I know,
by
right?
bias, prejudice, right?
Correct.
Most important early in the investigation, because that's when the most things are up in the air. There's the cloud, the fog of not knowing exactly what the truth is, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, you don't get to pick a suspect and then try to find evidence to support your choice, right?
Correct.
But in this case, it's exactly what you did, isn't it?
Absolutely not.
All right, Mr. Jackson, why don't we end for today?
This is
Okay.
as good a place as any. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so folks, we're off tomorrow. Those same 3 cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. We'll see you Wednesday morning. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, right now, it's anticipated will be full days of testimony shortly. Thank you.
Okay, all right, jury up.
Well, that's it. And then, you know, we're in court tomorrow, which is kind of silly. But again, there's a day off. Yay. Friday.
All right, so one last time at sidebar for scheduling, okay?
Oh boy. She said sidebar though. I heard it. I heard that she said sidebar.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Yep. Yeah, we're still having it edited. Someone's editing it for me to say sidebar chat. So yeah, we're gonna have that at some point, which will be great. That'll be great. And hilarious. No, that's fine. You can have the thing next to it. So I mean, Riley, honey.
I'm thinking that anyone on a particular side who still thinks that those jokes were anything other than really, really bad jokes, and definitely ones that if I knew him, I would call him up and call him on the carpet for. Anyone who denies that they have ever said those words or joked about, particularly Alan Jackson, who has now made himself a real nice living, you know, doing things like painting rape victims as whores. I don't believe he gives a damn.
No, I don't think he does either. He's just, like, to make a big deal out of a private conversation that literally means nothing. Does it change that Karen hit John? Does it change that she's going to jail? No, certainly does not. Does it change the facts of the case? Nope, it really freaking doesn't. It doesn't change an ever-loving thing. It changes absolutely effing nothing. So it was just you have no shame, bro. It's just shameful. You have no shame, like legitimately no shame. Oh, hey, look, there's a sewer turtle. All like,
Yep. Look how close he is to the bench too.
yeah, he did that on purpose so he could hear the sidebars. See him looking over there because he's a creep. And I guarantee you, by the end of this, he will look at Nick Rocco. He's in the back, looking at him like with disdain. And Jenna in the back looking like, dude, oh man, he's just a dirty slime ball. And I'm glad that Jenna's giving him the stare down. Dirty.
Oh my gosh,
ball.
did you see that? Did you see that?
No.
The video jumped, it advanced. Oh my God, they're all AI.
Right. No court tomorrow. Right? Now she gets away with murder because you said a bad, naughty word. Like, dude, he's having a conversation with clearly a private conversation. Like, nobody ever thought that, like, people would claim he was the taillight fairy. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
And besides which, is he going to stand there as a former prosecutor and say that he has never had conversations like that about cop killers with cops?
Yeah, of course fucking not, dude. Come on. Also, I don't think most of what he was saying was false. Like, I think he probably hit the nail on the head. She is a wackadoo, dude. She is cuckoo. Like, all sorts of cuckoo. All sorts of cuckoo. Oh, wait. Did the Glare go home? He went home? Oh, he went home. Went home. LTL go home, too? Tell people went home? Like, yeah, I will in a second, Ellen. I'm just waiting to see if we're going to hear anything from the judge at all before we get this off the screen. Waiting to see. Yucking it up over there. You guys just having a funny old time. Everything's funny, huh? So funny. Dude, I'm sorry, but like the sewer turtle lives on the internet. If he didn't have the internet, he would cry, which is why he cried so much in jail, banging on the cell door. They had to tell him to shut the fuck up and that it wasn't Ritz like multiple times, just so we're clear here. I have friends that work in that jail. I also have friends who are inmates in that jail because I come from a background of poverty and someone who I've been sober 16 years. So I certainly know people, unfortunately, that are in that jail. I also know people who work in that jail because I worked in the prison system. And for the first week he was there, he cried and whined and banged at the cell door. And they had to tell him it wasn't a goddamn Ritz to sit the fuck down and shut up. He thought if he could just bang on the door and like demand shit. Like, bro, this is a jail, sir. You're in prison. Like, you're in jail. You are locked up. You don't get to do that. That's not the way it works. You eat, shit, and sleep when they tell you to. Like, I know. I think
I haven't seen anything. I mean, the defense is doing a great job of proving that Michael Proctor has an off-color sense of humor. So,
yeah, right.
Bully for
First of all,
you.
Oh no.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, well, I guess that's
All
it.
rise for the court, please.
Well, back to Fanny. Fanny the fan. Hi there, Fanny. Here you are, Fanny. There's Fanny, everyone. Welcome, Fanny and Scene. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's yeah. I mean, he's probably losing it as well. You know, I'm sure he is. Didn't he like film himself being arrested too? That one. Cycling quite rapidly. Yeah. Well, you know. Yeah, that's Fanny. I've named her Fanny. Just like I named the turtle Sue a turtle. We named that Fanny. That's Fanny. Fanny the fan, everyone. She's famous now. She's a famous fan.
That is a very clean fan. I agree wholeheartedly with Ellen. That is a very clean fan, and it's white.
Yep, it is. I mean, so okay. Yeah. I mean, so does the sewer turtle, and that's what's actually going to do him in. So his own words, his own recordings, and I'm here with popcorn and the champagne. I'm here for it. So the jury is a mix of younger people, middle-aged people, and a couple older people. It's more women than men. But there's a good mix of ages on the jury. So some of this stuff that might go past a boomer, you know, especially with like the mirroring and stuff, I am very confident that the younger generation of jury members can explain to the older jury members what mirroring is, what it does, what it doesn't do, and a lot of the tech stuff, because not everybody's going to know that stuff, right? That's why it's imperative that you take things and explain them in layman's terms, which is why I try for you guys to take legalese and explain it in layman's terms for people to understand, because it's not easy to read a motion and actually know what the fuck it means with all the legalese in it, right? I happen to know because I've been studying this shit since I was 11 when I was a witness on that in that case. So I try to break that down. And so I'm hoping that the experts that they have will also do the same. But I do have faith because there are so many of the jury members that are much younger. You know, they have a good mix, like I said. So I'm hoping that the younger jury members can explain it to the older jury members, and then they won't have an issue understanding it. I'm going to guess, okay? And I'm stuffing my face with a snack cake because I'm starving. But I'm going to guess that it doesn't take this jury more than a day to deliberate. A day.
Everyone said that Murdoch was going to take, what, a week and a half, 2 weeks, and they were back literally the amount of time it took them to fill out the jury forms.
Wasn't it like an hour or something? 2 hours?
Yeah,
Something like
yeah,
that?
everybody was floored because it was literally just the amount of time required to go through the jury forms and fill them out.
That's never okay. So I'm going to explain to you. Attorneys know it's really never a good sign for a jury to come back immediately. Never. It's not a good sign. 9 out of 10 times that means that guilty verdict is coming. There's a very rare occasion where it's quick and it's not guilty, but quick is never good for you. Like both sides will get nervous if it comes back quick, because that means one of two things. They found quickly that she was guilty or quickly that she was innocent. But I mean, more often than not, it's guilty. And I just don't see, you know, all these free Karen Read people on the internet moving words around and trying to make things mean what they want them to mean. But the jury, it doesn't mean what the internet wants it to mean. It means what they heard it in context meaning. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't say that because he said there was a piece missing that, oh, case closed, we know it was planted. How would that trooper know how many pieces the one piece broke into? How would he know that? All he can see is the one red spot still there, okay, and the rest missing. So that looks like a piece that is missing. He would not know how many pieces it broke into because nothing else was hanging on the opposite side at all. It was just the one piece that was there still, and then that gap of piece that was missing. So of course he's going to say there was a piece missing. They take that to mean, oh, it was only a tiny piece missing. So what was it? Sleuthy Goosey and Olivia literally reported that he said a small piece. He did not say a small piece. That is absolutely 100% false. He did not say a small piece. He said a piece. So that's where they try to change things right there. They put that out into the world, and then everybody believes the bullshit that they spew. He did not say small piece. He said a piece missing. That is because it's exactly what it looks like is a piece missing. He would not know how many pieces it broke into. Like, so for me, it's like these people have to twist every tiny little thing to try to make it what they want to make it. Unfortunately for them, that's not real life. That's not how it's going to happen in real life. That's not what's going to happen in the trial. Like, they have all the context. The jury's going to be able to look things over, go back to things, times, dates, all that fun stuff. Okay. So these people live in la la land, literal la la land. Okay. They're Delulu when it comes to certain things. Like, that's what she said. But that's what, oh, you predicted an hour on the Murdoch trial. Yeah. So, I mean, listen, there's so much more to come still. We have key cycles. They have the mapping of the phones and where it would have said he would have walked up and down stairs, even though that was before he ever arrived at Fairview. Yeah, I wonder that too. Like, are you people watching the same freaking thing I'm watching? Because, like, it really doesn't seem like y'all are watching the same goddamn thing that we're watching. But you have to remember, it's biased for them. It's willful on their part. Like, anything that doesn't fit their narrative, they will not take into consideration or talk about. So anything that shows that Karen might have done something bad, no matter what it was, they're going to act like it didn't happen or it's not a thing. And that's unfortunate for them because the jury can't just ignore those things. The jury is going to know that those things are suspicious and those things go together with the rest of the evidence. The jury also knows that witness statements are evidence. So I love when these people are like, where is the evidence? I want to just scream, where's the beef at them? But like, where's the evidence? But what do you mean? You mean all the evidence you have been shown thus far that you continue to ignore because it doesn't fit your narrative? Witness statements are evidence, dum-dums. In a trial, witness statements are evidence. They're considered evidence. The jury has gotten that instruction from the judge. The judge is going to give jury instruction at the end as well. Okay? And they have to, a lot of things they have to deal with. Is it more likely than not that Karen Reed committed the crime? Is it more likely than not that that person wrote that text message? Well, yeah, if came from their phone, then yeah, obviously, right? Like, so all of these things are going to come together. You have all the witness statements. You have the taillight. There's no pieces of taillight outside of John's. Okay, there's none, zero. There's no pieces of taillight falling off in the Sally port. Making something mirrored does not magically make that you can see behind what was mirrored to begin with. If you cannot see something in a mirrored video, you cannot see it in the reverse. So if people really thought that because it was mirrored, it's deceptive and you can see what's behind there if you unmirror it, well, thank you, Alan Jackson, for showing stupid people that's not the way it works. Like, he should have just left well enough alone. He would have had plenty of the conspirators still crowing about it. Not that they're not still crowing about it, but like, it changes absolutely nothing. It's still an accurate depiction. If you go in the bathroom and you shave in the mirror and you record yourself shaving in a mirror, is that not an accurate depiction of you shaving in the mirror because you're looking at yourself in a mirror? Of course not. Of course it's an accurate depiction. Of course it changes nothing. Like, hello? Like, for me, I have to wonder about how many brain cells these people have to lose or how many things they have to blatantly ignore in order for this conspiracy to work. How many? Like,
all the things.
Yeah, all the things. Like, all of the things. All of the things. The whole thing. The whole trial. Like, all of the evidence against her, they just ignore. And it's like, bro, you can have your confirmation bias. And if one more person tries to tell me they're seeing it as the, thing of a juror while you're on Twitter, like, do you know how stupid you sound trying to say you're a 13th juror while you're literally on Twitter? You can't be a juror if you're on Twitter talking about it and reading about it. Jurors don't get to do that. You can't be a juror if you're watching voir dire and you're watching them argue motions. Jurors don't get to do that. Okay? That's not a thing. So you can't use the cop-out of, oh, I'm doing it like a juror. So that's why I said Colin Albert was in the house. Colin Albert wasn't in the house. He was not there when John and Karen pulled up. He was already gone. He was not there. The FBI has cleared him and his family of anything. They're not suspects. They are not targets. That was literally in a court that was broadcasted on TV for the world to see. So either some of these people don't know that or they choose to ignore it. This woman claimed she didn't know about it and I'm the only one she's heard that from. Well, of course, because your side's not going to tell you that. But I told you, but then now that you know, you can't then decide that you're going to keep saying that and ruin a kid's life because you don't want to do your due diligence on a young man's life. Like, stop it. Hey, Forrest, you literally just wasted your finger push-ups, my dude. Run, Forrest, run. Bye-bye. Like, again, if you're going to troll,
I
dude,
miss all the fun people in chat, man. I never see, you already deleted them. I can't see what they've said.
Yep.
Nothing.
that's my point. You waste your finger push-ups. People aren't even going to see what you said, bro. Legit. Like, legit. You want to know what mental illness is, Forrest? It's when people consistently decide to ignore evidence that's right in front of their face because it doesn't fit their narrative. That's what mental illness looks like. Like, so I'm sure you get that every day of your great dose of the free Karen Reed world, my friend. Like, yeah, they might get confused when someone shows them a mirror. Like,
you know what it makes me think of? Honest to God. Do you know puppies barking at themselves in the mirror?
Yes, they do. Mm-hmm.
Because they think it's another dog? Are we that level of mentality that we think there's another dog in the mirror?
Dude, the amount of spinning that has to be done here to make this fit is amazing to me. And all the trolls that have to pop in and just run their mouths every once in a while in my chat, like, I just want you all to know I point and laugh at you. And then when I get off here, I go make fun of you because you sound ridiculous and you sound stupid. And if you come in here to personally attack me or any of my viewers, you're going to get booted. And I don't care how many sock accounts you make, you're going to get booted from those too. So don't waste your finger push-ups or your time or your energy, because nobody's going to see what you said anyway. So, and I'm probably not the only one laughing at you, just so we're clear here. Like, the amount of like energy it takes to go into someone's chat and troll, I don't get it. Like, yeah, I don't get it. Like, I don't like what? Like, that's what you have. Like, that's what you're gonna do. Like, that's what you're doing today. Yeah, you're gonna yeah, cool. Go back over to the sewer turtle that tells you that $1 is not good enough. That $2, $3, $4 is not good enough to donate to him. It's not good enough. You have to do at least 5. He says now, in order for him to read your comment, or you can't donate him $1 or $2 or $3 of your hard-earned money. Yeah, I got one that was like, I think it was like $6.11 the other day. I appreciate that just as much as I appreciate one that's 15 or 20 or 25. Like, what? Like, what? Who says that? A narcissistic greedmonger. That's who says that. Well, I'm not going to read it. It got to be $5 or more. Who the fuck says that, bro? Like, so if you want that kind of content, please return to the sewer turtle and stay over there.
Yet when the Roccos walk by, they're like, make a hole, legends coming through. Pick a side, guys.
Right. You know, I feel for the Roccos because for me, Aiden only attacked Nick for one reason and one reason only. And it's because he was jealous. He was upset and he was jealous that he was not on court TV and he was not on the radio and he wasn't sitting with Karen in court and the family. And he didn't have lunch with them. They want nothing to do with him. They want no part of him in any way, shape, or form because she figured out he's a scumbag. It's that simple. And so he got very jealous and upset and started attacking Nick and Jenna. And, you know, I'm just T-minus. And I was saying it for like 2 weeks before it happened. And all the people who have been with me forever know this because they saw it on my streams, how many times I called this happening before it ever happened. And I'm going to call this too. I'm going to go, you know, my batting here is 100 for 100. So I'm going to go with the next people who will be attacked by him will be Mike Crawford, LTL, and the Glare. Probably the Glare before the rest of them because that will irk him more because people seem to like him on that side. And then probably LTL and then probably Crawford. But he will attack each and every one of those people because he's no longer part of the Cool Kid Club. And he does not like that. You know, if you become part of the Cool Kid Club and he doesn't get to roll like that, then he's coming for you. And it doesn't matter how many lies he has to tell. He's jealous. He's upset. You can tell his secrets. So he needs to tell the world you're a bad person before you can tell the world he's a bad person. That's how he operates, people. And I'm calling it now. I don't care if it happens a day from now, a month from now, a week from now. It will happen. It 100% will happen. Just as I called him doing it to the Roccos. And it was pure jealousy in that situation. Most of the time for him, it's jealousy, greed, those two things put together. Or you know something he doesn't want you to tell the world, even if you never would. He gets so paranoid that you would, that he has to attack you first. So nobody will listen to you, you know, make sure that you're not credible, right, with all of his lies, so that nobody will listen to you if you do say something about him that he did or that he knows that he doesn't want the world to know. Because his biggest fear in the world, it's everybody finding out his lies and leaving and not watching him and not sending him no-nos. That is his biggest fear outside of going back to jail. I'm sorry, but I cannot be one of those people that lives in fear 24/7. And, you know, when you tell the truth, you don't have to worry about that, Aiden. When you tell the truth, you don't have to watch for Silverados every 5 minutes. Has anybody ever seen that thing? I have to show you guys, because if you haven't seen it before, I need to show it to you because it's probably the funniest thing, but most accurate thing ever. And this was before he was put in jail. Like, this was after the first time that he was arrested. And he was paranoid. And he admitted he was like living in a paranoid world. Like, okay, ready? Hold on. Let me get this. Oh, here it is. All right, hold on. Let me get, no. All right. Is it not? Is the thing not on? Oh, it's not. Hold on. Back we go.
Yeah, I don't
people.
hear anything. I see it.
Yeah,
no
I couldn't
volume.
find it.
Had a little come on me, a little bit. All I do is look for Chevy Silverados. Those cops. Every time I see a Chevy Silverado, I'm like, oh, any Silverados coming? Oh man, what's that? Is that a Silverado? What's that? Probably have like PTSD or some shit. I don't know. What is that? Is that a Silverado? Chevy Silverado. Like Silverados everywhere. That's not a cop, is it? Maybe they'll try killing me next. I don't know. I thought you were a cop. You look like a cop. I thought that was a cop. I really thought that was a cop. That scared me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. This is how I live my fucking life. Paranoid. I really thought I was about to get arrested. That looked like. Did you guys see that?
Oh, you can't tell me that's not the funniest thing ever. Oh man. Hilarious. Paranoia is a bitch when you know you did something wrong and you're just waiting for it to be outed. I would never want to live like that, dude. When you tell the truth, you don't have to live like that. But when you have so many secrets, you live like that 24/7. And I don't feel bad for you. Not one little fucking bit. I have no sympathy for a worthless piece of shit like that. That's what happens when you lie 24/7, my dude. Then you have to worry about Silverados. That's right. It is a very often place that he visits, along with the, Planet Adderall. Oh man, it's to me, it's like you can't make this shit up, right? Like at this point, you literally can't make this shit up. I couldn't make it up if I fucking tried. It's amazing to me the shit that like he says and then tells on himself 10 seconds later. Like, I know, wasn't it? You guys can thank Kate for that clip. Thank you, Kate. We appreciate you. Right? Because it would just be so fucking unbelievable. Like, it'd just be so goddamn unbelievable that nobody would ever believe it. You couldn't believe it, right? Like, you can't fucking make this up. It's like, what the effing F is happening? Like, listen, I know a lot about a lot. I also know a little about a lot. And the day that that man goes back to jail, I promise you, there's a party already being planned for that. And an even bigger one when he finally gets sentenced. Because that's how much people don't like him. Because that's how much, if you lie to the world in that way, bro, about people, like, oh my God, I remember that. Then that's what happens, bro. I do remember that, you guys. He did do that. He did. He thought they were coming. Somebody trolled him, I guess, and like sent him like a Text Now app and was like pretending to be like a cop or something, or maybe it was a cop. We don't know. But he told him he was like going to be arrested, so he was like all paranoid. Did a live. He wrote numbers on his hand, a permanent marker. It was fucking hilarious. I think it actually happened like around my birthday or on my birthday, and I was like, best birthday present ever. Best birthday present ever. Like. Best present ever. It was pretty fucking awesome. I'm not gonna lie. Like, gonna lie, it was awesome. Yeah, we were laughing pretty fucking hard. Pretty fucking hard. Oh my God, he should get them tattooed on. They were like backwards too, because it was mirrored. Imagine that. It was mirrored. So it was backwards. Goddamn lying to your audience, sir. I mean, it was mirrored. That's bad, right? Like, so it's like literally had his hand like on his face, and you can see all the numbers on his hand, and they realized he could see it. And he moved his hand like, dude, you have numbers on your hand right now, bro. What kind of life you living? What kind of life you living? You got numbers written on your hands, my dude. Like, conspiracy, giant conspiracy. It's just huge. It's giant. It's out of this world. Everything's a conspiracy with that dude. Let's get honest and real here, okay? Every time he attacks someone, he tries to make it out like it's some giant, vast conspiracy that everybody's out to get him. Like, no, bro, you shot your own self in the foot. You told a bunch of lies, and that person is fighting back with the truth, and you just don't like it. There's no conspiracy.
And it's really kind of hard hard to prove you didn't intimidate witnesses when you've spent the last 14 months filming yourself doing it.
Right. Right. And like he can cry and whine that the law is unconstitutional, but it's a law nonetheless. Okay. That's a law in this great state right now. And even if he got off on some of those witness intimidation charges, I promise you he's not getting off on the witness intimidation on his ex. And I promise you he's not getting off on the wiretapping on his ex. Those two are very, very provable. And in his own shit is going to, like, he proved it. Him, like, thank you for that gift, sir. So even if they like lowered some of the other ones or got rid of the picketing or whatever, those ones he will not get away with. Those ones are going absolutely no fucking where. You tried to tell the girl to throw her phone in a fucking pond and not to testify. That's exactly what witness intimidation is, sir. Yep. And that's another one that they haven't even done that yet. Like, again, remember the search team hasn't gone through his phone yet. So like there's still stuff that they haven't charged, like that. It's 19 and counting, y'all. He's under investigation by like 3 different entities right now, like for various things. And so it's 19 charges and counting. Okay. So the ones for the court haven't even charged with those ones yet. You edited audio, you submitted it to court. And it's not the first time he has submitted doctored or made up evidence to court. This is like the 3rd or 4th court case he's done that in that involved him. Most of the other ones are usually civil. But he's done it in those too. So this is a criminal case, sir. You can't fuck with evidence. You can't alter shit for you. Right? And
I
he
was
to give his phone on the last one.
I was on panel with Queen that day, and I hadn't been, that was like the day that I was done with Will and I was done with Turtle Boy, because that was the day that he stood up there and as part of his defense is like, oh yeah, I'm a revenge pornographer. I do it all the time.
Yep.
And then he's like, here, take my phone. And it's like, you dummy, you left the original file that you edited and chopped up and played on the live for everybody. You had both versions on that phone.
Well, no,
and I can
he
remember
wouldn't bring
thinking at
his
the time
phone.
that was like, they're gonna figure it out. Like
that day, every day you see the man with the phone, it's stuck to his face in his hand. Every fucking, no matter how many times he's gone to court, that day, he claimed he threw it in a pond and he did not have it. And then his attorney claimed that he did not have it. So where was it? Why didn't you provide that fucking phone? Why not? Why can't you provide? The judge wanted the audio from the original source, which is what, yeah, hello, that's how it works. I don't know why the judge even let him play it, because if you can't give it to me from the original source, you're not playing it from a USB drive. I don't know where it came from. And he indeed edited it. And you can tell, it's pretty easy to tell if you've ever done any audio editing. And it's pretty easy to tell even if you haven't. It's the background noise is completely different. He added in the part in the beginning that says, I'm still recording, right? He never said that. And also, just like Bree said, there's 2 versions. He sent out a version to people before he edited it. And then he sent out another version after he edited it. So one of those people had a conscience and was like, wait a second, hold the fuck up. And that's how he got screwed. Somebody didn't appreciate it, you know? Yes, you can. Yep. And it's like, bro, yeah, well, he's a bigger piece of shit than that. That's only the beginning, bro. What do you mean? What about the time he tried to set up Ryan Waters, the picture of his own children in the bath, to say Ryan Waters was threatening him and it was child pornography when it was really him? And we have all the messages from his chats of him and his, cohort talking about this goddamn setup and how he's going to pretend it was Ryan and how dare Ryan do such a thing. And he actually even brought it into court. So that was one of those court cases. He also brought in doctored and made up shit in Ashley D'Angelo's court case as well, which was dismissed. But because of him, she was charged to begin with. And then, of course, brought false bullshit in. That was, the 2nd or 3rd time. And then there's another one. Like, so yeah, we're talking about a man that's very, very sick. He's not well. He's very, very, very sick. So the fact that anybody believes a fucking word that comes out of his mouth is amazing to me. If they know all of that and they just ignore that, that's a problem for me. I didn't know some of this. I didn't know any of it until after he attacked me. And then I was like, okay, wait a second. If he can lie so blatantly to the world about me because I didn't lie for him to his, you know, second mistress about his first mistress, which again, I didn't get a memo I was supposed to lie. Second, I'm not, you know, throwing my integrity out the window for anybody, especially not somebody who's not even my fucking friend. Get the fuck out of here. Like, so if I knew I was like, wait a second, I need to do some more digging here. Like, what the fuck is actually, and then I found all of that and then more and more and more and more. And he's just done so many heinous things since. It's just like, he's a very sick man, a very, very sick man. Like, there is something very, very wrong upstairs with him. And I don't think there's any fixing it. I think jail is the only place someone like him belongs, in a prison cell. You know, he thinks he can righteously dox and harass people, but then when anybody does it to him, they're terrible, awful people. And I think the person who did that article in Boston Magazine about him made that point in the entire article. They made the point over and over again in the entire article. And at the end, he was saying how he did it to someone, the lady who ran the Black Lives Matter, whatever. Well, because she's a blah, blah, blah. And she did that. So I did it to her. And the reporter's like, but isn't that what they're like? She went to people's houses and with a bullhorn and blah, blah, blah. And the reporter's like, isn't that what you're doing right now to people? Like, the lack of self-awareness and the projection is effing amazing. I've never seen someone project so many things they do themselves onto other people, like accusing people of doing things that he's doing right now currently. I've never seen somebody try to file so many false police reports a day in my life against other people. It's fucking sick. So if he gets charged and it's because of you telling the truth, guess what happens? He goes to the police station and tries to file a report on you. And he'll go harass them and harass them and harass them and harass them until they do something. The police, I mean. Like, that's what he does. Like, oh, yeah, boom, boom, ready, bing, boom, boom. Big, big, boom, boom. Like TNT, kaboom, boom, boom. Right. It is sick. Like, I don't think there's any helping that man. I think he's so far gone. There is no help. And it's kind of sad that anybody in society could be allowed to run around and do that shit. Like, yeah. And exactly. And it just continues on and on and on and on and on and on and on. He's not afraid of Kate, dude. He did that shit on purpose. He is not afraid of Kate. That is the biggest load of BS I've ever heard a day in my life. So that's another thing. Remember I was telling you guys, he said to JLR, like, prison boy, literally just got out of prison, buddy. So you're calling him prison boy and you just got out of prison. And then he said something along the lines of like, how many whatevers did you get how many restraining orders somebody tried to get on you, like, or how many restraining orders as you got on someone else? Like, you're afraid of girls, because Meredith put her arm out and he was like, ma'am, don't touch me, ma'am, don't touch me, ma'am, don't touch me. He's like, oh, you're afraid of a girl? Bro, you just admitted in open court you were afraid of Kate, and then you tried to say you were afraid of Lindsay, who, that's just utterly ridiculous. She's afraid of you, sir, because of all the crazy things you continue to do. You're a wackadoo. Doc Montana. We talked about Karen Reed all day. So if you go back 8 hours, go ahead and listen to it all. Otherwise, I don't know what to tell you. You don't like my commentary? Don't fucking come here. The door's out there. Oh, wait. You already got thrown out the door for being ignorant. So, yeah, you wasted your finger push-ups. Truly. So you're telling another man that you're afraid of a woman, but you're literally admitting in court you're afraid of a woman. Make it make sense, bro. That the amount of hypocritic, like, you're going to be that much of a hypocrite? Come on, bro. Time to grow up. You're 42. Like, time to grow up. You can do things without being an ass to people. You can do things without lying. I just don't think he knows how. I don't think he knows how. It's sad, but it's true. I don't like bullies. Okay? I'm very fast. I'm very fast when it comes to the trolls. That's why I tell them they're going to waste their finger push-ups, bro. Because I'm literally just going to delete you and block you, and nobody's even going to say what you said. I might address you because I'm funny, and you're not. And because you're so mad that you felt the need to come in here and make a comment. I can rant about whoever the fuck I want. And if I want to rant about Sewer Turtle, then I'm going to rant about Sewer Turtle. He's a bad fucking person that does bad things to other human beings. It's really that simple. And he's a bully. He's a bully. I don't like bullies, especially if you're going to mess with people that I care about and people that I'm friends with. Like, it's not okay. Like, not even a little. Not by a freaking long shot. Well, we're going to have no court tomorrow, but Wednesday we are. So we have a Discord, everyone. We have a Discord. If you LOLs, I want to see what you string together. If you, I mean, obviously no pressure. I just want to see it because I'm still waiting for some constructive criticism on my intros and outros. I haven't gotten yet from anyone, but I put the Discord in the chat again. I will put it in the description box of this one. It's in the description box 2 videos ago. I love you guys. I'm going to play the outro and then maybe I'll pop back on later. It depends. So, you guys know how to donate. If you do it when I'm not on, I will read it the next time I come on. The PayPal is in the ticker at the bottom. I appreciate all of you guys. I love all of you guys. And hopefully I will see you later on because I'm thinking about doing a later on live. I got to make dinner and I got to do that fun stuff. Yeah, clippage tomorrow. Sounds good. All right, let's try to get this outro on for you guys. And I love you guys.